The
which
dominate
is an interesting card.
or
no,
just a
it's
maximum
even
velocity
worse.
for 12.
Like, you weren't paying attention. We got a maximum velocity turn. This is gross. This is 12 damage.
So you have to imagine that armor would be a good option to block with. You could put one of that, either the arsenal card on the bottom of the deck, drawing a 5th card to add for pitch if you need more pitch, or you want to represent as much damage as you can if you're going to be taking this much.
I think it's interesting because we saw him take 11 damage last turn very quickly, and you're like, what could possibly be in his hand?
We should have thought max velocity.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
It's going to be the big one. And so we're going to block for 2.
Block for 2, taking
10. Does that mean he has his own maximum velocity turn? I think this is what we were talking about literally 8 minutes ago, because this
Where do you
game
want?
is so fast. Is like,
Who's forced to block
get
first?
your opponent to 10 first. So Alex is kind of doing that.
It's true.
So Aiden must have his own version of a Goliath Gauntlet attack with 5 cards. He doesn't have Techlocore support, though.
He doesn't. He does have the Pounder, which is going to be another extra couple points of damage. It's going to be interesting to see which generates more value here, the 2 resources out of the Techlocore or the 2 damage out of the Techlo Pounder.
Yeah. Goliath Gauntlet immediately. So we got the game plan.
And the High Octane right away.
High Octane. He shuffled his deck, so you are kind of like, how did you get another one so quick? He shuffled from Spark, or no? That was the other guy.
I think that was Alex. I think this is just
just
3 natty octanes off the top.
Jeez.
So immediately we're seeing, again, represented the Goliath Gauntlet showing I'm expecting a big turn. I took a bunch to do it, so we'll see how much Alex wants to block.
Throttle's going to have Gauntlet and Techlo, so this is going to be gross. He's like, Alex is like, please tell me how much this is. Aiden's like, I'm going to get the dice. 10. You can't really take this off, because then all the leverage you just had evaporates.
With 3 more cards available, 2 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. Right. You have to imagine more damage is being represented, especially because the High Octane, once again, every boost allows for 2 damage coming in from the pistol.
So we're blocking 3 from this. I think what's interesting is Alex has kind of said that, he's bottoming a card from his arsenal, because that's what Crown of Providence lets you do. Maybe that's another card he wants to block with, of taking his turn from 5 cards to 5 blocking cards. Because one thought process maybe here is Alex is on the pistol version of this, so maybe I can block out my opponent and just shoot him for 4 every turn.
Yeah.
And two guns coming in at 2 each is hard to block.
Now the Spark of Genius here would normally represent the end of the turn, but that High Octane effect working off of the throttle boost is going to allow this Spark of Genius to grab an item, probably a Techlocore because it's for 0, and then allow Aiden to draw another card and keep going. So he's not only setting himself up for the future, but he's basically turning that Spark of Genius into a new card and a Techlocore on the battlefield.
Yeah. Future, present. I guess there's no past cards yet where you could bust out like, if I have 10 cards in my boost zone, I get to do something from the past. Maybe that's an Outsiders. Who knows? He's closing the chain. That makes sense.
Spark of Genius.
He played a non-attack action after some attacks. He's thinking about it. He's drawing. He's going to touch his shoes in a second. Because he still has action points. He has
1 action point. He's not banked any at this point, but another boost will allow him to then from here.
He's looking at his Techlocore of, I have 2 based on this 2 thing. Maybe it makes more sense to have 2 Techlocores.
Shout out to the Metrics metagame for those tokens. I know Aiden was really excited to secure some of those Worlds as well.
0 to 60 coming in. This looks like a blue strip, which isn't the most powerful, but
does represent a pistol shot.
Another pistol coming later when he has a blue in hand. So we're hoping for a 0 to 60. We're hoping for a 0 cost in arsenal and then a blue, and then that'll be a bunch of pistol damage. Harpoon.
Paul's Wave Harpoon is good here. I believe
Harpoon costs 1.
He's boosted 3 times, so this now represents 4 more damage from the pistol.
Is it boost on the chain or boost on the turn, though?
That I'm not sure.
That's a card you got to have memorized. These guys do because they play this hero. I'm not sure if it matters per turn or chain.
And what's important about that is all of Dash's cards block for 3. So if it's just on the chain, there's going to be no legal targets.
So it's just chain. So there's only 2 currently boosted cards on the chain, so none of those will be able to be taken out of hand. Alex is like, as long as you don't kill me, I get the first crack at around 10 life.
With the Techlocore
but I'm going to shoot a gun 2 more times for 4 each. Or
Well,
2.
And he actually, if he has 3 action points here, yes, he's going to the Foundry Heart. This does allow him to bank another resource and shoot
the
again.
3 times. There we go. That's the first use of Tekla Foundry Heart this game. If you're not familiar with that, that means you can flip over the top 2 cards. It costs 1, so you're only really ever getting 1 resource, but it's like having a Tunic on demand if you banish cards.
And once again, now Alex is taking the damage to try to represent the lethal at the crackback. Aiden does have the armor advantage, so he's ostensibly at around 14, which Alex must be taking into account as he's deciding what damage to take. Because right now he is just going down and trying to represent that lethal on the crackback.
Because if these gunshots get him to 2, it's oppressive. 4, he has room to play around. So for the first time ever, we're going to see some blocks this turn because they have to.
Aiden did set himself up very nicely with that Teklo core too. Even if he can only keep 2 cards here, those resources might allow him to play either 2/1 costs or a shoot with his pistol at the end of a chain. So we'll see how these players want to go into what will most likely be some of the final turns of this game.
Teklo core pops. I've got my own high octane. I hope you're ready for this.
That's going to be effective here.
Card. He's putting it in the discard pile because I think that's maybe a thing that newer players do of hasn't been around to see like, we usually leave it out to present it until it closes a chain. But do know that that high octane is currently going. If you were on Talistar, there'd be a box in the bottom right that says, is it bottom left?
Bottom left.
Who cares? It's currently active, so anytime he boosts, we're going to have another action point. Which he needs about 15 damage to pressure Aiden's life and
force him to block with a card.
Yeah. Because 4 + 4 + 4 would be 12, and then 2 guns afterwards would be 16. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see. Throttle's a bigger one.
Alex has access to that Foundry Heart as well, so as long as he ends this turn with 1 resource, he can make that double those resources and come in for the pistol shots at the end of this chain.
6 damage attack from... I think another thing, when you're in the mirror right now, you're like, oh crap, I don't want to get payloaded for game. So you can't go down to under 4.
And that might be what Aiden's thinking about right now as he just blocks this throttle out. That armor could have been used on the payload if he is worried about it, but until it's represented, sometimes you just have to say, you know what, do you have it? I'm going to make you have it here.
Crown of Providence coming in here. Maybe he's getting rid of an item because he wants to have more flexibility with blocks. Maybe he's getting rid of a red card because he wants blues to make sure he has enough to pitch something. You never know. Maybe your red card is stronger in here. And I think what's interesting, a 4 damage attack does present lethal. There's no more armor.
Yeah.
So Alex is in a... Even 1 card left in your hand makes me nervous.
And without the induction chamber on the field, and we've now seen all 3 high octanes from Aiden. We've seen 1 boosted away, 1 played on the first turn, and 1 played on the last turn. So that pistol is coming in for only 2 damage on this next turn. There's no way to gain any other action points. There's no way to gain go again. So Alex also probably is taking into account that there's one of the payloads.
Payload is going to come. You don't really want to see that when you're using your Tekla Foundry Heart. But up to 3 resources. We're going to be able to shoot pistol a couple times. Still got 3 cards in hand. I was not even aware of this. I was aware. I think one of those looks like a 4 block.
Potentially.
So that'll go in Arsenal and probably be something that Alex can use to get ahead in this in-game.
Looks like we have another induction chamber and a sink below. So this turn will not be that effective in terms of dealing damage from Alex here, unless he wants to sink a lot of resources into the pistol. But you have to wonder, is it going to be enough to take the cards out of Aiden's hand to, again, not be able to threaten the lethal on the following turn?
Right. And I think that's something where, whether you're a new player or an old player or seasoned vet, whatever they're called, it is something where when you choose a strategy of let me sink below to get ahead of some of this stuff, when you draw it on your kill turn, it is like you're almost beating yourself. Well, my sink below, one of them got boosted. Now it's in my hand during a kill turn.
Yeah.
If I had just trusted and believed that I don't want to play the more defensive version, I want to go straight at this other dash player, maybe Alex would be in a better situation right now.
Indeed.
Aiden says, I'll go to 7. I'm not afraid of a payload. I just saw one get boosted.
Which also gives Aiden some information. If he did think to himself, is my opponent running payload? By seeing it boosted, he now can take that into account as he moves forward in the turn. As this pistol is going to come in, looks as though that's going to come in for 2 damage. And then
pitching an induction chamber Not a good strat, but sometimes you have to. We got our first pistol shot. There's going to be 3 of these. So if Aiden says, I'll take all 3, he'll be down to 1. Pistol shot number 2.
It's interesting to see.
Aiden's like, okay, no more blocks. What is my shoes going to do? I think there's a thing of, this is where you're clenching your cards as hard as possible, and you're saying, he would have played a better card by now if he had it.
Yeah, I thought you might have meant clenching other parts of.
And now he's got 3 cards, 2 resources from our whatchamacallit. A Sink Below is going in Arsenal. I saw it. Alex is like, okay, I'll block 4 of this.
And perhaps that Sink Below allows you to turn an item that's a non-block into your hand into what will almost for sure be a block 3, but we're going to see what this Teklo core is allowing Aiden to do, because now at even life totals, Aiden has the gas. You need to, once again, force your opponent to block here so that all armor is gone. We're face up in terms of what...
Oh, that's where he's representing. So the Teklo core has 2 blue things because he has 2 turns of it.
Precisely.
Which is an interesting way to represent that.
It's a lot of those resource coins.
Yeah. He must have been like, give me all your blue resources. Okay. Throttle red.
Immediately using those resources from the Teklo core, getting that value, and also not giving your
6.
opponent any other information about the cards in your hand.
Have to block 2. Because if you go down to 1, you just lose the payload. Sorry, Alex, you got to give 2 cards here.
Let's see what he chooses to do. He has that Sink Below.
I think I would love to bait the payload of, oh, I'm only really blocking 2. Okay, you know that he doesn't have a payload now because we did the zipper hit. Boosting it, getting rid of that card. That's fine because that's not going to happen in the end game. It's a great card to boost away, actually.
Indeed, you're not unhappy if you're Aiden to see that one go. At this point, it's unlikely you're going to be left with enough cards in your hand to get that maximum velocity off. Once again, demanding a block, though the pistol shot that comes at the end of this is not going to cause a block from Alex.
Alex has to use the Sink Below here. There you go.
Take the 1.
Don't commit from hand because you're getting greedy if you want more than a better block that way. So you are taking 1. You're both at 3.
Looks as though we missed a point of damage on the last turn.
Or
the judge might have caught
somebody clicked
that.
the wrong one. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see that Aiden at least is taking track of his life on his life pad there, so they'll be able to check if there was any mistakes made.
Gun takes him to 1.
To 1 here, keeping a 2-card hand.
Enough.
With no...
Oh, I'm going to use...
Oh, look at that,
Aiden. Shoot him again. I need one of those cards or you're dead.
This is why he's the dash player, and we're sitting yards away.
We always know about this shit.
Yeah, come on.
You have to let somebody who's watching in Lower South Carolina feel like there's some kind of stakes.
What do you have against Lower South Carolina?
I'm shouting them out twice.
That's true. Now, what's interesting is
I prefer them.
This was only available to Aiden because he was able to keep the boots around, unlike Alex, who had to use them after that Sink Below was boosted away on his turn. You have to wonder, are those Sink Belows doing what you want in this matchup, or is even the chance of having to use the boots in an inefficient way enough to... Because now Aiden only needs to block with 1 card here to stay alive, because he does not have the opportunity to present that extra kind of sneaky attack, almost like using your Silken Form and Dromai to push at Aether Ashwing when your opponent doesn't expect that they have to take another point of damage.
So gun for 2, maybe you're taking it, and then gun for 2 you're blocking, and then you're saying Teklo Core plus my 3 cards can get there.
Alex representing, I'm done. I'm face up. This is what I got. What do you got? And we will see in just a moment. What does Aiden got?
And I think that's a thing where maybe newer players haven't shown up to a big tournament where you do lose the game in sideboarding. Of a decision I made to be more defensive can bite me. A decision to put the non-mechanologist cards can be. And somebody who knows more about this is like, Sink Below is actually better. I think that's a thing where, okay, well, Aiden said, let's see.
Yeah.
And Aiden's going to most likely have the ability to attack at his opponent being at 1 health with like 3 attacks, which when Dash has the magic Dash has is usually enough. Perfect block. We're never using that card again. And it's a no-brainer block. I love no-brainer blocks when you're at the end game.
Yeah.
Of
like, well, I know I'm doing this.
I know I'm not doing the wrong thing.
And Alex, for being a new player, has played this game rather well with some very tight sequencing, allowing himself to represent enough damage to put the players here at even life. Although, once again, as we talked about, it's kind of the first player to really blink in these kind of aggressive matchups because we haven't seen Alex play towards that defensive mindset that perhaps the induction chamber might have shown a tendency for, shown an indication of at the beginning of the game. And so you'll wonder if at the end of this game he, depending on the results, is going to look back and say to himself, do I want the pounder, or if I'm going to go with this induction chamber, do I need to be more defensive to truly get the value out of my choice? We're on a second turn of this Teklo core, which is going to, I think, be huge here for Aiden. Every breakpoint requires 2 blocks now, which very likely will be able to close this game out.
2 cards. We boosted it.
With that Teklo Foundry Heart, he's probably going to have enough resources here to...
Now, zipper hit. Is that a breakpoint that has 4? It is.
It is. That's 2
Give
cards.
Me 2 cards.
This is going to be it, folks.
Shoot a pistol for game. 1, 2. Nothing left. It works out for Aiden. And Alex is probably like, okay, what can I learn from this? Maybe I played it the right way, but that dash got 1 point ahead of me. I think this is maybe this is why you show up to tournaments like this, because you will have this as a literal video of your game of like, let me go check every single thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just draw the cards in the wrong order. Maybe there was one time he could have been more aggressive. I don't really think so based on what we saw.
We didn't...
It felt like they played their hands.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, Aiden drew the power cards of high octanes and leverage them.
And that high octane at the beginning of the game actually mattered an enormous amount. That 6 damage that Aiden was able to push on a turn that often you don't get any damage leaked through, or if you do, maybe 2 or 3, unless you're playing a banishing hero like Rhinar. It's interesting to see that that turn ended up being so effective on that turn 1.
Aiden's smiley. I love that from seeing like, okay, I'm showing up to a tournament. I'm excited. But Alex isn't not smiling either. There's a pump. What is it called? A fist bump?
Yeah, it's called a fist bump.
Everybody's happy. I think one thing, too, is like, okay, Aiden's at a tournament. Maybe one of his first – this isn't a pro quest or anything, but it is.
Yeah.
It's that kind of competitive of Aiden's 2-0, feeling himself. I'm not scared of people. I've beat one of the best players in the world, and now I beat a dash matchup. So 2 wins away from getting a top 8 spot and getting some points to do all this in August as well.
And he knew he had to represent 3 floating. After we took a tough L in the first round, Aiden had to come in here and show what we're about so that people know what we know what we're talking about.
Now, so
same business as
we
usual.
have a special segment prepared for you all. Are you ready for Blake's hot takes?
Wait, what? Oh, no. What is this?
It is. Check this out.
This is a new thing.
New hot card.
I'm going to need that.
Blake.
That's a good picture, too.
Look at this flavor. What does this flavor tag say?
So did we have fun here? That's the thing I always say whenever I lose to aggro decks that kick the absolute patoot out of me, because it sucks playing the game whenever you just... Oh, you have 6 cards? I have 4. All right, let's see what happens here.
I'll block
4. You do
22 damage.
You do 8. All right. Let's try it again.
That was a special one for you,
Wounded,
birthday boy. So
yeah.
let's get into real cards. So, Wounded Bull. What a card, right?
Yeah,
we all
so
saw this
good.
one being as just like super powerful on release and just...
I think the one thing that always made me mad was like people are like, Wounded Bull blocks for 3. Why wouldn't you play it? And I was like, Wounded Bull blocks for 2. And people are like, no, I think it blocks for 3. It's from I know it's from Mortal Kombat Wraith. It blocks for 2. That's why nobody played it. Oh, it's so good though. I mean, you're not gonna be really blocking with it, are you? And it's just like, oh my gosh, why is this in an Icelander deck? If it's in an Icelander deck, why is it not in anything else? It's just literally the thought process of the hero power we can do this? Are we having fun?
That is a great question. Why isn't it in any other deck? Probably because other decks have better cards that they have access to.
Icelander has better cards, allegedly.
Not...
Are you saying the game designers of this company can't figure out an ice spell to put in here that's cooler than Wounded Bull? That's terrifying.
Look, it's all, it's all situational. The red spells, they cost money, and then they usually have to fuse them. So you need 3 cards to do this, and you're doing like 5 damage, maybe with like a hit effect or something. And Michael Hamilton was like, well, for 3 I can just get 7 or 8 probably.
Mm-hmm.
That seems way better. And you know what? He's just right.
Right. Why aren't we playing Surgeon Militia? Let's see if this card reader can bring up Surgeon Militia in 5 seconds. Let's see if that's one that, oh, this could fit into some decks. If you are blocking it, bumps it up. I don't know. Is it literally like a 3 for 8 is amazing in this game? Because like I'm used to 2 for 6.
2 card hand, 3 for 8 is not bad. Right?
Not bad.
And that's
if there was
after blocking 6 or 9. So you can block 9 and then attack for 8. That's really good.
Right.
I mean, the math just works out. It's shocking to me that nobody else figured this out, which always seems to be the case when anyone makes like a busted deck.
Yeah,
you're just like, why?
What?
Why couldn't I look at these cards and think of the same thing?
Because one thought process I have for you is we have our big majestic attacks for each thought process. Enlighten Strike, Command and Conquer, Nourishing Emptiness was kind of the Monarch one, Exude Confidence, those kind of things. Erase Face is our latest one from Uprising. If there was a majestic level attack action that was generic, that was 3 for 8, would it need a busted sentence on it too, or people would just play a 3 for 8 of you don't have to turn it on, it's 3 for 8 at all times?
I feel like no one would play it.
Yeah. So how are we playing this? What is going on?
All right, here we go.
Oh,
Next card coming up. It's
the Mai.
I think it's your favorite dragon too. Themai, the dragon who comes from Solana, who says,
oh, that makes sense that
can't
it's
play
from
cards
that.
or activate abilities during your turn, right? Straight up, the dragon from Solana is like, oh, actually, by the way, you don't get to play anything.
This is a hall monitor card. And if you play hall monitor cards because you enjoyed being a hall monitor growing up, remember that all hall monitors A-B, okay? So it's interesting. The Mai sucks when you're playing Icelander. This was a thing where I think the people in my community hated playing against my Icelander deck, so they would make sure to tech for it, and everyone started playing Dromai with 3 Thamais in there.
Yeah, we had a meeting. We all met up and thought we should do it.
It was
Justin was the leader.
Good.
He organized the effort, and they were like, this card will make Blake mad, and maybe we can get him to flip a table.
I think the best Thamai that was ever played against me, what is going on with this eyebrow right here? Was very interesting. Of like, I was at 33 health, maybe. It was like turn 2. The Mai came down and I didn't have a way to kill it with a spell, and I didn't draw into an attack reaction for maybe 3 turns, and I legitimately could not do anything because I was not drawing stuff to do on my own turn, and I just scooped and went to eat. So it's a card that turns off. Like, I think one thing, okay, here's the actual rant or whatever, because we're doing the whole thought process of, at Worlds, we have stuff for brand new players. It's fresh to Fab, and we're going to teach you how to play the game. And we want to make sure that new players can have great environments and great stuff without doors being shut in their face. This is a door shutter card. I want to play Wizard. Why is there a door shutter card for my entire class?
Well, as Kiwi Stalker points out in the chat, you could just play Scar for a Scar to kill it.
Oh. Can I have a tutor card for Scar for a Scar in the exact second that I need it?
Well, you run 3 of those and then a bunch of Wounded Bulls. You could kill it easily.
I think the other thing I'm about to... Like, I want a tutor card for Icelander. I feel like that would make the deck just, like, sing and be great. I don't think anybody that ran this Wounded Bull list would play the tutor card because they're like, the deck's great already. And you're just like...
To be fair,
I want to do wizard stuff.
I don't think anybody's playing this card anymore. So.
The Mai?
Yeah.
I have 3 in my deck box at home just in case I play an Icelander. Do you put it in against Guardian, Justin? You gotta say it loud enough for the chat. They can't hear not in head. Justin said,
I don't know anybody who plays this card.
I hate this card, so I want to live in the world that you live. Justin says, I have one more to make Blake even more mad and make him pinker somehow, if
Let's
it's even
see
possible.
What it is.
Legendary Guardian boots.
They've got
Has
temper, and they
everyone
block for
seen
6.
this already?
They block for 6. Or
Temper? You can use it 6 times before it's over? Jeez Louise. So here's where we're going with this.
Fair.
Do you know why this is infuriating?
No, why? It seems fine.
Let's...
Because it doesn't also attack.
Doesn't do damage if you hit them, the spiky parts of the boots. So here's why this is annoying. So Guardian is a class in Welcome to Wraith. And it started off with Bravo. And then he got some support in Arc, but it wasn't really his main shindig. Then there was Crucible.
He got
he got Command and Conquer. It's probably the best card he has available to him to pummel, whatever. He got the best pummel target in the game. Then Crucible, we got our arm equipment we've never not equipped since then. Righteous Cleansing? I don't know if we care about that. Yeah, I've never used the text on this. And then after Crucible, we had Monarch. And Monarch gave them Rouse the Ancients. So what I'm trying to say is there hasn't been a release where Guardian did not get something. However, through that, and then we also had Everfest. Here's Pulverize, the best attack in the game to flip the game in your thing. And that was after Terra Sunder from Tales of Aria, which is the best thing that just closes games without trying to... You can't interact at all. After that... Everfest. Now, what did they get in whatchamacallit? We care about Oasis. They can block even better. They got better blocking cards and all these things too. Better attacks, better blocks, better pizza. And now
Papa John's.
Everything they've always said is, dude, can we get some Guardian legendary shoes? How many sets do we have to go without getting any Guardian shoes whatsoever? And it's like, how could you want more after all you've received?
It's called privilege.
Yeah. It is kind of like, look at the back of the line and wonder why you're not there, because you got not a legendary shield. You got another shield. Oh, the shield's not good. I wish it was shoes instead. You literally have more options at shoes than most classes do, because you don't have a clear best option. You can just splash in my Arcane Barrier in our shoes. Yes, we're talking about Trent. You nailed it in the chat. We're talking about every Guardian online ever who goes, you know what? It'd be nice if I had... and this was a serious sentence that somebody said. They said, I would settle for legendary Guardian shoes that blocked for 2 and had 1 Arcane Barrier. And it's like... There has never been... Literally, they called it Arcanite Skullcap, and it was a $300 card for a year and a half. Like, yeah, I would take that as shoes, too, bud. Thanks for everything today.
All right, well...
But we're pink now, and...
just so you know, Blake, the legendary Guardian boots...
They're real?
They're not real.
Oh,
they're not real. It's just... That one's just a joke.
They're not real yet.
Wounded Bull is real. And Barraging Blake, we can only hope, because it seems like it attacks for nothing, but maybe you just fill in the amount you want to attack for when you do it.
It depends on how pissed I am at the end of the day, yeah. Barraging.
It depends on how many E's and sheesh when you yell it when you play this card.
Randy got here just in time for that, too. Is this a spoiler card for...
Yeah. This is Arcane Games and Events spoiler
for Kingdoms, the one after Dynasty?
Barraging Blake.
Okay, well, rant's over.
Blake needs a
Are
break
we having
now
fun?
Because
yeah.
he needs to cool off.
He's Can you see this? My leg. Just completely undid the setup.
This is a family show. We gotta go.
Oh my gosh, keep it real.
We'll be right back in a few minutes. We are back. Wow, my microphone is too low. I am joined once again with Sam. I keep saying with Sam.
We're
by
here.
Sam.
We're here with each other. Bye together.
It's fine. It's been a day. And, man, what a crazy matchup that was. But we got another great matchup coming in hot Anthony and Craig rematch. So Calling 2. Was it So Calling 2? That's right. 3. Sorry. There's been so many at this point. So we've got another ice match. And boy, are my arms tired.
We've got Oldhim versus Icelander here. This is gonna. We saw Craig earlier today. I believe we've also seen Anthony, right? A couple times.
Yeah, Anthony has been on stream several times.
Yeah, these as we talked about at the beginning of the stream, these are very established, well-known players in our local meta. They're two beasts who are excited to get to watch do their thing.
Yeah, and Blake wanted me to mention that all 3 of the people that we made profiles for are in the top 4 now. So you're welcome. We apparently know what we're doing, or at least Justin did when he put those slides together for us.
Yeah.
So, no big deal. We're just the best in the game. Greatest there ever was.
That's it. Looks like we got opening hands being drawn up.
Let's hop right into this.
So as the higher seed here, Anthony elected to go first. We can see with that tunic counter going on his tunic. He's got the Heart of Find All in his opening hand. This is now, if you pitch your Heart of Find All in the first turn, you have the greatest likelihood of getting the most value out of that card. If you can gain 2 life out of pitching a card,
that's
a $300 value right there.
Yeah, the cost gets split every time you pitch it. So if you pitch it 3 times, it's only like $100 card.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Pretty sweet. So yeah, you love to see that first, turn 0. And, I'm just got a little bit distracted because Craig has Crown of Seeds, which I'm not that surprised by, but I know often Oldhim players aren't always playing that in this matchup just because it can be sometimes harder to get your arsenal moving. A little late on the fist bump there, guys, but, sure, why not?
It's
Channel
okay.
Lake Frigid.
Channel Lake Frigid.
Good game,
Hell
I
yeah. But so we get to see AB3 plus a quasi AB in the Crown of Seeds there for Craig. That's going to allow him to completely mitigate something like a blue Aether Ice Vein and potentially even a yellow Aether Ice Vein coming out of the Icelander player. I wonder how much AB you kind of need in this matchup to feel perfectly comfortable. How often, knowing that Icelander can be throwing these physical attacks at you, do you ever think to yourself, man, I wish this was a Crater Fist?
I think you probably do sometimes until it's the end of the game and they're just slinging spells at you that you can't block. So I think AB3 is where you're feeling as comfortable as you can in this matchup. Craig, I know, is a pretty defensive player. Even when he was back in the Starvo meta, he played a really interesting kind of defensive version of that deck that he piloted to a lot of success. So we'll just have to see. I haven't seen Craig on stream today. Did we have Craig on stream today? I
We
forget.
did. We had Craig versus Angel.
Oh, that's right.
We had the Briar matchup
Nice.
with a pretty wild full equipment block on that first turn that didn't quite go the Briar's way, but we give him points for trying.
All right, so Enlightened Strike, just, easy 7. I think this Channel Lake Frigid's probably going away, but it served its purpose. It was annoying, and then it's gone.
And against a Guardian like Oldhim versus a Guardian like Bravo, the Channel Lake Frigid, when a Guardian is consistently pitching to the Tectonic Plating into the weapon swing, or Tectonic Plating into Tear Asunder into the weapon swing, your Channel Lake Frigid's probably going to get a little more value from what I understand of this matchup. Do you feel like the Channel Lake does similar work into Oldhim when they're often just throwing one big thing at you?
Kind of. I think it probably makes it harder to pitch for Crown of Seeds, if anything. But, yeah, I think it's going to be a slightly less impactful in this matchup. I think Oldhim tends to not care as much. So Anthony's not going to waste his time trying to prioritize it being out there. But, in the right hand, it can definitely make things difficult against any opponent.
But once again, we are seeing just the versatility of this Icelander deck. You keep a 2-card hand, throw 7 efficient damage that Craig elects to take all of.
Ooh.
He likes those 5 cards. He's got access to 4 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal.
Craig's feeling spicy right now, and I'm into it.
This is Rogue Craig. He's wearing shoes. There are no flip-flops on this man. He is on another level today. He had pants and shoes on.
Wow.
So-
That's how cold. You know it's cold
Yeah.
outside. Craig's got shoes on. So Rouse the Ancient coming out, flashing that Command and Conquer and Debilitate.
A quick flash. You don't need to really worry about
You know
it.
what it is, Anthony. It's coming for you.
Now, Command and Conquer into Icelander. It feels like the threat on the Arsenal is so mitigated by the ability of the Icelander here to, if they want to, just play that card right to the Arsenal, removing that kind of threat on the card.
Yeah, I think, it's kind of thing where you wait and see if Anthony's going to play out his Arsenal, and then you don't really need to play the CNC. But if he doesn't, there's a good chance it might be an attacker defense reaction. So coming in with that makes it a little awkward for him right now. Not threatening pummel, but still CNC, always a threat. But here we go. We have our backup, one-time use Crown of Seeds, the Crown of Providence, putting in work.
Absolutely. And, Craig took 7 to throw back 13. That's a good exchange.
It's not bad, especially if you're, the Icelander's not going to get the kind of chip on your and their turn. It can really be a pain in the tuchus, as they say.
And the Tuchus does not like to be pained, from what I understand of the Tukai,
That's right.
the plural.
It's pronounced tushy.
Yeah.
Okay, so CNC doing what it does. It gets rid of the Arsenal one way or the other.
Oh, it
Man,
looks
that
like
was just a good turn
yeah.
for Craig there.
we see a Frost Hex, a Wounded Bull, and I think 2 other attack actions perhaps in Anthony's hand, which could have something to do why the Crown of Providence was so effective there at helping filter that Arsenal. If this turn is going to be more simple, big Wounded Bull coming in instead of trying to string together arcane damage out of the Arsenal, Waning Moon.
Yeah, my guess is that he probably had a similar card in Arsenal. It's probably a little rough for him right now that his only blue is this Frost Hex.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess he would want to get that out to set up his combo, or at least, a portion of it. But as we've seen in Anthony's games early in the day, he can get by on 1 or 2 Frost Hexes pretty well. And time his, either a mini combo and not fully relying on OTK to win this kind of matchup.
I know you've played a fair amount of Icelander. When you pitch a Frost Hex at this point in the game, it's 26 to 33. We've been through about 4 turns total each. Are you counting on seeing that Frost Hex again towards your combo, or are you thinking to yourself, I'm going to see the other 2 before I get this back in my pitch stack? How often do you feel like at this point of the game you're playing towards your pitch stack now, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think at this point that Frost Hex is gone. Even if when he comes back to it, it's hard to get a Frost Hex out, especially against a deck that can have disruption towards your hand. So I'm guessing he's relying on the other 2 Frost Hexes in the deck to come through, and he'll have time to set up his amulets and Insidious Chills as well. Although Craig just taking a lot of cards from him. I think Anthony's trying to slow the game down here a bit. It's been a bit hot, but Craig is like, nah, we're turning up the temperature.
Yeah.
Pummel. Boom.
Taking the whole hand out of Anthony and keeping it. Icelander likes to be at very similar life totals. They like to keep the parity all the way down to the end of the game where they can kill you on your turn. And so for Craig to be sitting at his opponent just passing back at a healthy 5-point little lead here and having the agency in the front foot to come at the Icelander again, you have to wonder if he's feeling good about where he is at this point in the game.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. You got
When you throw a Terra Sunder down.
Just a easy Terra Sunder coming in for 5 and a huge hit effect.
And what was interesting there is, so the Terra Sunder is going to give this Winter's Wail Dominate. The Dominate will also, if the card hits, take 2 cards out of Anthony's hand here, as well as give a Frostbite. And there was no seemingly kind of call for priority between those 2 moves. He played the Terra Sunder, he attacked with the weapon, almost as though he expected there to be no response, or he knew Anthony didn't have anything here. So I wonder if Anthony had already made a motion to, or some kind of signal to show that, no, you're good. You do your thing.
Yeah, these guys both just very skilled pilots on these decks, so they're going to be playing pretty quickly, honestly. I think
Teammates as well.
they are. I'm sure they've played this matchup many times.
I was talking a little bit of smack because two of the people I came with beat 2 members of the experience, but and shout out once again to Aiden Kwasniewski for making top 8 there. But we do have the three members of the experience coming in here at the top 8 and just showing us what's what.
You love to see it, but that's what this game's all about. It's about upsets. Just because you've won some things doesn't mean you're going to win everything. Luck plays a small portion, and then just some days the deck you brought is not the answer you needed.
The almighty gem it can giveth, and it can taketh away.
Yeah. Praise gem.
So we've got a fused red Aether Ice Vein coming in from Anthony, threatening to immediately equalize the life total and at least strip 1 card out of the hand. There's no Insidious Chill here to threaten a second discard effect. There's no Amulet Device. This is a face-up red Aether, but most likely going to be followed up with the Waning Moon, given that we already have a card in Arsenal. Keeping a Channel Lake here, I'm not sure if that's what Anthony's going to elect to do or not, but it does.
Yeah, it seems like a waste to do that. He's got to get that chip damage in to get these life totals a little bit closer.
Craig showing he wants to mitigate some of this damage by pitching the Terrace Under and then discarding a card to the Aether Ice Vein effect.
Nice.
All right, and then here is that Waning Moon for 2. Waning Moon being an instant, you do not need an action point to come in for those 2 extra points of damage. No floating for Craig, so any other defense here is going to require a card.
Got some deck lists here.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Craig, of course, running 5 pummels.
I haven't been passed a note since 4th grade.
Do you like me? Yes, I do, Sam. Thank you.
Icelander Stormbind. That's not yes or no.
All right, so yeah, this game's kind of going as you would hope for Icelander. He doesn't have any of his combo pieces set up, and Craig's just gonna drop this E-Pot, which pretty good for him. Although he's holding on to a card, but he's got to play it a little bit slower, I think, and be careful of the things that Icelander can throw his way that can, once again mess up his hand.
He's restarted on his Tunic counter as well, so he might be playing towards, the almighty Tunic pummel, making sure he's setting himself up for the future in 2 turns when he has that available to him, and preparing for... I remember I saw a game, I don't remember if it was the World Championships, where being able to activate your energy pot at instant speed was how the player was able to get through the Frost Hex combo, because he was able to activate the energy pot, clear away all those Frost bites before the Frost Hexes were able to close the game. So perhaps that's a kind of insurance play for Craig to make sure he has his get out of jail free in case Anthony is playing towards that combo line.
Absolutely. It's a really cool move, and if you're not aware of it, can really catch you by surprise when you try to go for your kill move as Icelander. I definitely have had it done to me, and you're just like, oh no.
Hold on. That's not fair.
all my damage
so
that I just took to not do any back.
Amulet of Ice has been resolved, which we already know deep down inside Craig is furious, as his answer to the which card should be banned in the metagame right now, his answer was Amulet of Ice, so staring it down across the table must just bring up boiling rage. Although he has just elected to block 9 here.
Let's see the rage on his
Yes,
face.
you can
Look
see
at
it.
that.
Yeah, I can tell. I met the man once, about 3 hours ago. I know his inner workings of his
Top
soul
3
at this
words
point.
to describe Craig is rage.
Rage,
sandals,
anger,
and
lust.
nice guy.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. Icy Hammer coming back at you.
Now, do you think if you're facing a Guardian player and they are coming at you with a Winter's Wail threatening a Frostbite, and they say Frosty Hammer for 4, does it make you more angry or less angry? Like, I like that you said that. Or Frosty Hammer. Just say a Winter's Wail.
Winter's Wail pitching an ice card, threatening a frostbite.
All right, well, maybe I understand. So, as we discussed earlier, what does Icelander want to do in this matchup? They want to keep the life totals at parity and set themselves up to kill you when it's time, when they've set it up, right? Anthony was at that life deficit, 4 turns ago, and now here we are. Anthony he's actually in the life lead, which maybe when your Icelander is a somewhat disadvantage, as it turns off your Finals Fighting Spirit, turns off your Scar for a Scar. So Anthony might be looking to take a punch here to make sure some of his deck can go.
Yeah, I think, Anthony reacting to the cards he's drawing a bit, was a bit aggressive to start the game, and then has pivoted to close the gap in their live totals, and now he's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. Although you're never that comfortable against Craig. Actually, Anthony might be sweating. I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
In there. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we don't have a sweat cam, unfortunately.
We need to get some sensors on these guys to get some vitals into our UI up here. So Command and Conquer with the Ice Quake. So threatening a Frostbite and CNC hit effect. Just old him things of how do you make CNC better? You give it +1 and an extra on hit.
It's interesting. Craig was talking about how different the game plan is as Oldhim after the Pulse of Eisenloft ban, and I think Icequake is a perfect example of a card that you wouldn't see when you were playing towards Oakenold, but now that you're not really caring as much about blue Earth cards, you can play cards like your Icequakes, your blue Winter's Bite, cards that you want to pitch towards your defense reaction when you need to, but then also have text and can enact game effects in a situation like this. 7 damage Command and Conquer requires much more than a 6 damage Command and Conquer. That's often 2-3 blocks can take care of it.
One more than 6.
Precisely.
But when you're playing a lot of 2 blocks like Icelander, that can be pretty brutal. Might take upwards of 4 cards. So I think Anthony is thinking about responding. No, he already played Cold Snap, so he drew a card. So he's got the 5. Do you have 5 cards in hand? Mm-hmm. I can't count anymore.
Yeah, he's working with 5 cards. Use the Tunic counter on the Cold Snap. See how he wants to respond to this.
Doesn't have an arsenal, so this is really just threatening.
This is damage.
And damage.
And we saw Anthony was willing to take that deficit to kind of equalize the game on his own terms over the next 2 or 3 turns. We'll see if he wants to take that passage or that route here or move in a different direction.
Yeah, I assume he needs to keep this game, slower and not leak too much damage to make sure that he has the space to play out the pieces of his combo. It could be that, he just keeps chipping Craig down to a point where he can pop off in a normal way, but I don't know. For the most part, I've always seen Frost Hex as being part of the win condition in this matchup.
Yeah, we've only seen one be pitched, so none resolved yet for Anthony here. See if he's looking towards a different game plan or just trying to get towards that point.
Yeah. Sometimes you just don't see the cards till late in the game, and Icelander's not one to shuffle her deck, so just got to wait and see. Getting that 1 point of damage in Frostbite. Hit effect from the Icequake, no arsenal to lose, and passing it over to Anthony. Checking out his discard.
So what does a Frostbite do if you're Icelander here? I remember Michael Hamilton was actually talking about how you're playing these cards that are so on rate, they're so good for what their rate is, that a single Frostbite can actually quite affect your turn. If you're expecting to just go 3 for 7 and all of a sudden has to be 4, that might affect your ability to put a card in your arsenal or pitch towards the Waning Moon. And as we see, it looks like he's going to be forced to activate that energy potion to mitigate that Frostbite's effect.
Yeah, I think that's, one of a good use for it. It could be saved for a bigger combo with Ice Eternal, but, in a pinch, things like, just same thing for, Craig's side, the energy potion can be used to just get rid of the Frostbite when it's just in the way of doing what you need to do.
It's interesting, the energy potion being a no block going into the Guardian matchup. You're already running the Amulet of Ice. I wonder if you're worried at all about being caught with both of those in your hand at once. Clearly, Anthony found it more valuable to, with these more icy Oldhims out there in the meta, make sure he had an answer for a moment like this when a single Frostbite would have made this turn significantly worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think energy potion's kind of a standard. It's hard in Icelander. I don't think you're siding out too many blues, but because Oldham's not presenting as many like big dominate hit effects, or in the case where they are dominated hit effects,
It's mostly the
one
Winter's Wail.
non-black's not gonna really kill you.
Totally. Clearly, it proved its effectiveness here.
We will see. All right, 22 all. Just, these games are nuanced and can be interesting, but sometimes it's just back and forth chip damage until someone gets that edge. And right now, I think both players are. It's funny how aggressive this game started and just how much it has slowed down. I think Anthony's been around 23 health for the past 3 or 4 turns.
Which makes you wonder if he is playing towards that combo, if he's really looking for those pieces. He doesn't want to try to win with...
He hasn't even seen it. I think he's finally got an Insidious Chill in hand. He's got another Amulet of Ice. We could possibly play both those out. But then again, he's got 2 attacks in there as well, which probably going to sling one of these bad boys and then save something for Arsenal. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Insidious Chill going there.
Having to pitch the Insidious Chill.
That makes sense. As Icelander, playing out a 0-cost Ice Blue from Arsenal is just tasty. It's everything you want. It gives a Frostbite, it advances your game plan, and didn't cost you a single card to fucking play it.
And once again, the life totals being even there, not allowing that Wounded Bull to get that extra point of attack value. So sometimes...
Huge. We'll see if that is the difference.
The 1 point.
The 1 point. There you go. Craig, 2 E-Pots out. He's building up his combo. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have a combo.
Craig was talking earlier about feeling comfortable fatiguing a good amount of matchups, especially the aggressive matchups. I'm not sure if that's his game plan going into this, but it does look as though he's effectively kind of kept the game pretty even here, and I wonder if he's looking to grind Anthony out of options, out of cards, survive that Frost Hex turn, and then have more cards than his opponent, win from there.
Yeah, I feel like it's not the move you want to make, just because the longer you give Icelander the chance to set up a combo against you, it was the slow old hymns that the combo was just I just play this out. I'm just gonna OTK you, and there's nothing you can do about it because you move too slow. So I think Old Him really needs to have the ability to be more aggressive, or in the case where you can set up your end game, or the second cycle of your deck to really just ensure that you're going to disrupt their hands so much that they won't be able to pull off the combo when you get there.
I think we've only seen the 1 pummel, so Craig could either have those still set up or still coming to pressure the life total of the Icelander even more here.
Yeah, because he does have Glacial Footsteps. He's got Pulverize, good amount of pummels, although I think he's lost a couple from blocking. And then what was it?
Even the Macho Grande perhaps is a late game.
He's not running Endless Winters, though, which is interesting. I know in his older deck he did have that, but... Oh, yeah, he told me he swapped... Welcome back. We are ready.
I saw my jacket on.
Well, it's cold, man.
Yeah.
Not only is it cold, but there's, water falling from the sky, and I'm all wet now because I went outside to get coffee.
And you were like, Blake, is it raining?
Blake, is it raining?
That window, it wasn't.
No, it's not raining.
We went out the back. It was raining only on one side of the building.
Very hard.
Very sad.
Here I am. It's fine. I'll be fine. I'm sure I won't get any kind of illness or ailment because I was outside in the rain without a hood.
Pneumonia?
Pneumonia.
Top 8.
Top 8. Let's do it.
How many of each hero? You got it all memorized?
We got 1 Old Him. We've got 2 Icelanders. We got 1 Fi. We've got 2 Viscerize.
I guess we could just click this button.
And a dash. I was almost there, too.
Dash.
Yeah, so pretty good. Both Oh, wait, not both. I was going to say both old hymns made it, but no. 50% of the old hymns converted to top 8.
100% of the purple guy.
100% of Viscerai converted to top 8. So there you go. Viscerai still very good. What else? So we've got John Zapata in the top seed. He's going to be playing, crowd favorite Zane Johnson. We'll see how that goes. Apparently the Dash player is on the
Tree
Frog Dash, which I don't know. I feel like New Zealand players just keep trying to make stuff up. So
Dennis did tell me, I was asking him a question about his, because I also check decks now. I was like, let me expand my repertoire a bit. I'm deck checking people. I was like, why do you have this card? He's like, I took out 9 Blades to put in Runic to mess with Icelander. I was like, great. But he said, now I don't have anything for Dash. So hopefully that works out for him. He did just murder someone on stream, so he could take a break maybe. But if you look at that top 8, what's that 3-6? We've seen this before.
Craig Pollock, Chris Iali. This is a rematch. Just epic.
The barn burner.
It's this. If you watched last stream, this one was a very sad game until it was a very exciting game.
Right.
And then it was a little sad, but it turned out to be pretty good. So you know what? We're going to do it again and see if anything has changed.
They're on different heroes. Oh, wait. It's the exact same one.
Same heroes, same players, same matchup. Quarterfinals, top 8 here at the AGE Open February edition, Valentine's Day edition. I'm excited. I'm here with Blake again. And we haven't been together since this morning.
No. Has it been that long?
Basically.
It feels like the first time. Whoa. I
fixed our hair before.
am excited for this. We're going to do 3 matches and somebody's going to win.
3 matches and then someone. That's exactly how the top 8 works.
There's no winners well?
There's no winners well. There's no Amulet of Ice.
Chris doesn't have Amulet of Ice. What else are we doing? Chris put different arrows in?
Chris is on the no fuse list, so he's just doing Voltaire Lexi things.
15 damage a turn.
And then Craig is like, I have a hammer still. It's not cold, but it's a hammer, so he's going to smash some things.
That'll be fun. Do we click this button now? Okay, here.
Let's go right into our match.
What is this building behind Craig Pollock?
That's Craig Pollock's house. Oh, that's not true. I heard the power went out today, so that's not his house. That's somebody else.
It would be dark. There's no house behind Chris Iali.
That's because he's floating in the sky. I love that Lexi's art is just her floating in the air, and yet there's nothing about her lore or card ability that leads me to believe that she flies, but she definitely floats a bit. Not that that is relevant to anything, but we're here, we're excited, and we're going to go into the first untimed round.
I was about to say, there's no 6 there. It's all zeros.
It's all zeros. We're just here to watch these 2 players smash it out. And I don't expect this to be a very long game. I am very curious to see if Chris has adapted his deck particularly for this matchup. I don't think there's a lot you can do against Guardian as Ranger that really gives you more of an edge. I think you're just hoping to see your best cards before they wreck your time.
We're talking about Rain Razor.
Rain Razors. Lightning Press.
We're talking about Lightning Press.
Talking about Endless Arrows. We're talking about Bolton Shots.
What's good is he gets to start with Voltaire, so he doesn't have to draw that. So that'll do most of the work for him. Could you imagine if you had to draw your weapon in this game?
It would be so bad if you had to draw your weapon and play it.
That's an armory that we'll do next week, probably.
Shuffle all your equipment in your deck, and it costs an action to play it.
Craig is cracked. So it's a Dragon Slayer moment here for Chris Iali. He wrote down, who's your boogeyman you want to beat? It's the guy that beat me last time. I want to take down Craig. Craig wrote somebody that is no longer in contention. So no boogeymans left for Craig. Let's see if people can do it today.
Craig's just here, as always, to have a good time and play Guardian. That's what he likes to do. No flip-flops today because it is,
Yeah.
like I said, raining.
Wet.
It is so wet outside. After being in a drought for a decade, it's just so wild. But
Have we talked about point goblins yet, or is that a top 8 worthy conversation?
what have we talked about?
Point goblins,
Point goblins.
the people that Chris O'Halley's against. Of all they're doing is trying to maximize their points per pitch and points of damage. He was like, "We got to get rid of these point goblins." Okay, we got a Pathing Helix and another card in Arsenal. We're putting all the onus back onto Craig of what do you got in your opening hand? I'm gonna have a 6-card hand to start off next time.
That seems fair.
Yeah, he does not like that. Craig said, I'm going to keep running 6 pummels. I'm going to play the best card against you immediately.
He's
And-
like, oh, you've got 2 arsenals? This is even better. And I think Chris has a remembrance in hand, which makes it even worse. But hopefully he's got 2 arrows, and hopefully Craig doesn't have a second pummel. I love he's flashing this first pummel just to be
I think
like,
he is. He says, I have another one.
yeah.
I'm just messing with you
I
right
just
now.
want you to know that this is going to hurt. Is that a Rain Razors too?
That would not be good because if that
If
third
this
card
is-
is an ice card, it's just game.
I hope this isn't just a rematch. I think it is a Rain Razors. I hope it's not just a rematch.
Ooh,
It is a pummel too.
Jesus. He's cracked. He's doing it. This is literally going to be the grossest pummel of the day. I
Yep.
don't think there will be a pummel that takes away 3 cards from opponent.
Look at
this-
the value. The
yeah.
value.
It's 2 damage, but 3 cards.
If only
of
he could
these-
respond to
3 of a kind hitting the discard pile.
this.
What is he saying? He's like, oh, do you have a defense reaction? You can't play it. Is he saying, wonder what they're talking about.
Can he do something in response?
He wants to remembrance after he blocks with these, so he can put the 3 of a kind back in, maybe?
No.
No. He
I
was
think-
discarding. He's going to keep the Rain Razor. Don't say that too loud, so Craig can hear. Just 2 damage, but that's a lot of damage blocks with an offensive thing. Like that, Craig would literally choose that to start the game every
Yes,
time.
if we
he
were to
could.
point goblin this up,
Yes.
the number of points
Gobble
that Craig
those points.
just prevented
He's pointing.
was quite high, with both the Rain Razors, 3 of a kind, and the Remembrance all going to the discard. I think what Craig was pointing out was the resolution of the 2 hit effects that he got to choose which one goes first. I'm not sure if there was some kind of interaction that could have happened before that, because I don't think there's a priority window there, but maybe there is. Craig's very good at this game. I just
he
trust
knows
everything
what's
he
going
does.
on.
Although we did get the hot tip, we did ask him if he thought about ice reacting against John Zapata earlier when he was just going wide with attacks, and he just looked stunned at the idea that he could have done that.
Yeah.
So,
So, John Zapata, you're put on notice.
even Craig makes mistakes. So
Thunderquake,
Thunderquake, just easy.
easy 8
Pitching yet
damage.
another pummel. Craig is running 6 pummels in this deck, which makes me laugh because I just associate Craig with pummels these days.
He said most of the lists he's looking at for Oldham after the bans dropped 3 of the pummels, and he was like, "Bro, I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna put more pummels in." I was like, "Does that mean 9?" And he was like, "No, 6." So I don't know if he was chilling with 5 for a bit.
I think he went down to 5, then he went down to 3, and now he's back up to 6. I think for ProQuest season he was down to 3.
And if your player is trying to get better, I think when Craig Pollock says, "This feels like a pummel meta to me," I think if you run a hero that has 2 damage attacks, what is that doing in there? Last ditch effort?
He is a last ditch effort.
What does that mean? He's going to cycle a card by using his bow
To
because
do
he doesn't want 2 Rain Razors.
that's
That's
fair.
not going to work. This is a very bad start for Chris Hiley. He's drawn his deck out of order. He's getting pummel command and conquered. Everything is going wrong.
It is bad, but he's only leaked 2 damage, so
Right.
it could be much worse, to be honest.
And seeing stuff like Last Ditch Effort or Blue Bolt and Shot, those are not your premium arrows, so maybe you're not like, he's not that disappointed as much as it may seem.
It's really funny he's got that last-ditch effort in there. I'm curious. I'm curious what matchup that really shines in. So
Just in case an Arachne shows up. I love that low, like, not a single person has tried Arachne and brought it to a field that we've done so far.
that's because the only people who like playing it are either commentating or judging the event.
That's true. That is true. Command and Conquer, right back. Just pitch a yellow. The third Rain Razor, so he needs to shuffle his deck. It is something where when you get deck checked, go ahead and spend 25 minutes shuffling. Because deck checking, when everybody puts your stuff into red, yellow, blue, it really just feels like it clumps up. That's a pro tip
That is a pro tip.
from an amateur. 6 damage.
Shout out to Kiwi Stalker in the chat. Thanks for saying hi.
Yeah. Brian Teletori, top 12 finisher today. He's getting points.
He's getting points. Everyone's getting points. Yeah, if you're not familiar with the AGE Open Series, it is a 1K event today, but the series, people accumulate points for their how well they do, and then at the end of the series, we will have a Players' Championship featuring the best players. I believe it will be a top 16 situation, maybe top 8. I don't remember, but
Something crazy that just happened. Command and Conquer came down, and Craig did not Crown of Seeds it away. So what is in his arsenal that he wants in his arsenal no matter what? I feel like that means pummel. Or maybe a defense reaction.
yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'm not sure.
What can you buy with your points? Don't worry about it.
You can buy
Gotta wait until they accumulate.
entry into the Players' Championship.
To be decided at a later date.
Yes. How much points you need to get in depends on how many times Craig just wins this tournament.
Yeah. Jeez.
Because that'll set the ceiling and then the floor for that cutoff.
So I think the most you could have after 2 is 60, and Craig's currently at like 45 or something.
Yeah. Just doing pretty well, as we would expect from the man we named the Scourge of Pasadena.
Interesting that we're looking through graveyards already. This is a very slow, methodical thing, which I'm wondering if Chris is like putting a puzzle together, or if he's like honestly drawing all those cards early on was so bad. He's blocking with 2 cards on a winner on what is this called? Titan's Fist, which
Titan's
is
Fist.
maybe 4 damage tops. We're seeing. I think he's gonna pitch stack for later. He's like, okay, now I have an endless arrow and a 3 of a kind at the end of the game.
And a rain razor is on the bottom there. He pitched
So-
earlier. So
Chris is gonna block for another, what is that, 7 or 8 turns, and then just turn it on. But I don't
it's
know if
more
there'll
like
be anything
12
left.
or more, but
What's 48 divided by 4? 7.
17.5.
Craig winning increases the value of my points. Yes, it is good to root for people that already have a bunch of points. This is disable red. Hate to see it. 2 floating means it's a pummel.
That right there means it's a pummel. This has a similar feeling to our previous matchup from our last.
I mean,
Or,
Chris just took a beating.
yeah, that one he went like down to 1, and Craig was at like 30 something, and then Chris scraped his way back to making it a very close game. So I feel like the fact that he's thinking long term, he's pitch stacking, he's trying to block up a little bit more and set up an end game state where he can just crush Craig, but getting there will be the tricky part. You got to last long enough to see all your cards.
Right. And I think just as much as we're talking about Chris Iali pitch stacking, Craig is putting 3 cards in a certain order at the bottom of his deck.
Oh yeah.
So it's not like there's no slouch over there.
He's got a sink below down there. Like he's gonna draw into some good defensive moves when Chris draws into his offensive moves.
Chris blocks with his face to do his first offensive turn. He's going to go ahead and use Voltaire. He's going to probably give this +1 because anytime Bolton Shock has more than its base, it'll gain go again itself.
That's
I
right.
believe this is a yellow one based off the number. And this is a thing where we're going to wonder about this is Craig's first time seeing any kind of attack. Which one of your opponents at 24? That's insane. It's
Yeah.
like, what force field is around Craig Pollock right now?
We're at, well,
The
when
hopes and dream of Simi Valley.
when you start when you start the game by CNC pummeling your ranger with dual arsenal slots, it's pretty tough to crawl back from there, and you need to regroup, rethink, and recenter yourself to be able to weather the storm that Craig Pollock is presenting.
Reduce, reuse, recycle, reweather this storm, all that good stuff. Is Craig going to be using his ice reacts against us?
If he remembers that that's a thing he can do.
Ooh.
Or he's just going to Oasis Respite.
Oasis and do that. So whatever damage you have coming up next, we're also going to hit.
Fatigue shot coming in for 6. This one halves your attack, your first attack. Pretty good
Titan's
against.
Fist goes down to 1.5, which does round up.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
That seems nice. Can't let Ranger be too good.
Here comes the... Dude, those look so nice in Cold Fire. I saw one of those recently. I was like, that is a good card to show new people.
Rampart?
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of Seeds, too. Beautiful cards.
Blocking 3, +1 from the Crown of Seeds hasn't been... So he's going to take 3. This is if it hits at all, it halves. So his next attack will not be that strong, but it's still just 2 damage. I think
And
I
he
just said-
blocked 4.
Yeah, I think I just said he's only blocking 3, and now he's down to 38.
Blocking 3, taking 3, takes 2 at 38. Titan's Fist coming in. Doesn't seem like, from watching Craig at least, doesn't seem like the change to Titan's Fist has dramatically affected his game plan or his results.
Right.
To be frank, it just changes how he thinks about what he pitches for it. I think that's probably why he has the Autumn's touch in here, to make sure he's turning on the extra bonus power you get from pitching a. Is it the cost of the card or the power of the card?
Cost of the card
cost of
is
it, yeah.
3 or higher.
3 or higher, yeah.
Owly has a really good hand, but it's a little awkward because he's got the 3 of the kinds and 2 lightning presses. So can he lightning press an arrow before we do the 3 of a kind? That's not how that works. So once again, just drawing his hands completely out of order.
He's really going to hate us for putting him on stream again.
There's something about the water in Pasadena.
Every time I come back from getting a deck check and eating Panda Express,
See, I just snorted into the microphone. That was funny. Jeez.
whoopsie.
He's really like, damn, I'm about to go to 24 and have a non-hand in a second. He's
about to
almost
go to
hoping he gets
20.
ice reacted so he can put some of this back on top.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were just talking about him pitch stacking, but
Is third press an Arsenal or am I misremembering?
no, I think Rain Razors has been in Arsenal
Yeah,
for a bit.
at least 4 turns. But it's the same thing of all of his buffs that don't block are in full view.
Yeah. I'd expect he's going to do...
Just rip the 3 of a kind and hope for the best. There's a
Mm,
flip. It's
oh,
the
it is in
third
there.
one.
Man,
Orc Knight was
Knight.
right. Dude, Orc Knight, anytime you want to come in here and show us what's up, it's all yours, bud.
Shout out to Jesse, friend of the podcast, the Attack Action Podcast, if you're unfamiliar. Friend of the show.
5 damage attack.
And maybe he's going to lightning press it.
How did that get the 5? a blue.
Voltaire.
Oh. The red one's 6?
Is it? No.
Jeez, is he already... He's just going to put 3... How did he take 4 from Hammer? He said no blocks, I think.
Yeah.
He's about to lightning press this 3 times, and Craig's going to go, what?
I did not expect that.
Oh, lightning press from hand. Do you have a defense reaction?
Yeah, headshot. If you headshot's putting your arsenal face up against +2 until your turn. So put in face up, gets +1.
I'm gonna have to know this for Riptide in a couple weeks.
Riptide, baby. Oh, and then
the
he's
second lightning press.
Double lightning press. Will
No
he
blocks.
do it again?
He'll probably leave it in there so he can flip it and go again.
I thought he had a 3 of a kind. Man, we are miscalling his cards.
3 of a kind is.
What happened to the rain razors? Oh wait, was that the one? No. Did they go with the scene? Never mind. I'm gonna stop.
I do like these sleeves with top to keep.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Enlist Winter.
Great card.
3 for 7. It didn't have the hammer string. Thank you, Brad. That's what Kiwi Stalker was asking about. We really got to do our Ranger homework before this new meta. I will literally spend 2 weeks trying to play more Rangers. I don't think I can commit to them until Riptide comes out. I'll play Riptide. I'm not playing Lexi.
So this is shaping up to look like our last matchup between these two. But as we said, you can't count him out because he can clap back with like 20 damage turns, given the opportunity.
Endless Winter is just going to dump Frostbites in random parts of this turn because it's one of the most ambiguously written cards. Of any time you're going to activate an ability, we're going to give you a Frostbite this turn. So that means anytime we touch a piece of equipment, anytime we flip over a card for our hero power, here's a Frostbite. And he's like, Craig's like,
oh my god.
They're like, Evan, is this? And Evan's like, I don't know, dude. We'll see. Probably just 1 because you paid through 1. Ranger brings a sword. I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah.
Riptide's Anchor is going to be a legendary, is what I heard. That I just made up, actually. That sounded natural.
Riptide's Anchor was going to be a sweet weapon.
Yeah. Heatseeker, everyone in the peanut gallery today, he was like, get this dice off of here. I got to read this. Heatseeker is probably the best current arrow that exists. Zane was like, I love this card. It seems like the most busted thing of all time.
When this hits at the beginning of your end phase, put the top card of your deck face up in your arsenal.
But you can't play the gem from Arcane anymore. I have Ophidia.
Oh, you can't play it from arsenal.
You can't play I have Ophidia because if you Heatseeker and it's I have Ophidia on top, you lose.
Yeah.
It literally says dishonor.
You say, can you please hit me with CNC now? I would love for that to happen.
And they'll go, no, I'd love to keep that there.
Ooh,
2 Macho Grandes go down. That's probably a good thought process for Ayali. Like
lightning press, pushing it to 9. Craig's fine. He's
gonna
at
get a
34.
free card. Ooh, it's the Heatseeker.
He did not shuffle this deck very well. There's 3 Heatseekers. Everything is all clumped up. This is
Ponder with Colin. If you could shuffle your deck once at any time, would this game be better?
That's why I play Kano. I just shuffle my deck all the time.
Yeah.
Also, that's why I don't pile shuffle, because I'm pretty sure pile shuffling just encourages clumping, but that's my own superstition and based on no facts other than observational data and my poor luck.
This is about the health where Chris was last time, where he just turned it on.
He was lower than
game.
this. He was lower than this and still clawed it back, but at least this is just a hammer. There is no opportunity for a pummel to follow this. I think Craig had a little bit of early steam with those pummels coming in real hot, but Chris might have an opportunity. really think he needs a 3 of a kind turn to really get back into it, but it's gonna happen. Is that another last ditch effort? Man.
Yes. He's blocking with that arrow.
With that
Searing shot. Yeah, we knew it.
It's like I'm like sorting them the
We're
pathing helix,
yeah,
what other stupid
We're
arrow names are there?
playing with the crowded home of guess that arrow. We're activating Voltaire. Give it go again. The other heat seeker for 4. Pile shuffle and prime numbers of piles.
Yeah, I don't
That
know.
could work. Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Heat seeker adds 1 damage. Searing shot.
Searing
shot adds 1 damage if you let it hit you at all.
You lose a health when it hits.
So it basically says 1 for 5 if they don't block. Which was great against ninjas, great against people that don't block. These guys again.
Indeed, these guys again, they just won't stop doing really well, and then coming in at the right scenes to play each other.
Does Crown of Seeds? Crown of Seeds does not stop the searing shot damage. Because it says lose 1 health, not...
Yes, it doesn't do a damage, you just lose health, yeah.
Dang. Look at these.
But he covers that up nicely.
Rangers
with the sink
busted.
below. He's going to come 4, go again with Endless Arrow. Always the question of, would you like to see this card again?
Or do you want to block Heat Seeker?
Yeah. Or do you want to give me... Either way, he's getting an arsenal card.
No.
I don't think he can block up both.
It's going to be the arrow you know or the arrow you don't.
He's got 1 floating from Crown of Seeds. He's still got 4 block from his equipment.
Oh, Crater Fist would be perfect here.
Easy. Block with the Crater Fist. He does have floating, so he can Ironhide pretty easily, but it's still very early, and he's got a lot of life.
It's interesting. We got the Frostbite token right there that hasn't been flipped at all yet. So I'm wondering what ice cards are still in this deck that could flip that.
I think he's just got a couple. I feel like it might be Polar Blast. Yeah, we should have.
Because his
Should
the
have
deck
but-
lists were for deck checks and then never again.
They never returned. Ooh.
Oh, he said, how about this? I'll block all of it.
Never mind.
Which, that's what Oldham and other Guardians do, is how much you got. Usually they can't block as wide. That was pretty
That was
Pretty-
well done.
well defeated.
Ice
Craig's
Quake,
not
yeah.
going to have an attack, though. Which maybe I always like, okay, great. You blocked all that, but let me just keep going. And then Ioli can get some, like... What's her face? She doesn't need health to set up. She just needs cards and her opponent to brick, and then she can take advantage of that. Here is Bolton.
Lexi just needs 6 card hands
Yeah.
to start, 3 of a kind to draw more cards, Rain Razors to inflict damage, and just the right arrows to do it all. But that's it. Once you got that, you're there, which is probably why the Orc Knight only plays Lexi with a sword and says, get these arrows away from me. I will just kill you the old-fashioned way. But you know, if you doubt it, find him on Talishar. He's
Right.
always there, and he will show you the way.
Wait till Lexi can use Riptide's legendary anchor.
It's a regular ranger anchor. Anyone can use it.
Kiwi Stalker says he has incarcerations.
Winner's
Winner's
bite,
bites.
ice quakes. Okay.
And ice quakes. Probably not playing incarceration against Oldham. Probably not winner's bite either. Just ice quick.
I think we saw him pitch a winner's bite earlier.
No,
fatigue
fatigue shot.
Coming in, blocking it cleanly, getting the Crater Fist. So definitely making a bit of a comeback here, closing that life lead. It's still not comfortable, but he is getting some cards from Craig, and he's maintaining a bit of his health. And then, of course, this happens, and you're like, well,
Oh, Command and Conquer on cue, bro.
I hope there isn't a pummel in Arsenal. He's even got his tunic up. He doesn't even have to pitch this card to do it. Oh,
He said, I want to keep this. Who cares about these ice cards? People upstairs are saying these ice cards are bad.
Blake doesn't believe in these
Yeah.
cards, so I shouldn't either.
Heretic cards out of here.
All right.
But that means Craig has a full hand now.
Yeah.
Instead of doing that with only 2 cards, now he has 5.
And if he was...
And I always said, put this back on my deck just in case you want to do anything on your turn.
On his turn, yeah, he's going to Crown of Seeds. Ooh, he did draw a pummel. I don't know if he had a pummel to begin with, but yeah, Craig doing that on Iali's turn so he can reset his Tunic, get his 5-card hand, and ooh, he's got to Rouse the Ancients. I think this is going to be a nasty turn from Craig unless he doesn't have the...
He's pitching the
resources.
Rouse.
Yeah, okay.
This is just a disable. He wants to affect that arsenal over and over. And we know, and Chris knows,
Everyone knows.
Pummell.
Dr. Pummel is here to see you.
Jeez. Discard your hopes and get rid of your dreams from Arsenal. What's nice is the crush is 4. So if you really want that Arsenal card, you could overblock like crazy here. He's like, what is that?
It's a fatigue shot. Very interesting that he, well, you know, he's at a position where he can't leak too much life unless he's really going to do a lot of damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if he blocks pretty heavily, although he finally has his 3 of a kind.
Which that's just so frustrating when you're like, all right, you could do anything you want to me and I'll take it. And then it goes, we'll get rid of your arsenal. Well, maybe not everything. That is
I want my arsenal. It's fun.
I do think the most interesting thing right now is just the pace of this game. It feels like 2 lions, like, going over a hyena, like.
And then what?
And then they're like, who's going to pounce first? And every time my Ollie's getting ready to pounce, there's like a mosquito bites him on the neck. Like, gets distracted, and then Craig pounces.
And Craig just slaps him with a hammer.
Sheesh.
Clap, clap. Hammer pummel. It's like a second hammer came out of nowhere to smash you.
Jesus. I'm going to block with all these. Let me count it. Okay, he's not even going to pummel. He's going to put the pummel in Arsenal. What's interesting is everyone that's watching from Simi Valley is like, yeah.
Yeah.
We know this is happening. He's cracked.
The man has cracked this format being the local scene here in Los Angeles, California.
But we threw people from Vegas at him. We threw people from Arizona at him.
People came from out of state to see if they could bring down the Scourge.
Crack the Craig.
They didn't. It happens, you know?
Which feels nice when you're like, oh, at my normal armories, I keep losing to this guy. It's like, well, everyone is.
Yeah, don't worry. You're not alone.
Is that a Vindel heart?
He's got a heart of Findel, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's never going to get turned on.
Not currently, no. But he is going to just block all this damage.
What does he have in hand that he would want to use equipment on a random 4? I think that's a very interesting. Like, I'm literally just going to turn it on and very aggressively go after my opponent right now. 8 damage from a cranial crush is a number that doesn't feel good for Iali because it's 90% of his life.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to draw cards from 3 of a kind if this hits you for 4 or more. It's all bad here.
Yep. It is.
Chris is like, I know what cranial crush is. Don't you dare flip that card towards me. You won't. Oh, what does Crush do? 4? Sheesh. I think that's a pulse.
So that doesn't block.
We'll figure it out in a second.
And we'll guess what happens next.
Oh. Still cranial crush. Now we're just looking through graveyards. How often do you look at the graveyard when you're playing this game? Is it important?
I should say a lot. The answer is not very much. I look at mine a lot when I'm playing Kano because I'm like, wait, how many Blazing Aethers did I have to block with already?
Did I use the yellow Aether Flare already? I think one way I could improve is to pay attention to what my opponent's pitching. That's a lot of effort.
It's a lot. It's just more information to track, but it definitely is one of those things that improves your game, makes you more aware of what they're doing, if they're thinking long term. Why did they pitch one of the best cards
Right.
in their deck? What does that mean, and should I be afraid now or later?
He's doing some shorthand real quick. He put it in his arsenal. He went really quick. He voltaired. This is a 6 damage fatigue shot. Fatigue shot is only into Guardian. You probably he's probably taking that out against some other people.
Probably Guardian, maybe Viscerai, maybe anyone who's going to run slightly more powerful attacks. But yeah, against Guardian, that's a really great call.
I feel like Craig's in the part of his deck where it's just going to be like, I'm going to have an attack that does more than 6 every turn. And as long as I keep doing that, Iali's going to have to block me with 6 of his stuff. He's going to have maybe 2 cards to keep and nothing really to use after that.
Yep. It is an uncomfortable position. However, we've seen Chris fight his way back, maybe not to win, but at least to close the gap significantly. It is a uncomfortable position to be in. It is a tough matchup for Lexi. And again, I apologize. We put you on stream again to watch this happen, but we really just wanted to see, can he do it this time? Can he do it? And he still might, man. I don't know. I'm never going to count him out. He's one of the best players around, so.
We need someone to tap Craig on the shoulder and then discard his cards from hand.
Tap him on the shoulder and then punch him. No, I'm just kidding. We do not support.
I think what's interesting that's happened recently is like there's a new group of Lexi players that have cropped up that kind of have some camaraderie with each other that usually happens with Brew players. And I think there's people at home that are just like, you know what, I wouldn't mind Lexi getting a buff in this new set. Or like the codexes that are about to come out are probably like, we're all going to hate Lexi in like 3 weeks. So maybe this is like, maybe we don't root for her right now because it's going to be worse very soon.
You know, Lexi has felt like a hero kind of on the cusp, being very good. I think in particular metas she shines, especially, the Ice Lexi version in a very aggressive meta. And then
She's not going to shine through a Channel Lake, though.
It's looking bleak. It's not the bleak expanse, but it's next to it. It is the Lake Frigid, and what a name for a lake. This is not what Chris wants to see, because he's hoping to be drawing into some at least a 3 of a kind. He's just had a rough time getting there.
And I think one thing when you're like, oh, Channel Lake Frigid, it's pretty good at slowing my opponent down. What it's doing right now is just basically opening up the end game for Craig of like, this is going to ruin my opponent's like damage stuff. I'll take whatever they do, and now I'll have 5-card hands for pretty much the rest of the game. Just because of 1 card.
With Voltaire, it makes everything so expensive. You're paying 2 for Voltaire. You're paying 1 or 2 for an arrow. So just to get 1 arrow off, you're paying 4.
Oh my gosh.
It's just.
But that works.
Difficult. But yeah, exactly. I have CNC too.
Take it, Craig.
Yeah. You don't need. He's just gonna crown away that arsenal anyways, because.
Second Channel Lake Frigid's there. Maybe you keep that in your hand, trying to find a second ice card.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He's got such a. He knows though. He was here last time, where Chris was very low, and then put through some amazing damage. So Craig is not one to normally be overly aggressive or risky in leaking damage if he doesn't have to, or kind of going for the greedy plays. I think that's something he asks himself a lot, is like, should I be greedy? Probably not.
No. And I think maybe the P in Craig P stands for patience.
Oh.
Where's Pollock? But he's way more patient than 95% of players. And maybe that's not sexy for streaming, but it is like gets the W. I mean, he showed up wearing his medal today.
Yeah.
Which is just a straight up shot to
Yeah.
like 40% of the people here of, oh, I mean, you would have worn your medal if you had won too, probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wear a medal I didn't even win. So
Sheesh.
it's,
Shout
very-
out, shout out to the Sheeshers. And
Shout out to the Sheeshers in chat. So it looks like he's not interested in keeping that Channel Lake Frigid around for very much longer. It is done enough by just forcing Lexi to have not a good turn, but Craig just leaking just a tiny bit of damage. He's still got 4 cards, though. He's got a pummel in hand. But he's
Oh
gonna pick
my
those pummels and just Spinal Crush. The other.
jeez.
I mean, there's just so many cards in this deck that when Chris has to face them, it's just like, man.
Right. I think that's the thing too. Of like, whether you're playing into Lexi or Icelander, it's like attacks that do more than 6 are just you cannot take. Like 3 damage 4 times. Maybe you'll take 2 of them and block 2 of them, but like the one swing of 7+ is just so good because the Lexi player's like, I will die.
Not only that, it's like the hit effect, even if they want to take some of it, is just like, well, you don't have much of a turn anymore.
Right.
You want to use Lexi's ability, that's the end of your turn.
Which I think, what's the latest crush effect we got? We haven't had a crush in a while, right?
I don't think so. They're
Like Crucible had them. I don't know if there wasn't a single one in Everfest that had a crush. So maybe crush has fallen out of favor a little bit.
They have done more just like hit effects, which is like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah, they
Guardian.
went from need to hit you with 4 to just hit you with 1.
Yeah, they're like, this is just, maybe it's just a little too hard for Guardians to do this. And no, it's not. They just hit you all the time with big attacks.
Chris hit the kill switch. He's like, please.
Chris, take it down. Why do you guys keep streaming these games of me? It's out of love. Hometown hero, Chris Ayali, coming out from Riverside. Always putting on a good show. I just know they're just laughing about stuff too. I've never seen a game with, well, I've rarely seen a game with Chris where he's not like very jovial and laughing most of the time.
Which I'm sure they will literally play each other 4 or 5 more times before now in August in the AGE Open Grand Prix series.
This is not their last top 8 matchup for sure.
He's counting his deck. He's like, do I have 25 points of damage left? No, I don't.
I mean, he did pitch stack some good cards, so we are coming up on that pitch stack in the next couple turns. Getting the news in. Both Icelanders have won their matches, so that's fun.
So if you thought there was going to be something different today, you're wrong.
If you thought that Ice wasn't totally busted, you were wrong. That was me about an hour ago when I said there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with Ice.
So that means John Zapata, Anthony Pham for those.
That's right. Those
They're
keeping
thinking
score at home.
Phi goes down,
Ooh.
and one of the
Endless
Viserai goes
Winter Fuse. So every time he blocks with a card, he's going to get a Frostbite.
Which is interesting because I think we've seen both Anthony and our friend John Zapata fight against Craig on these streams before. So this is like, did they go home and watch the stream and do the breakdown?
Well,
like
John
they do?
beat Craig earlier, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
So
But he forgot about Ice Reacts. So there's a shot.
Craig did forget about Ice Rack. So we'll see if he remembers if they play each other again.
The other matchup that hasn't resolved is Dash versus Viserai.
Ooh, interesting, yeah. And then we have another Viserai who's playing. Oh, wait, no.
That
was-
already. Zane.
Rip Zane against John Zapata. It's a tough one.
Chris, it's time to do something crazy. What's an attack you could take? I think what's interesting is you're waiting for the Anothos turns if you're playing against Bravo.
Mm-hmm.
But the Nothos turn for Craig is only 4 damage now, which it
Yeah.
feels like it should be easier. It almost feels like by now the Bravo would have ran out of threats and you could have a crazy turn. Hollyland is linking us for a better view real quick.
Hollyland is disappointing us today. And it's us. We're
Dude,
here.
look at those curls.
It's because you got that, like, post-shower look from the rain. That's how Blake showers, just a lot of this. Imagine steam. Let's see if we can get our stream camera back up. But yeah, like I said, I'm not counting Chris out. It doesn't look good, but this is what happened last time, and we will see
Dude.
if he can scrape his way back. It's not even as bad
Oh,
as
it's
it
worse
was last time,
Now there's another spinal.
but it is not great. So another spinal coming in for, was that another 9?
9 points of damage for
Yeah.
the Point Goblins. It's interesting. 9 divided by 5 is not Point Goblin numbers, but it's because it's such a good on-hit effect.
Yeah.
And Chris is probably like, dang, I thought I went through that graveyard. There's 3 spinals already. There's 3 endless winners that he's played. A cranial crush came down. Those don't usually come down. Somebody is sabotaging us right now. They are literally changing the Wi-Fi password, refreshing to dump us off. Just the camera, though.
It's Chris. Chris is like, shut it down, man. Shut it down. You guys did this to me again.
Let me put my glasses on so I can see who's in the background. Oh, goodness. Spinal Crush is still happening, or this is a new one and nothing changed.
Oh, boy. It's funny. With the Endless Winter play, I feel like Craig isn't even looking to fuse that. He just had it to fuse. So I was like, well, might as well do this.
Lee. Don't go down to 6. Just block all 9, Chris. You got this. Fatigue and Craig. Honestly, if there was an arrow, I guess it's literally called Endless Arrow. I was about to be like, there's an arrow that you block with. It goes to the bottom of your deck.
Well, that's not how Endless Arrow.
No, it's not.
That would be good, but probably busted.
Okay. Down to 6 we go. Time to make something happen. Chris is like, yeah, draw those cards. We're going to flip.
Yep.
Ice. Time for your first Frostbite. How do you like that?
Take it. Take it, Craig.
Now I'm going to play this. Discard a card now, or pay me 3.
Just slowing Craig down a tiny bit. Looking to set up something. Maybe he can Voltaire and then Arsenal to get a 6-card hand. Hopefully giving him a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, that would be cool, using the Tunic. And then Craig's going to find, like, his 3rd channel, like, Frigid, and just put it down, and he'll be like, "Ugh." I'm guessing this is the worst matchup for Lexi, right?
Oh,
The second
Like-
one?
you like that one. Second verse, same as the first.
Arsenal.
Not the most exciting play, but it does demand 2 cards.
Honestly, if he had the Rustling Leaves quiver right now, he wins. he pitches a blue, gets an arrow off the top,
I think those are reds, though.
does 25. Well, you're right. Does 25 damage with the new arrow from Riptide.
25 damage exactly. This arrow says take 25 damage.
Yeah.
I'm Riptide.
If this hits you at all,
My friends call me Ripted. Here we go.
the pitching on this is interesting because we're just getting cards out of our hand. He doesn't want Glacial Footsteps in his hand anymore. What does he fishing for by getting rid of that?
Probably that or the sink belows he pitched earlier when Chris pitched his Rain Razor and 3 of a kind, which he's got the Rain Razors, so I'm assuming we're coming up on his pitch stack here. This could be for all the marbles coming up. Oh, there's that.
Whoa, he had his card in his graveyard flipped the other way.
Ooh.
That's an IP6.
I'm sure that's exactly what that is.
Yeah. As a level 6 commentator, we got to know things like this.
You're level 6 when you
Yeah.
upgrade, man. I feel like I'm still like a level 2 or something.
Literally today at Panda Express.
After watching Mitch Uber do his thing, I'm just like, I need to learn how to be smarter and better, more interesting, and more handsome at this.
Dude, it's an uphill battle for us all. We got a screw shot in our hands. Drill shot. Making sure you're paying attention.
I'm paying attention. Are you
No,
paying attention?
people at home. People at home.
Still
I
thinking
see the
about
people at
this
home drooping.
Titan's fist. Does
It
he take it?
It is kind of like, is he about to get pummeled? No.
No, there's no pummel thread here. It's just 4, but it puts him in a really bad spot going forward. He's got all his equipment, so he can still do his Ranger Lexi, go wide, reload arsenal, all the stuff.
He's blocking. He's blocking. He's blocking.
He doesn't want to, but is that the greedy play? Can he do enough damage?
25 is a hard ask. Because we're going to minus 12 every time Craig has cards in his hand.
Orc now out here counting the deck. Says he's got about 16 cards left. Counting that deck all the way from the other side of the country. That's
Yeah.
impressive. We're here and I can't keep that straight.
Well, he has a pause button, so.
That's true. He has a pause button and doesn't have to talk the entire time. Flipping up that endless arrow. Doing that drill shot.
He's going to flip it like he's a magician.
He's going to flick it right into Craig's face. Disgusted.
5.
Craig, how can you do this to me? I thought we were friends. Drill shot, of course, is an arrow attack that says when this hits a hero, put a -1 defense counter on an equipment they control.
So this doesn't have go again. Because I think he added +1. So maybe this is where we see our shoes. Because he's like, what else am I going to use these shoes for? I'm not going to block any.
Yeah, I think you're right. 'Cause it did not have an aim counter on it.
Dude, I'm gonna have to learn every single Katsu card.
Every single
gonna be-
Ranger card. Luckily, we know a lot of the Arachne cards, but will they even be relevant? Because stealth seems to be the new thing. Contracts are already out of fashion.
I think
Activate Crown.
if every card was an attack. I think Craig can just put the clamp down right now of like just block out for the rest of the game. And what does Chris do? Because I think
He does need to put pressure back. I don't think he can just straight block, but he does have a staunch response, which is a little bit awkward. But maybe he'll just play it to gobble up this damage.
yeah.
Says, oh, I see your damage coming at me, and here's my big shield friend.
Staunch.
This is my friend Staunch. Have you met Staunch?
And now we have our first full arsenal in a long time for Chris.
Since like turn 0. Jeez.
So yeah, Craig needs an attack that does more than 6, which should basically be guaranteed.
Well, he's got a Channel Lake Frigid, a Winter's Bite, a Pummel. So he's got basically 1 card left in there. That if it's not an attack, we're just going to see this Titan's Fist.
Ooh.
Oh, that's it.
Said pass and good luck. Everything costs 2. Tunic's free. Chris doesn't even want to look at his cards. I don't know. Poor Chris.
Just like, Dude, I just got this second arsenal, and now you're going to tax me on it.
Craig, how about we do meet in the final so I get at least $100 more dollars?
And however many more points you get. A significant number, which the more they get, the more Brian's points go up.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go, Brian. Shout out to Brian on the stream earlier today. Also on Lexi.
I wonder what they are talking about right now.
You know, probably just saying, I really wish they hadn't put me on stream again.
I guess they could be doing a judge call or something. No, he's like, I'll look at my cards.
No.
Double Rain Razor. It's time.
And he's got the 3 of a kind.
Man,
This is his pitch stack. Man, he was waiting for this.
This is gonna be.
And Craig was like, yeah, I was too. That's why I pitched this Channel Lake.
Oh, that's what is going on.
He's like, I saw you do that. And then I also drew into my sink below that is going to just snuff out whatever you do to me anyways. So.
Does Chris just say pass?
Yeah.
And hope he doesn't draw an attack.
It is, that is what happens sometimes. I don't know. It's a tough spot. Everything costs so much more now that he's got this Channel Lake Frigid out there.
If people are memorizing their cards and knowing what it is, I should not play this game anymore. Is that really what people are doing downstairs? Is that the top 8 difference of, not my cards are better, I just have them memorized?
Just like what's on the cards or like what order they're going to come
The
back?
order, yeah.
It's like you should basically know what the card says, Blake. But, I mean, it's not even that you know the order. I think if you don't want to do the, I know exactly how many cards till this card, you say, oh, I saw him pitch a Rain Razors and an Endless Arrow. I'm going to pitch this Channel Lake Frigid at the same time because I know that it's going to show up at a similar time, and that is going to be good for me. So if you don't want to do it, you just paying attention to the pitch, as you were saying earlier, is a good step 1. We're going to Lexi to flip up the Rain Razors.
3 Rain Razors, 1 in hand, 1 in pitch, 1 in arsenal. This is a 4 damage attack that Craig needs to block out or it goes back into Chris Alley's hand.
It does not have go again currently, right? Because it was an arsenal, so he can Snapdragons it.
But that'll cost him.
But that'll cost him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is the worst man, LOL, says L. You know what? It could be worse. We could be
it could be 2 fatigue Oldhams.
2 tree frogs just sitting on a tree together waiting for one to go somewhere.
Just waiting for the other one to die of natural causes.
Natural Cause Oldham, that'd be a good deck name.
All right. Well, Chris is saying, can you keep this Channel Lake Frigid around for another turn? Craig is saying, no.
It would be my pleasure.
I don't run that many ice cards. But he does just say, I can pummel you, though. Is that good enough?
Oh, crap. It is a pummel in there. So 8 damage coming in with the Cranial Crush. We're being serious right now. He's going to block 6 of this. 2 comes through. Pummel would get the game right now.
Yeah.
So it is a... Ayale needs to say, I don't want to do this, but I also don't want to lose right now. So let me go ahead and block 9? Except all of my cards are going to be blocking 2. Some of them don't block at all. Some of them I don't want to block with.
Does he have another Rain Razors in hand?
There's 1 in his pitch.
He
So 1 went under his deck. 1 is in his arsenal, and I believe he still has 1 in his hand that he couldn't play.
Can't block with that. Can't block with New Horizon because there goes his arsenal.
Blocking with New Horizon would keep him alive, but would just say, just want to fatigue Craig 5 more minutes of sleep.
You know, let's pivot. Let's pivot to fatiguing Oldham with Lexi.
2 Rain Razors don't block. Yep, that's true.
They do not block.
He's like, these are cards that could have blocked.
He's gonna have to block
He has
with
2 3-of-a-kinds. That's disgusting.
he was going for this pitch deck. I think it's just 1 3-of-a-kind and then the headshot.
That looks like 3-of-a-kind.
It's got that wood background. He was going for it, but then he leaked a lot of damage. It's
Pummel.
yep, there's the pummel.
8 plus 4 is 12.
Everyone knew it was coming.
I always going to remember from last time of.
Ooh.
Oh no, he is gonna. No, you can't. You can't Voltaire if your Arsenal's fuel.
I think you can't Voltaire. I guess he might have been able to at some point, but if you pass into damage, then there's no.
And this is what Oldham can do to the best of us, you know? Just really completely own your soul.
I mean, when you've got a lot of block 2s and then a lot of cards that do not block, it makes blocking really hard.
Right. I think if we...
Especially when your armor also doesn't block. Come on, just give Ranger a legendary arm piece that blocks 2 and doesn't break when you use it.
Never going to happen for you, bud.
It will. It'll just be a Riptide legendary specialization.
Yeah. Riptide needs 4 new pieces of equipment. It'll be...
He needs a barnacle.
Peg leg. Extra arm.
Like a net.
Third arm. I don't know if I can say third arm.
You know who needs some arms? It's Uzuri. It looks like she's got no arms.
Dang.
And there we go.
He said, that has to be the worst way I've drawn through my deck in my entire life, if you're Chris Ayala.
It was not good. Definitely some clumping in there. It's got to be rough coming into top 8. Someone just went through all your cards and like lined them all up in order, and now you really need to shuffle them good. That
honestly, face up shuffle them so you could be like,
yeah, shuffle them so you can say yes, these are very shuffled, and then flip them over and shuffle them.
Then
again.
shuffle them back into not being shuffled.
Well, we are sorry, Chris. We brought you on because we wanted you to win.
But what were we gonna do? Watch another Icelander match or a Tree Fog dash? What were we gonna do?
We needed it for the story. It's the Scourge. It's the rematch of the month. And you know what? If you do it next month, we're putting you back on. It's just what it's gonna be. No apologies needed because we just love watching y'all play. That was a great game. It wasn't as bad as the first one, to be honest. That first one was real brutal. This one was just kind of a slow burn. And Chris set up a really interesting late game. He just didn't have the health room to use his life as a resource to get the opportunity to do it.
And Craig said, that's a very interesting way you're pitching for the late game. I will pitch one card and ruin that for you. That's what Channeling Frigid does.
Very true. And then he's like, also, here's just any Guardian card that is hard to block. So, yeah, there we go. We've got most of our top 4 figured out. Do we have an updated graphic? I don't know. Let's look at it anyway.
Oh, not yet, but
let's
this is
just
what we
map
can do
it
ourselves.
So John Zapata comes in. He comes in there. Looks like the Tree Frog match is still ongoing, so we'll see what happens there. Craig Pollock goes on Anthony Pham. So I believe Craig and Anthony have definitely played each other recently.
Definitely.
So they know each other. This should be an interesting matchup. But if we have Dash or Viserai versus John, that might be something we'd be interested to check out as well. If it's Dash, I don't know. If it's Tree Frog Dash, what is Tree Frog Dash? Is a
somebody
gain? Is that what that means?
That's for somebody else. That's for Uber.
That's true.
And Sam.
We don't have to deal with that one, so let's give them whatever they want.
Um,
So next up, we'll have Sam and Uber coming in for the quarterfinals. And if you were wondering what people win today, it is this, money and points.
Right. So you just watch Craig get $50.
Yeah, Craig just won $50 on stream. Well, $50 more.
Yeah. The other guy lost $50.
Yeah. Craig just won $100 on stream.
And 20
Chris
open points.
Did just win $50.
So out of a possible 60 points in 2 things, Craig already has 50 of them.
What does this button do? Nice. This tells us our player championship standings.
Oh.
Craig Pollock coming in at 30. He's already guaranteed another 15 points, so he'll be up 45. Chris was in second place, getting his 15 for being in the top 8. He'll go to 40, so we are... I mean, look at this.
What the heck?
It's almost like
the
these
same
guys are
people.
good at playing. Craig, Chris, John, Anthony, all in the top 8, all in the top 4 of our Players' Championship. And they're going to remain there because there isn't anyone else here that is in the top 8. So those guys are setting the standard. It's going to be, upwards of 30 points, somewhere in there.
I hope this Riptide legendary specialization works on Icelander when
His
she says scar for
legendary
scar.
arms that are only for him and his anchor, they're all going to be really good. Just you watch.
I'm not affected by frostbite
Uber
at
told
all.
me that the legendary he's going to spoil is
An anchor?
an anchor. It's not true.
Let's go.
It's not true.
Riptide, dude.
Oh my God, we knocked everything down. Well,
It's boba time.
I think our last match is wrapping up, but it's going to be an icy top 4, that's for sure.
And you said same verse, same as the first, that old adage, right? Like 3 people that were in top 4 in January are now in the top 4 again. The first 3 people in there. It's crazy how consistent some of these decks are, but it's like you took cards away from these people.
Yeah.
And they're still
actively
here.
nerf them, and they're all still here. So
So you need to actively get cards to others.
yeah, let's be more proactive in how we shape the meta
Right.
rather than reactive. Let's just give cards to other people to be good.
The other thing I'm a little worried about now that it's in front of me,
What is it?
Katsu feels like it's going to be a monster, but not against Icelander or Oldham. So
Yes,
Katsu's going to ruin some other people's day and then just roll over against Icelander. And
But, you know, Michael Hamilton's just going to living legend Icelander entirely on his own. That will just be...
yeah, hurry up, Michael. Win more things, please.
I mean, we don't have that many callings this year, so it's going to be to be honest. But it'll happen. It's inevitable. She's just very good.
Hopefully Briar maybe has a shot at getting LL tomorrow, which would be interesting.
Oh, is she
I think there was something of like they were in the top 4
at
headed into
Auckland?
round 10. But I've been very busy today. I haven't been able to check.
Yeah, I have been watching the stream over there while doing this own stream of ours.
What's cool is we're going to go to sleep and it'll be Sunday there already somehow. And then by the time we wake up, somebody will be living legend or not. I actually don't know how.
It's already Sunday there.
You can watch
That's
Flesh
how
and Blood
time
for
works.
36 straight hours if you're paying attention.
If you're smart and you know how time works.
What's cool is we can lie to the top 8 currently and say the next AG opens March 18th and then get a whole different group of top 8 when it's actually in March 25th.
Yes, it is March 25th. If you are watching this and thinking I could take on the Scourge, March 25th will be your next chance out here at Odyssey Games in Pasadena. I can't guarantee that Craig will be here, but I feel like it's almost like, guaranteed.
Hey,
What's almost a guarantee? It's not quite a guarantee. It's just extremely likely. The probability is high, but, maybe he just gets bored of beating
right.
everybody.
The Arcane Games and Events Pay Craig's Rents Open Series will be returning.
Yeah. Come out here and help contribute to paying Craig's rent one game at a time.
It's interesting. We're maybe making 3 people mad in the background, but it's like, y'all got to beat Craig right now, and then we'll talk about you.
Who are we making mad?
I don't know. Maybe Zapata's like, hey, man, I already beat Craig.
That's what he says. He's going to come up right behind. Hey, man.
I'm taking his rent check from him already.
Yeah. He's going to give me those points and his
Yeah.
money.
And literally, Zapata's like, here's this top 8 battle-hardened map that only 5 people have in the world. Here's my other one I have. This one's Kadachi, and this one is the Crucible of Aether Wave.
What do you have, Craig? You just have a medal that says
Right.
AGE Open winner.
There's only one of those. 2 of
Only
those.
one. That'll be 7 or 8. Maybe.
Yeah.
Do we have another one this time?
It's in the box over there.
Nice.
Go to the bathroom. Go do your laundry.
Done.
Grab something from the fridge.
Done.
See you guys in 10 minutes.
Maybe. It's a certain amount of time. We'll be back.
We're taking a long break.
Opted out for Enlightened Strike. So was feeling that was probably a better chance, but we'll see. I told him I like the Endless Winters, so we'll see if I was right or if Craig's right.
I was going to take this card out, but Colin really likes it.
Yeah. It makes the casting booth happy, so I'll play it. But here we go.
There it
Enlightened
is
Strike.
on cue.
Coming
Turns
in
out,
probably for 5 would go
yeah.
again.
Turns out it's a good card. Does a lot of things. This time electing to, we're assuming go again, given that
He's
he
got
has 2 cards in
yeah.
hand. It could represent most likely, at the very least, a Winter's Whale attack. Arsenal at the end of that. Anthony is slowly amassing some permanents to combat Craig's permanents with the 2 Amulet of Ices and the Insidious Chill.
Firmly believing in object permanence over here for sure. Slanging out this Ice Bolt, giving the Frostbite. Now I feel like we're getting into the rhythm of like Icelander doing her thing. It felt a little off. I think Anthony drew some odd combinations of cards, but has really navigated that. Coming out, from that not huge, but significant life deficit, and now sitting in the lead, which has got to feel not great for Craig. You definitely don't want to be lower on life than Icelander.
Yeah. It's not how the deck is built to operate from a lower life total. So Anthony's doing something right if he's starting his turn at a greater life total than the old man. Not Craig. I would never, that would be rude. But his hero.
The old man himself.
Old man, the old him.
Craig.
Craig is young and full of verve and vigor. And you tell him I said so.
Verve, vigor, and rage. Heard it here first.
Exactly. All right, I've got a second.
Okay, now out of nowhere, board state really building up for Anthony. 2 Insidious Chills and 2 Amulets of Ice. He's going to get this Ether Ice Vein out here, and it's going to be rough.
The opening here for Craig now, by playing that second Insidious Chill, he's given Craig the opportunity to respond in kind, actually put some pressure on, more pressure than we've been able to see out of his hand. Even that E-Strike with Go again, because he pitched to block that Arcane damage, it didn't end up representing more damage.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder then perhaps if it could have been for 7, but if
yeah,
that would
I didn't pay attention to his life total. How much damage he took? He took 5. He was at 22.
22?
So yeah, I don't think he blocked. So I think it was 5 Go again. But I think that's part of playing against Icelander is keeping your options open. You have cards in your hand so that you can pitch them, or if they don't end up coming back at you for whatever reason, you have cards to put the pressure on.
Indeed. And a card like Spinal Crush with the threaten of the loss of Go again here, it can be relevant as your Icelander. You have Enlightened Strikes of your own. You have the Scar for Scars, but if those cards aren't in your hand, this is just 9 points of damage.
Yeah, I think Anthony's probably looking out for a pummel here. We do have 2 cards in hand and 1 floating, so and he also has the E-Pots, although I don't think he'd want to waste an E-Pot right now on a pummel.
Yeah, it never feels good to be pummeled.
Feels great. I just love it when they're like, here, take this damage,
No.
and then take more damage, and then lose a card. At least you get to pick the card.
When I first started playing, I thought that they got to pick. I thought it was 2 cards. And my opponent was like, no, man, you're good. Keep your cards.
Only sometimes is it 2 cards. Like when they double pummel you.
Double.
Now that would, if he's got 2 pummels in hand, I say go for breaking all of your E-Pots and just double pummel it.
Oh, yeah.
Because that sounds fun.
You would never see it coming.
I mean, it doesn't happen every day, but I feel like Craig's the kind of guy who would definitely win a game doing that.
So this is the same Spinal Crush. It's the same one.
The same one. We're still waiting. Anthony's still thinking about it.
Yeah, flip those
He's
cards
not
back
sweating,
and forth.
but he is looking intense.
We heard some claps, so perhaps the other top 4 game is finished up.
And now he knows who we might be playing. Is it Chris Aioli? Who knows? It's either him or John Zapata. Craig whispering things into his hand, towards Anthony,
As we said.
obviously trying to get inside his head. Sounds like Chris Aioli has won on Lexi. So we're going to have Lexi in the finals. Wow.
What everybody expected when
Yeah.
Chris showed up on Lexi was he would run through the tournament after only dropping that first game to Mr.
Yeah.
Kwasniewski. He has just not looked back since. So he will be...
Round one looked bleak, but then he's come roaring back, and going to be exciting to see it. I haven't seen him play yet because I've been watching some other games, but excited to see what Lexi can do, and I think a lot of people will probably be picking up Lexi again after watching this.
I was just given word that the undefeated curse here in these series has persisted, as John Zapata was undefeated, moving all the way up into top 4, but was not able to take home the crown today. So be careful going undefeated in Swiss, you guys. It might not work out. You might want to drop a game every now and then if you want to win the whole event.
We did break the the highlight slide curse that was a bit of an issue at our Battle Harden that we had a couple months ago last year. Because, as I said, all 3 of the people we highlighted are now in the semifinals.
There we go.
And one of them is in the finals. So, 2 of them will be in the finals. So we're just, like I said, we're just that good out here. AGE, bringing in the content.
We did resolve that Spinal Crush attack. It happened.
God,
it was a
long
block
now.
for 2 and 7 damage, and it looks like it's going to be, I'm assuming, a red Aether Ice Vein fueled with a Cold Snap.
Yeah, Anthony is obviously in it because he has not even bothered to put his dice to tell us that it is coming in for 5 damage.
He's like, they'll figure it out.
He just isn't even thinking about it.
So we've got a bunch of things are going to happen even before this Aether Ice Vein resolves, right? We have 2 Insidious Chill triggers that are going to demand some card out of Craig's hand. If Anthony is feeling frisky, he might also pop either or both of those Amulets of Ice, but those also remain as insurance on the turn that you want to strip the entire hand from your opponent and then just kill them when they are completely bare with nothing in the hand remaining. So we'll see how he wants to play this and see how Craig responds initially to the first triggers. Pitching a blue, rouse the Ancients there for the first Insidious Chill. 1 floating, allowing him to either pitch a red. You could pop an E-Pot if you're not worried about keeping both of them around.
Oh, nice. He's going to use the 1 floating. Oh, it can. Yeah, you can do Crown of Seeds. Yeah. Crown of Seeds to block one of the damage coming from either Ice Vein and maybe just draw some better cards for him to work with. Haven't seen him use Crown of Seeds too much, which is why I was a little surprised to see him play it.
This is an excellent use case, right? You get some value out of that resource. You put another card in your hand that you can either pitch towards these triggers or discard, allowing you to perhaps come out some pressure. Anthony is at 10. You know, he has to respect some damage if it comes to be too much from the Ultim player here. So even though the Crown of Seeds hasn't been used too often, this does seem like a pretty good use case for it, and perhaps why he brings it into the matchup.
Yeah, totally. Because he knows he's going to probably have to pitch a blue anyways, so he's going to have resources floating, so might as well capitalize on that and block one of the damage coming through from Aether Ice Vein. Anthony actually just way ahead of us and didn't bother to put the 5 damage on there because it hadn't resolved yet. And, you know, he's just a proper player.
It's true. It's true. Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, and it looks like he did pop off
will
one of
be
those
better.
amulets just to get rid of the rest of his hand.
Yeah, the second one would have been redundant as Craig is expectantly hoping to draw, but beforehand, Anthony gets to do whatever he wants.
Just let me draw. Oh, he's going to freeze your arsenal. Watch out, Craig.
This is most likely just going to be Waning Moon for 3 that Craig will have to take here. It does look like that's going to be 12 to 10. So at this point, Blue Emeritus can be 4, Waning Moon can be 3, and a Red Aether, that's 12. So there is enough damage possible from here with the Storm Striders, but you have to make sure your opponent doesn't have the pitch to mitigate some of that damage. But we're at a point in the game now with Craig being at 12 that the light can be green for Anthony moving forward.
Yeah, he needs to.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had about 50 people turn up here to Odyssey Games in Pasadena for this February AGE Open
this on the line, of course, and no doubt about it, some pretty impressive pricing. I've got to say, I transitioned to this slide at the perfect time to protect your reputation, Sam. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, we are now in the top 4 of our February AGE Open. Hey, if you like what you've seen so far today, you can be involved in the next one. AGE.events to get involved. But this is the field as it stands. Our top 4 players are John Zapata, Anthony Pham, Craig Pollack, and Jake Torres. Jake, I guess, who has been really impressive through this top 8, playing an extremely control-oriented dash list, obviously known to some as Tree Frog Dash, Sam.
Absolutely. One of our newer players was watching the game just happening before this between the Viscera and the Dash, and we're talking about the control thing. And he asked me, he was like, well, at this point, why don't you just play Oldhim? And top 20 EXP in the world, Anthony Rudin just turned around and said, Oldhim doesn't have a gun. And he's goddamn right.
I guess to shoot that thing a fair bit, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, so when you're playing this Tree Frog Dash, you're looking to establish these permanents in the plasma purifiers, in the induction chambers in a way that sets you up for that end of the game state where your blues can come in for much more than just 3 or 4 that's printed on the card. You're able to set up with all those induction chambers, the plasma purifiers, and actually blast through these Oldhims that might be trying to set up on you. And what's going to be interesting for this game is he's going up against an Icelander, and I'm not sure if I didn't get to see all of his Swiss rounds, but that's the first one he's going to be playing in this top 8.
Yeah, look, I think I did see him up against an Iceland. Oh, no, it was actually an Oldhim, sorry. So I know that Jake has played an Oldhim in the previous rounds here. There's a couple of interesting tech points in this deck. One of the things that really stood out to me, I think, was that our play here on Dash, Jake Torres, was running the Warhorn, his own Warhorn, right? So this completely, in an Oldhim matchup, this completely dissuades Oldhim for trying to deploy that, right? It's your action point to deploy that. As soon as you see them play a Warhorn, you pop your Warhorn and say, yep, send that one away. So it's like some redundancy in terms of the items that Jake can develop. And yeah, Oldhim doesn't have a gun. He also doesn't have a gun that can shoot twice, maybe 3 times for like 5 damage apiece, off enough cards here. So the one thing we're looking for is how much damage Jake is forced to leak in order to assemble that sense of inevitability here. This deck does not have the ability to start boosting. So off a full hand, Jake may not be able to do a ton with it until he's actually able to, get these items deployed. I don't know how much things change here, Sam, in an Icelander matchup, whether like some of this D-react density is lowered because you're dealing with more arcane damage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, Jake is doing actually a wonderful job on our screen right now of showing us his entire deck. And so I was just taking a look. We saw a number of Remembrances. We saw 3 Oasis Respites. We saw Findall's Fighting Spears. You have to imagine those are going to be good to block with, if you're able to block a couple low damage attacks. So this deck is really looking. I saw Healing Bombs get resolved out there. So this deck is really going to be looking to play for that long game. In a matchup like Icelander, those Oasis Respites become premium targets when all these red Aether Ice Veins, these yellow Aether Ice Veins are coming in, and you're trying to work through not just your AB, but utilize all of your cards as efficiently as possible. The thing that I'm curious about, and we've kind of talked about this a little bit before, is how does John Zapata get some of these threats to actually land? When you run Icelander out of her red attacks, there's not a lot of reach left on that deck. If you look up as the Icelander player and you look up your opponent's at 25, 26, and you look in your graveyard, and a lot of your red attacks are sitting in the graveyard, you have to start scratching your head thinking to yourself, how can I find these chunks of damage?
And I think that, for Icelander here, there is obviously elements of the sideboard that allows you to play a bit of a longer game. That's when that Frost Hex plan starts to come into play. A lot of these Ice Eternals are getting pitched away in the first cycle. You want to develop some energy potions if you possibly can. And then when it's time, if John can actually deploy, multiple of these sort of Frost Hexes, they can have a big impact. For Jake, it's like, if he develops a Warhorn, that's fine, but he's not Royal. So if he uses that here, John also gets to choose a permanent that, both players lose those permanents. And for Jake, obviously, that could mean one of his items, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know, what the strategy is going to be there. We're going to rack our brains a little bit. But, yeah, a lot of shooting off this pistol. We're starting, of course, with the induction chamber. Very standard stuff here. And, yeah, looking at Warhorn. So choose any number of here. Okay, right. So you don't get the choose perm. Sorry, you don't both have to lose an item. Excuse me. Just to double check that. A little bit of a fringe card here, but
no, absolutely. But what's interesting about the Warhorn coming into the Icelander is it's going to be hitting both, I believe, the aura if an Insidious Chill is down and the item of the Frost Hex. So we're going to start off, and it looks like John Zapata is just on the first turn of the game going to resolve that Frost Hex.
The Frost Hex is an aura too, right? So if you have an Insidious Chill out, you can just choose to get one of those.
I'm thinking of
Energy Potion, right? Yeah, I mean, you pop that in response,
yeah.
right? I think you maybe just find a way to use those two resources.
Yeah, 100%.
So this is how you want to start. I think getting a first Frost Hex down is going to be good. And looking at the hand of Jake, of course, the question is, what degree of attack action density is there? Is that a... Hang on. Okay, it's an onslaught there.
Yeah, a little blue raging onslaught coming in. I love that. That card is just all flavor text. Literally, it's just a block of italics.
It reminds me of like the full. I don't know if you've seen the full text land Magic the Gathering cards.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is a Plains. It is also a card. Like,
yeah. All right, so there's like a payload in hand here. So Jake, there are obviously some cards that he can use to go on offense with outside of the pistol. But hey, we'll open up with a Teklo Plasma pistol shot, and our induction chamber is loaded.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we see that payload. A payload, if that represents dominated attacks, that's a way to push through some damage on the Icelander player. You have to wonder how much, if any, are we going to see anything boosted? Probably not at all. There's so many cards in this dash list that are not mechanologist cards. So you could just stop your entire turn, and you're not putting away any AB.
Your odds of banishing a non-mech card are extremely high in this build. We talk about like the regular dash list that can pivot, right? Can play the more defensive game, can bring in more D-reacts and make the boosting riskier, but often they don't look to do that, right? Instead, they look to develop items if they can. So Finals Fighting Spirit here on blocks. It's going to be the payload pitch now. Load up that induction chamber. Pistols coming in again.
It's got to be your favorite use. If you're going to block with the Findall's Fighting Spirit, you want to block with it on a 2 attack, because then you actually don't just kind of turn it into a quasi-3 block.
Right.
You actually get significant value out of that card. It puts you up in life. Anytime you look up and you're an Icelander player and you're at 37 or 38, you're doing a little dance inside. You're doing something right.
My scars are still turned on.
Yeah.
I'm still lower life than
Exactly.
you, but, still in a pretty healthy position here. So to set expectations for those of you at home not familiar with this matchup, we expect these players to play a longer game. And I think that's already denoted by the Frost Hex being deployed by John, who will straight up sideboard that card out in a lot of more aggro matchups or just straight block with it.
Totally. It is a blue block 3 in certain matchups, and a lot of times it's not even in the deck because it takes so much setup. But in a deck like this dash list, or facing a deck like this dash list, you're going to have plenty of time to set up. But it is going to be very critical to see when can Jake Torres find that Imperial Warhorn. He is also running Remembrances. He's going to be able to recur it. So a lot of how this game, the initial tempo of how it kind of breaks down, is going to be depicted on when that critical card is drawn by the dasher, because there's only one of in the list.
Yep.
And I don't think you can get it with Spark of Genius, though. That just kind of popped into my head. I think
it's probably a mechanologist.
Gotta be a mechanologist.
That would be.
That's like I'm the mad side. It's like, wait, can you get it?
Put them E-pots, that Talisman of Warfare, triggers off a pistol shot. Oh, okay, now we're talking. All right, Polar Blast here out from Arsenal. So John chooses this moment here to make his response. And of course, that's going to be followed up now by the Waning Moon. Bear in mind, Jake has some cards in his hand to power his Arcane Barrier package. Now, we're looking at a lot of Arcane. Is that AB2 on Visiatronic?
I think so, yeah.
Right, so he in a pretty healthy position to block a lot of this. I've got Sam. Sam sat next to me. He's just looking at him.
Let's check out Visiatronic.
Again, yeah, I mean, we obviously get to cast a fair few dash games. You get to see, obviously, your mates with obviously a pretty prolific dash player, but this is a little bit of a different take on it. It's not the first time we've seen it. Jacob Bohr last year also piloted this deck list. I don't even think he was the progenitor of what's been dubbed the Tree Frog dash list. Yep. It is Arcane Barrier 2 in the Visiatronic Model I, as Sam has spotted for us here. So AB4 virtually for Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe one of my first recollections of the Tree Frog dash is Teeth Debo, Jacob Bah. I hope that's how you pronounce his name. I remember seeing them piloting that list during some of these upcoming.
He had a mask on during the COVID era, but he has this gigantic beard that emerges from below the mask.
Exactly. It's iconic. It's iconic. Coming in now, though, we're going to have an E-Strike bottoming a card. You have to imagine, because there's already a card in hand to pop into that arsenal, this is just going to be an attack for 7, represent a fair amount of damage. Again, though, this dash is going to be pretty happy to be blocking with a lot of these cards. You see, I saw Sift when he was searching through that deck. Sift is only there to block 3.
Yeah.
That's literally, it's a blue, and it's going to block 3. We see an Oasis Respite he might choose to deploy here. He moved right into reactions, which is going to mean that there's probably a second. So 2, that all you got's coming in to clean up 6 of this 7 here. 1 from the arsenal, going to leave Jake Torres with 3 cards to work with on his own turn.
I think that all you got's kind of interesting in this list, right? It probably doesn't have a true function, as there's not anything from John that's going to trigger that extra effect. So technically it's like a yellow D-react for 3, which is, I mean, kind of below rate for my money. Being yellow definitely helps a little bit there. But hey, whatever covers up these attacks, I mean, this is a Sigil of Solace in this guy's hand. Yeah, this round's on me also featured in that group of cards. So Jake, with no shortage of resources, should John decide to deploy some of his Arcane-based threats?
So one of the things that we saw in the Calling Indianapolis was when Michael Hamilton was facing off against Charles Dunn in that finals round. Charles Dunn, to be said, was not able to find that Warhorn. It was not near any of that first cycle of his deck. What Michael Hamilton was able to do was take cards out of Charles's hand on his own turn with a big attack. He blocked with a couple cards so that when we shipped back to the Oldhim player's turn, that was his way of stripping cards to go for his huge Ice Eternal. It wasn't through Insidious Chills.
AB or pay through.
Exactly,
anything, right?
And it wasn't Insidious Chill triggers. It wasn't Amulet Device because that's no longer in the format. He set up that Ice Eternal and then used the attacks to clear the hand, which was something that took me completely
This is
by
actually
surprise.
why Kano wants to play on his own turn sometimes as well, because he actually wants to, create some tempo advantage, strip cards from his opponent's hand, so that when he wants to do the big damage, they have less to sort of pitch to AB.
Absolutely.
Jake also doesn't have like an elegant solution to pitching on sort of his turn to get rid of frostbites, right? There's no like instant speed pitch opportunities unless there's a tunic counter up. That's the one way that he can do that. So bear that in mind here. CNC comes in now. This is a more recent inclusion to the Icelander list, purely based off necessity, because the card pool's not really there. Another attack, but again, it doesn't really obey the Hamilton doctrine of hitting at a break point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Michael Hamilton himself, when he spoke of conceiving this deck, he said, I didn't like CNC, I didn't find it enough value. And you're like, you didn't find CNC enough value, brother? Also, notably, he pitches the yellow Aether Ice Vein here, so John Zapata is definitely trying to keep some threat density still within his deck. He's going to be seemingly happy to keep 3 cards in the hand here. And normally when you're playing decks, and you are ending with an arsenal and 2 cards in your hand, you feel like you were not able to use every card in your hand to the most efficiency. But in a matchup like this, you're playing towards a different game plan. That kind of quote-unquote IP penalty that you just put on yourself is not nearly as damning when you're not facing any pressure from the dash.
Right, that's exactly what you were sort of teasing towards. Like, what can Dash do with a full grip? In fact, neither of these decks can function all that well off like a fully full card hand. They do want to commit some cards. They do want to, start pressuring each other's deck totals here. So this is an Oasis Respite into the Command & Conquer. No Arsenal here for Jake, so the on-hit is not so relevant. And yet, so it's a yellow Aether Ice Vein. It's also pitched for a cycle where maybe John has a way of, like you mentioned, tempoing a card out of Jake's hand and making it harder to pitch to that Arcane Barrier 4, right? That's going to be pretty important. And it's not so good here, where his opponent's got a full grip and he's got 4 AB on his equipment.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a game of finding the windows for John here. You're going to have to resolve more Frost Hexes, resolve the Insidious Chills, but the thing about the Insidious Chills, unlike the modality of Amulet Device, with Insidious Chill, it just procs on every Ice Fuse. So once that first one's down, you need to start being careful about when you actually decide to fuse, even if there's a turn that it turns on the rest of your hand. If that Insidious Chill trigger is going to be huge for taking the cards out of this Dash player's hand to actually resolve that big combo turn, you're going to have to be careful about when you try to resolve those fuse effects.
Yeah, you have less flexibility. Back in the days of Amulet of Ice, that was a May trigger, right? So you fuse, you might be fusing a Brain Freeze, and you're not really trying to, you're already going to strip a card virtually from your opponent's hand, and you don't want to, activate another one of those effects here. So Finals Fighting Spirit, again, gets in front of a 2-power attack. So John, the cheesy thumbs up here, obviously still lower in life than Jake, as our friend went above 40 at one point after that Sigil of Solace. And here comes another pistol shot.
It will be interesting to see as well when Jake, if and at any time, is able to resolve his second induction chamber or his first plasma purifier. When some of these other items get to come out and play, all of a sudden, if John does elect to do what he did on that last turn, keep 3 cards in his hand, all of a sudden those pistol shots become even more threatening. And then it feels somewhat unfair when this big control deck is coming at you for 3 and then 3 again, or 4 and then 4 and then 4 again off just a couple cards. It starts to get, unfortunate from that point forward.
This fundamentally right here is John saying, I'm going to exchange 1 card for 2 of yours. If you only block with 1 card, I'm still going to get 2 of yours. So this is, a way to maintain threat density virtually here. And hey, you get 2 blocks for this one. In a longer game, you'll find you're digging towards the further Frost Hexes in your deck here. You're telling your opponent, I'm not really sure if Jake just, if he's playing more than 60 cards here, it's quite possible. If he's trying to play a longer game, he'll go up. I know if you're trying to avoid, fatiguing it all, you may just take a sideboard and slam it straight into your deck. Remembrances here. This is a little bit early to see it, so
Might see it pitched away.
yeah. Being able to load pistol, load induction chamber with the 1 yellow is not too bad.
One thing I did note as Jake was looking through John's graveyard there, we've seen 5 red attacks come through, which is often how Icelander likes to bring the life totals down, really get some damage in, and Jake has taken a huge 2 damage to go back down to 40, right? So these red attacks not able to connect whatsoever, which is going to force John into finding other avenues to get some of that damage in. It might require 2 separate Ice Eternal combos to actually get the reach to finish this game.
We have to exceed that 4 damage per arcane threat presented. Most of John's arcane threats are, 4, 5 in best case, right, with the red Aether Ice Vein. So at this point here, better to make your opponent block with cards and lose them than sort of have them pitch to Arcane Barrier and have those cards come right on back here. So I'm curious. I'd love to talk to John sort of about this, about what the overarching strategy is here and how you set up adequately to perform an Ice Eternal combo that actually threatens this Dash player.
Absolutely, and John Zapata, a wonderful player. He's top 8 of the last AG Open, top 8 of the Battle Hardened in Indianapolis. He's absolutely kicks ass when he plays this card game. And you have to wonder how many times he's played this exact matchup. How many times has he played Icelander into control Dash? Because it hasn't been that relevant until relatively recently.
Can't have been frequently. I don't know too many sort of local players, and I mean, sort of here in Los Angeles and Orange County that go for this play style. And here there's a sink below comfortably say in hand here. Curious to see what the sink is, and that'll indicate to us if Jake is actually looking to do some filtering. It looks like a Citadel Solace and a Findle's Fighting Spirit in hand here, so not the best of blocking hands.
Might be looking to get that Sigil out of the way. It'll be interesting to see if Jake attempts to resolve any of these big red attacks, quote unquote, in his deck. This is going to be a second Scar for his Scar, sadly coming and trying to...
Icebriar, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Icebriar, oh my god, imagine.
Oh, there's another Darian.
0 for 4.
18 more to go, John. Hang in there, buddy. Insidious Chill developed here.
All right, so that's a big one. That's the first, we've now got 2 permanents down before the Warhorn hits. It's how many can you cycle and get out onto the board before Jake is able to start recurring that thing? And how many remembrances did he bring in? Because he pitched that first one, which means that remembrance is now at the bottom. Is there a second one coming around to help when you find the Warhorn, or do you find the Warhorn and then all of a sudden you're still waiting another 8 or 9 turns to get back to your pitch stack?
Yeah, it's frustrating for John because, like we discussed, you get an aura and an item here, so it might make John a little reluctant to deploy energy potions for the long game. Maybe he wants to hold on to him a turn before he tries to do something filthy with Ice Eternal.
Look at that
up here.
If there's one floating, yeah, that's a yellow Findall's Fighting Spirit.
Well.
My God, man, what have you done?
What is this abomination?
What is this? But this is not going to get any value from the pitch. We're just going to load up the pistol. He's going to take a look.
I think for flavor, Jake has maintained a Mechanologist card here. Obviously, this is another payload, I think. So good on you, remembering his roots.
I thought you were saying, yellows.
Oh, yeah.
For flavor. We're making sure we have enough Mechanologist cards like these
yes,
yellows.
it's Icebriar versus Mechanical Prism.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, yeah. Once Dash doesn't have to play as many yellows as she has to normally play in the aggressive matchup, that deck's gonna be disgusting.
There it is. It's another Frost Hex, and crucially, that Ice Eternal pitched away for the second cycle here. So.
Absolutely, and we saw the yellow Aether Ice Vein. We saw the blue Aether Ice Vein. I don't remember what the last card pitched after for the Insidious Show was, but if it was a blue, then we've also put a blue there, or an ice card. We've put it there ready for those Aether Ice Veins on the second cycle, or potentially for this Ice Eternal when we get back.
It's always a question of, how many red attack actions are you going to have going to that second cycle? It's not always efficient to pitch them when you have so many blues in your deck and you can do everything else off one blue. Because we talked about this idea of using the attack actions to strip cards to make it harder to block arcane damage. Otherwise, playing an Ice Vein that's not red into a 4-card hand from the control Dash player is oh, well, I guess I'll just pitch these cards to AB, like we said. So
yeah, absolutely.
Pistol comes in once more. John, his blocking decisions aren't being complicated overly right now because there's no extra Dash items in play. And just 2 block, I think, from Brothers here. That's all he needs.
Doesn't need to use that tunic counter to get the extra resources to pump it up to 4, because all these attacks are going to be coming in for 2 most likely until we see something like a Plasma Purifier resolved. And he's going to go ahead and swing that pistol forward and shoot it one more time.
I watched Jake wrap up his match against Dennis here, and it was, I guess, a little faster because Dennis was trying to put a lot of pressure down. But Jake ends it, I think, with just 2 induction chambers, maybe a purifier, but I don't even know if he got to that point there. So very, very hard for Viserai to overcome. We had a big turn from Dennis towards the end of the game, right? We was really able to go a little bit wider finally, but Jake was able to shrug that off, I think, and you know, maybe have his hand stripped. But eventually Viserai has an off turn, and he did. And Jake
Immediately after that, it was Runic Reclamation, Runic Reclamation, Runic Reclamation, and a blue.
So another Ice Turtle pitched to that second cycle. This is going to say discard unless you pay 1.
Which you have to imagine Jake is going to have no trouble doing. Now, if you're Dash here, did you find anything to resolve any other permanents of your own? Trying to take a peek at the hand there. I think
2
I saw.
Sifts
Yeah,
and 2 D-Reacts.
all right, we got all gas, no brakes coming from the. Buckle up, everybody. It's about to be a 0 to 60 turn from the Dash. No, probably not.
On a 0 to rave scale, this is a bar mitzvah.
Hey, I've been to some crazy.
Yeah, okay, to be fair, I don't want to knock him. I've not actually been to one. So,
Okay.
I've not been to one yet. So really,
Interesting. I will hold back my Jewish fury at you.
yeah, I've been fortunate enough. Yeah, not overly prevalent in Australia. So.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say in Los Angeles. And I was gonna
I
say,
was
you
gonna say,
sir
yeah,
are a
no,
liar.
I'm not so sure about that. Yeah,
Sir.
I'm quite sure.
All right, coming in here with the Tecloplasma pistol once again for 2.
All right. We'll reload that pistol here.
And, you know, critically, one of the things I was watching was Jake with his tunic counter there, because as you said, that's a very good insurance target as a way to break frostbites before you take all the damage on your own turn from Ice Eternal, having to end the turn with all those frostbites. So after seeing 2 Ice Eternals get pitched, Jake is feeling probably a little more, you know, able to use that tunic counter and not just keep it up as insurance, as kind of like my get out of jail free card until something else like an energy potion is resolved. Yeah. So we're going to see once he gets back up to 3, is he content to just sit on that counter as his bailout?
So it's worth pointing out here that John has had to leak, you know, about 6 damage over the course of this game in order to set up these 2 frost hexes, right? He's had to keep 2 cards in hand, or at least 1, to sort of, you know, deploy that kind of threat. Here's an Ice Bolt, so this is going to be asking for a blue from Jake, and he'll get it.
How nice of Jake.
He obliges.
He asks and he receives. Now, what I'm curious about how John feels regarding when to play out these blues. I've been noticing he's been kind of showing a propensity to do so at the kind of closer to the beginning of these chains, or at the point where it is a little more face up about what he's trying to do. See, there he had already used the induction chamber, so things were pretty cleared up. But it's going to be interesting to see how often John attempts, now that he's got 2 frost hexes down, to really allow Jake to pass towards the arsenal and then play out that ice blue.
Now, let's be clear. Obviously, induction chamber is an attack reaction that gives go again. Was that Favor Scene pitched to the attack reaction?
Potentially for the frostbite.
Yeah, to the frostbite there. So there's another mechanism there if you actually haven't finished your attack to pitch something away to it there.
Yeah, absolutely.
John's leaking damage, though, in order to do much of this stuff. And again, like that 2 is not a break point, obviously, but it also, you do lose out on value putting 3 blocks in front of them a lot of the time. But John is eventually going to have to start doing that. Normally the 2 blocks are supposed to be a detriment to your Icelander player. But here they are bonus because they are quite efficient blocking. So, okay, so it looks like Fate maybe pitched to play the Sigil.
There it is, yeah. So Jake, once again, continuing his strategy of gaining life to just immediately lose it.
Back to 40, baby.
Back down to 40. Icelander really feeling comfortable, putting an enormous amount of pressure forward. But it seems, you know, John has cooled off on those big red attacks. They haven't been doing the same power. But, okay, so here we go. We're going to strip some cards out of the hand 6 ways from Sunday here, unless there's another Oasis Respite. Because the first thing that needs to be responded to is this Insidious Chill. And then if any damage leaks off the Aether Ice Vein, that's taking another card. And we're going to use that opportunity, if we're Icelander here, to resolve the 3rd Frost Hex. Because that's going right back into the arsenal. So let's see how Jake wishes to fight through the disruption, and then when John can resolve this card and try to stay away from that Warhorn.
This is comfortably within first cycle that John has found all 3 of these frost hexes. So the timing has to feel pretty decent for him now. 2 Ice Eternals were pitched fairly recently, though. So again, like, well, let's talk the numbers on like Ice Eternal. What can he do? Like, it was like 6 frostbites without Epot if it's coming out of Arsenal, right? X is 6, pay 12 for it. So
With 4 in your hand,
Yeah.
4 blues.
That's like the maybe like close to best case scenario with that.
You want to fuse it as well, though, so we need you need a
okay.
blue ice in your hand to
Yeah.
fuse.
So no, not quite. It's
the E-pots will help.
4.
Yeah.
So 3 Ice Eternals and 3 Frost Hexes, so like threatening what? 12 damage per time. That's not bad with Jake at 37, but
Got to get him a little lower before,
yeah,
before
I
start
hope
feeling really
Healing
comfortable.
Bar might have something to say about that.
And Sigil. But and the thing is, unfortunately, a way to help with those huge turns is with something like an energy potion. But to get the ability, for John clearly felt like it was necessary to use the E-pot as pitch to make sure that the fuse effect was there for the amulet of not for the amulet device, for the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah.
So that's going to the bottom of the deck. We're not going to be seeing that energy potion anytime soon.
Getting Jake to leak some damage, though. John definitely needs to get him below a certain threshold to actually be able to execute his combo. And putting in a fused Aether Ice Flame with the Insidious Chill on board is a decent way to do that. Another pistol and another no block from John. So now we've taken 10 damage cumulatively from these dash pistols.
Absolutely. Something actually might have been 11 because of that Findall's Fighting Spirit.
Great point.
Look at that.
All right, here is the third Frost Hex. So the trio is in play. One key component of John's combo is there. No sign of the Warhorn just yet.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, if that Frostbite is sticking around at the end of the turn, that's representing 3 damage.
It's occurred to me as well that these Frost Hexes are considered to be under Jake's control, so he chooses to blow them up with the Warhorn.
Oh,
right? It's not like John can't protect his auras by having an Insidious Chill in play. Because it's in his control. There's a Frost Hexes are technically
terrible
under Jake's control.
Terrible.
So that's a completely different story. Okay, that seems scary.
This Wounded Bull, scary for most decks, but when you're this dash list, it looks as though you're going to be pretty content to use a couple of these D reacts. We've seen a number of them now. We've seen those 2. That all you got. We saw Sync, we saw Fate, we saw another Sync, and we saw another Fate right here. So now we've worked through 4 of our main 6, all-star D-reacts. We have to imagine there are the Springboard Somersaults that the deck is named after as well within the deck.
That's right, yeah. I remember asking, like, how did you get to Tree Frog? And the explanation was rather convoluted. Something to do with, Springboard Somersault.
I think, right?
Jumping.
Isn't it something like that?
I believe so. Also, Findall's Fighting Spirit. I mean, it looked like they're climbing a tree. I don't know.
I like that.
Hey, there's some flavour
Yeah.
in this control dash. It's not all mayonnaise all the time, as Craig described. I think Craig Craig Honnigan, obviously, described Craig Pollack's influence here in SoCal as like mayonnaise. As this is all permeating.
Man.
I'm like,
No, not like this.
incredible. I've got to call that back out. We got plenty of time to fuel here, ladies and gentlemen. So.
Yeah. I don't give mayonnaise a bad rap. I'm a big fan of the mayonnaise.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know what it means about me. I know what it says. I own it.
I put it on my fries sometimes. And by sometimes, I mean every single time.
So I spent 4 years in the city of Cologne in North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany.
Okay, flex. No, I'm kidding.
Beautiful place. And their specialty, their specialty is weird tasting beer in small glasses. But they do like a Pommes Rotweiss, which is like red and white fries, and it's ketchup and mayonnaise on your chips.
Wow.
Yep, on your fries.
That's fantastic.
I love it.
Dude, I just do it on the side. Just put a little ketchup, a little mayo.
Yep, nah, you're all in Cologne, mate. Yeah, one way or another.
Fantastic.
In for a penny, in for
Oh,
a pound.
man,
It's mayo and ketchup on your fries.
Well, we are getting a couple more pistol shots, and John Zapata is he's getting riddled with holes at this point. I mean, like these
Look like Swiss cheese out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Smells better at least.
These Icelander players, they like to use a lot of these cards a lot of the time, especially when you're trying to play towards these kind of longer game combos. So blocking with either your combo pieces or your potential damaging spells, it's not always what you want to be doing. This Red Winter's Bite coming from Arsenal, so we're going to demand a card right away. And then this is just going to be an E-Strike, keeping a card for the Arsenal, so probably once again for 7. And now if you do this, you either are leaking damage from the E-Strike or you're taking cards out of the hand that if that's an ice card in your arsenal now, that Frostbite is suddenly much more threatening. Jake might be inclined to just pass the turn, knowing a Frostbite could be coming and wanting to pitch into his AB because he doesn't want to take 3 right there. So this is a good, Winter's Bite here, doing a good job of pressuring Dash at least a little bit finally.
Yeah, John is spending 3 cards to virtually present 10 value here. 7 damage plus, the virtual 3, right? If you want to call the discard unless you pay 3 effect there. And then if he can turn around with, something that's damaging. Here's Oasis. No life gain for Jake. No, you don't get that. You can't have everything, my friend. Blue Zippy hit as well, put in front here. This will cover up the E-Strike.
And interesting now, we've seen a couple Oasis Respites. The first used on the CNC, the second used there. These aren't going after the arcane effects. These are just going after the big attacks.
Yep.
He's respecting the damage from no matter the source. He doesn't seem to be concerned with.
Like, I think Oasis Respite seems like a much more attractive option when you don't have AB4 on board. Right? I mean, you can pitch to it, just as easily. Like, you're not losing a card, right, pitching it away instead. So Jake's probably happy enough to use it on the attacks. He also knows that, John's eventually going to run out of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the second Remembrance pitch.
What's it going to be, John?
This second Remembrance now, you have to wonder, is there going to be a third? Is there going to be, or are both of these now going to be needed to kind of make this Warhorn even more devastating?
I mean, even one Warhorn is devastating. Like, John can't interact with that.
Yeah, not at all.
Unless he has his own Warhorn. Like, I don't know about that one.
This is big, though. The second Insidious Chill, now the Fuse is going to need 4 resources.
Yep.
An Aether Ice Vein effect would still only demand 2 cards if you are okay with taking damage, but Jake doesn't want to be taking any damage. This deck is just trying to stay alive and run you out of cards at the end of the day.
So you can, if you have enough of these Insidious Chills in play and you have a timely Fuse, another one in his hand, by the way, and if you have a timely Fuse effect, you can virtually time walk your opponent, but what can you do with that turn? That doesn't just get blocked out by your opponent here. So that's a break the Frostbite there and come the pistol one more time. John is taking it all, man. Again, it's hard. He has to leak damage in order to have his turn. But at some point, John is going to be set up. He's going to have all of his pieces in play. He's going to have to execute on his combo at some point, ideally before this Warhorn makes its appearance.
It's looking like it's going to be relatively soon. Like you said, he has the Insidious Chill in his hand. He has an action point here in 3 cards. He could choose to just resolve the Insidious Chill rather than park it in the arsenal. But it looks like it is going to be the Aether Ice Vein fused with the Ice Bolt, and the Insidious Chill is perhaps going for the second cycle to get that final bit of reach, and he's valuing having another one of those effects still within his deck rather than stacking them all right now.
Yeah, John may be thinking, the difference between the second and third Insidious Chill, probably not a huge one here. This is a yellow with Ice Vein, right? So presenting discard unless you pay 2 with 4 arcane damage. So Jake is having a look at John's graveyard here. So probably trying to just assess his threat density at this part of the game and decide how much he wants to commit to this.
Yeah, it's curious. The 3 Insidious Chills, right? That represents 6 resources just on the Fuse, which is 2 blues right away. And then then an Aether Ice Vein style effect is going to require a 3rd card. It's the perfect way to set yourself up if you're Icelander to really have that big Ice Eternal turn. But again, if you look up at Jake Torres and it's 37 still, that's not an Ice Eternal range for a sane person. Not for somebody. And I don't want to say running like the Ice and Hell Weather Vein combo and all that. I'm not saying that's insane.
It would be fantastic here, though.
It would be fantastic here. But it's not in the standard list. So you have to find the way to, these Icelanders, they don't kill you from 40. They're not like their fiery cousins. They need to chip you down a little bit to get that big turn. So can John Zapata find that reach here? He has the 3 Frost Hexes. He has the 2 Insidious Chills. He has a lot of what he could ask for. And he has Jake Torres with a complete opening to Jake Torres here without any cards in hand. Yeah. This is an opportunity to get some of that chip in that we've just been talking about.
Yeah, and this is how John is going to do it. He needs to catch Jake without these cards in his hand, and those 2 Insidious Chills are pretty crucial. So virtually, he can do it one more time, of course, and then he'll only be down to the 1 in Insidious Chill, and it won't be enough to fully strip the hand of Jake in order to give him an opening. But hey, get him with the Waning Moon, get him with the Ice Bolt here, getting Jake now down to 28. Guys taking let's say 15 damage?
Yeah, something like that. You gain like 5 life or so. Yep. And actually, we were talking about that last turn. John Zapata was probably very aware, by playing that Aether Ice Vein, that he was going to get that opening that he wanted, and rather than use the opening to resolve an Insidious Chill, he used the opening for 6 damage. Yep. He found the window to get a little bit of chip in. 28 is different than 34, right? And so that was the window, and that was the priority there, was let me get my chip in where I can before the healing, before I, once again, have trouble finding a way to get through.
Yeah. If we're we're purely min-maxing, but obviously each time you can Ice Eternal, right, X is 3, I think we've sort of decided, because you need a Fuse card as well to deploy that. So 6 Frostbites which is 18 damage, providing that that's not blocked out, which Jake has the ability to block that out. There is the namesake, quasi-namesake, I guess, springboard somersault in pitch. Another sink below goes away, so we are starting to run a little bit lower on those defense reactions, but there's still an Oasis Respite parked in hand for Jake.
Absolutely, and you have to wonder, see a Channel Lake
Last-ditch effort.
Hey, come on, we ever getting there? This is going to load up the pistol. Let's see, we got a Channel Lake Fidget in hand, another Aether Ice Vein. I think that's a Frosting if I saw it just briefly.
Does Jake care at all about Channel Lake Frigid?
It makes these pistol shenanigans more challenging. It makes it so that if a Channel Lake Frigid is there, what he's doing right now is going to require more cards out of his hand, and potentially that can, if he's churning through resources, it's like Lexi, right? All of her things cost 1 or cost 0, so all of these things that would cost 0 cost 1, the things that cost 1 cost 2.
Like Jake has to try and assess the value of a Channel Lake Frigid, right? Because it's 2 cards you're throwing to it if you want to keep it around for sort of 2 turns.
Yeah.
Can you soak up that much virtual damage by taxation effects? Like, that's hard to assess.
He might either elect to block with it, pitch it away. We'll see what his arsenal card is. Yeah, again, and this Frostbite, if it's a nice blue, is impactful now. So when do you elect to throw it out to try to catch Jake at a moment where it causes him some damage?
John can't fuse on Jake's turn, can he? It really has to be on his own turn to strip these cards.
Other than with something like Ice Eternal.
Right.
Ice Eternal is the way to do it, or blue Aether Ice Vein is the other way to do it. Or a blue Brain Feast if he's running Brain Feast.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, most of the time, this is what I was alluding to earlier, is the way that Michael Hamilton stripped those cards on that Ice Eternal turn was something like a Wounded Bull. The Wounded Bull came in, took 2 or 3 cards. I think it took 2 cards, but the Oldham player was then caught with a blue and a red and was unable to break all the Frostbites. And all of a sudden, it was like, and there were 1 Insidious Chill, maybe, not even 1. It was just like the attack action was the way he fought through the hand and got the reach off that Ice Eternal. But with these Insidious Chills, he has the, more traditional line open to him, John Zapata does.
All right, another Wounded Bull comes clattering across the board. Yeah, Darth Prentice, 3 Frost Hexes are in play. John has managed to set that up here. Looks like
it's a red winner's fight.
Overpitch Aether Ice Vein here underneath that Frosting. So tucking that one away for safekeeping.
Keeping some threats in the deck as well.
Any defense reactions, Jake? That's a Throttle.
Blocking at least 3, blocking another 3. Are we leaking 2 here? We're leaking 2.
Yeah.
26 is different. Now, we've seen, I think, all 3 Ice Eternals pitched, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely 2, and I feel like I saw a third
I think
one.
we've seen 3 at this point.
Yeah, so we have to imagine that the Warhorn is coming before those Ice Eternals because we had, right?
I think Jake underblocked there to keep a blue in his hand in case of Arcane damage.
Yeah, true, because he does have a card here right now.
Yeah. Because he has floating, 4 floating, so anything other than red Aether Ice Vein is going to leave him pretty unbothered. And the finger guns.
A little bit of finger guns. Yeah,
I mean, if you're going to play this strategy, you may as well make it fun.
Exactly. If you're going to play this deck, you can't be an asshole about it. You just can't. And I will say, I spoke a little bit with one of his friends, Brandon, who came. These people came from Phoenix. This group. These people, Jesus.
Yeah.
These fine
interlopers.
Yeah, these fine folk have come from Phoenix to take on the AGE Open, and I'm glad we got at least one out of towner in the top 8.
I'm glad we dragged him into the storm here in LA. Welcome, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's taking his talents to Los Angeles, and just from watching the little bit of the top 8 games, Jake does seem to be a very nice dude. They seem to have. They told me they had a great time at the event. They're glad to come. We got to get him back. Only one of them. Only one out of towner in the top 8. Come on, you guys.
Yeah.
What do you got?
The Vor brothers not managing to penetrate. Oh, is that a Spark of Genius? Right. So Jake now can start to drag some of this extra architecture out of his deck. Epot.
And we're going to go ahead and resolve the Epot and then push 2 arcane damage here after the energy potion. We played 2 non-attack actions.
This is crucial. There's a Tunic counter up here. So Tunic in a blue lets Jake go and get a 2-cost item, right? That means that he could sort of, I guess he could have pitched to that, but that's not the option. He might want to keep a redundant card in hand here. That's a Warhorn? That's a Warhorn.
Yeah, he found it. I was going to say, if we pitched all 3 of the Ice Eternals, then there's no way that the Warhorn doesn't come first.
That's true.
So we're going to see one of these cards resolved here, and it is just going to be the Warhorn. So we know we're only getting 1 more turn of value from our full equipment suite. However,
John.
let me just take a look. The Epot here, you got it kind of the perfect time to keep one of your other cards around because you have the item to choose as well.
Yeah. John obviously now realizing what's at stake here? Do you have a recursion meta for the Frost-Hex? I'm going to assume no. Do you have the combo now? I'm going to assume no.
Yeah.
So I guess best case is like John, again, strips some cards on this turn, and then in response to Jake trying to, blow the old bugle, we'll then try and deploy the isotone if he has one.
I'm going to canonize Blow the Old Bugle for Imperial Warhorn. Absolutely. Getting a little note here from our producers. What is this? What are we looking at here?
So, this happens often AGE events, is that the first seed has never won an AGE event. Our first seed, I want to say, is John Zapata.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says obviously up the top there. So John is now has had the Riot Act read to him as the Warhorn comes down.
And yeah, so Evan, our head judge here, Evan Bridges, ProQuest champion, I will say.
Yeah, just a multi ProQuest champion.
There you go. He called him the Swiss King, which I like. He always just motors through Swiss, and then can he get there in the top 8? Where if we're homers, we're rooting for John Zapata here, but we're not homers. We're objective broadcasters.
Professionals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So we're excited to see what could happen here, especially given that this is your turn to kind of step on the gas, with all of these items in play before the Warhorn goes off. How does John Zapata want to attempt to move forward from here? It looks like he's deciding if he's going to respond to the Warhorn or at the end of Jake's turn before priority is passed back to him. We'll see what he wants to do. Another Channel Lake Frigid in hand. It looks like he just gives the motion. That's okay. Jake does a double check.
Resolve,
Be sure.
Scary. A Warhorn with recursion. Another spark in the hand here. Here is the winner's buy.
And critically, Jake Torres does have that Tunic counter online. If for some reason this was the Ice Eternal turn, he has kept that Tunic counter ready. It is a way to instant speed, break some Frostbites. The thing that I'm curious about now is where are the remembrances in relation to the Ice Eternals? Because that's going to be pretty big. Is it where in the pitch stack? I think, I'm trying to remember it all off the top of my head. I think at least one of those Ice Eternals is going to come up before the Remembrance. I think the Remembrance was pitched after the Ice Eternals, but they were pretty close. That turn that it was Ice Eternal, Remembrance, they were all right around the same turns.
Jake is often keeping a redundant card in hand, again, like keeping a blue for any potential Arcane. So he's actually going through his deck a bit slower than John is, or cycling through those cards, only drawing 3 at the end of most turns instead of 4. But with Jake at 24, even with 2 Frost Hexes, it feels like you can still
do some damage.
Make
Absolutely,
something happen there. Again, with like air quotes, a full strength, Ice Eternal off 2 Frost Hexes, and Jake's at 24. Yeah, that's still pretty scary. You might just have enough to get it done here.
Yeah, and that was going to be go again. So this is, in a funny way, it's the same thing. It's either 7 or it's 5 plus 2 Arcane, and it looks as though he elects to split the damage rather than put it all on a physical card.
Waning Moon's instant, right? So you don't need to go again on the E-Strike, right? I think
maybe
so just like 0.7.
Might have just been the 7.
Could have been a draw as well, for all we know. So that might explain like it's only 2 cards sort of being put in front there. Ah, here it is. The Valkyries ride to war. How about you have this one back, sir? And maybe you can get rid of your E-Pot and an Insidious Chill.
Yeah, we shall see here. Oh, yeah, and the stream knows. The stream knows. It's Blackout Kick.
I don't think I don't think there's anything fusible in hand, unless there's something in the arsenal.
Well, it's been sitting there for quite some time, that arsenal, I want to say.
If you're going to make Sparks fly here, it's going to have to be now. The E-Pot needs to find a use here.
If you blow up the E-Pot, because it's item or I'm going to check it again. It's item or aura, right?
It's item and aura, right? And John gets to choose them, which is fine, but he only has one candidate of each, right? So, okay.
Is that Channel Lake? Yep.
Channel Lake.
I feel like I've avoided learning exactly what this card does at a protest.
Yes.
I'm just like, I don't even want to know.
Just out of principle. Yeah. If I do not see it, it does not exist.
Yeah. Okay, so it's ally, item, aura, or landmark they control. So if he elects, oh wait, this Channel Lake is an aura. So he can choose the Channel Lake Frigid here.
Okay.
So he was keeping the Channel Lake to choose instead of.
Get in with the moon here.
Oh, this is pretty cool, actually. So that's why that Channel Lake was sitting there for some time, is once the aura comes down, yes, you're going to lose a Frost Hex, but what you're going to be able to do is use the Channel Lake Frigid in place of getting rid of your Insidious Chill.
And John took his Tunic counter, I think, here to zap, as opposed to...
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
What a cool play there from John Zapata. We were looking at because he could have chosen. So I think if it's or, you can choose the energy potion in place of your Insidious Shield, but now you get 3 permanents that you're going to stick around.
That's
that
right.
Channel
So
Lake
it's not.
Frigid,
It's or not and. I think.
Yeah. And that Channel Lake Frigid, that's going away at some point. That doesn't just get to stick on the board. So by keeping the Channel Lake Frigid for the Warhorn turn, you've put yourself in a position to keep. You only really
I like
kind
that
of
a lot.
net lost 1 permanent. That was.
It also
super
opens
cool.
up a win condition for John now that doesn't just require you to Ice Eternal them, or it doesn't have to be all Ice Eternal, right? John still has the mechanism for stripping cards via from fuse effects and poking that waning moon, getting damage in. So even with 2 Frost Hexes, hey, you can still make something happen. Remember, Warhorn doesn't just. I mean, Remembrance doesn't just put the Warhorn back in your hand. You have to get to it. So, John has outs here he can play to.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we remember that Jake has gained at least 5 life over the course of this game, without that life gain, these players are at equal life. And every time you cast an Icelander game, every time you watch an Icelander game, there's so many different narratives and things you can talk about. But at the end of the day, what does I feel like a broken record, and maybe people are annoyed at me because I do say this all the time, but what does Icelander want to do? She wants to be around the same life as
Walk
you
it down.
until you're around 10 and then she wins, right? So at the end of the day, if you're John Zapata here, perhaps you don't feel too far behind. You are finding windows to poke some damage in throughout all of this life gain and these effects that Jake Torres is able to get. The pressure has somewhat stopped as well. We've seen John Zapata comfortably sitting. It's like been 2018 for quite a
The
while.
gap has shrunk a lot, actually.
Yeah. So let's see how he wants it. It looks like, I think that was maybe just a Coronet Peak activation. Yeah.
So there's an Emeritus Scalding and Frost Hex. It's a Polar Blast in hand here for John. So he can sort of presumably the Polar Blast here. Like to obviously be able to sort of have that card replace itself.
And here we go. Here's another Healing Bomb. Just like you said, that Polar Blast is going to come through. It's going to represent some damage, technically, with the Frost Hexes, but with 2 cards in hand, that most likely is going to get eaten up by a blue. Though a Waning Moon will probably be coming in here for 3 as well.
Still a couple of cards in hand here for Jake. But again, the less cards he has in hand, the less he has to pay through that Frostbite with.
You might be asking, do you want to pay 1, or can my next attack dominate, sir?
I mean, not always relevant, right? But sometimes Polar Blasting into Wounded Ball is not the worst.
Imagine if you get an instant speed right now, the Wounded Ball. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Finals, Fighting Spirit. We're going to go right back up to 20. And we're going to get another card for the Arsenal. So if we found, so we're probably getting close to those Ice Eternals. So if we've found them anytime soon, we have the Epot. This is a big red attack. This is a way to strip cards out of the hand. And the other thing about the Ice Eternal, if we're John Zapata and we're saving these 2 counters on the Insidious Shield, the Ice Eternal, as we talked about earlier, is a fuse effect. So those are going to proc before even the Ice Eternal resolves, right? So if we found those Ice Eternals that were pitched away in like the first 4 or 5 turns of this game, this might be the time. This is the moment where we saw it very similarly in the Calling Indianapolis, where a big red attack came in. It stripped cards out of the hand. There's no Arsenal. There's no Crown of Seeds available for Jake Torres. So it looks like Jake is looking and trying to figure out exactly what the threat density is. I'm very curious what that last card is.
John has also thinned his deck of reds here, making him more likely to draw into more powerful Ice Eternal hands, right? Well, these are
we're looking for blues. We're not looking for reds. And we have an Epot.
Which is, again, represents another Frostbite, right? Another arcane damage there as well. Something we haven't we kind of neglected to point out is that Ice Eternal carries with it an arcane damage component of its own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? It's not just the Frostbites from Frost Hex damage. It's also, hey, X is the amount of arcane damage you're going to take as well. So
absolutely.
That might be crucial, especially if you're stripping 2 cards via these fuse effects here. So
we are going back up to 3 on the Tunic though. So if this is the Ice Eternal turn, we do have a new instant speed out available to us if we're the dash here.
John, though, in the process of potentially filtering his hand in order to get more blues, might be able to strip cards from Jake here as well. But then either Ice Vein in John's hand is like, he's not loving it right now. Craig Pollack and Anthony Pham are going head-to-head in our other semi-final right now. That's seeds 2 and 3, respectively. Craig has a 20-life lead against his Icelander opponent. So it looks like at this stage it's Oldham heading towards the grand final. But hey, anything can happen in matches like that.
That can be, talk about Ice Eternal turns, like that's exactly where that can happen. But if he is able to come ahead and take that win, that will be Craig Pollack once again returning to the finals. But we'll have to wait and see. Right now, it looks as though Jake Torres maybe is passing priority. giving the window here for John Zapata to see what he can do. He's going to go ahead and play out this is just the Emeritus Scolding, so we didn't get to see that Ice Eternal here, but this is representing damage. Jake Torres, if he wants to keep any kind of arsenal or anything in his hand for his next turn, or...
Is that 2 yellows in hand?
Definitely at least, I think the springboard's a yellow. At least one of them was earlier.
All right.
We're putting the Tunic counter in front. I want to say. I don't know why he moved it over to that side of the arena there. Responding to that, John Zapata is with another 3 arcane damage. So even though this isn't the Ice Eternal turn, we're throwing 7 damage at the dash here, and the dash only does have those 2 cards in hand. So this is, I mean, this is, if we're not going for Ice Eternal, this is a respectable way to continue. The question is, will he be able to strip or do anything with those 2 cards left? That's what I'm curious about. Because now we're full steam ahead. We're playing for that Ice Eternal game plan. 100%. We're there. We're at the point in the game. We have successfully chipped our opponent from 40, at this point 48, down to 21. Let's see if he's able to enact the game plan. I can't. He flipped over at least 1/8. I don't think he has it here yet. This is a cold snap. Being pitched to activate once again the Coronet Peak. We're going to take another card out of the hand of the dash here.
Jake definitely leaked a bit of damage in that last turn. Getting lower than you would be comfortable feeling up against 2 Frost Hexes in play right now.
Blake Meyer jumping into the chat from about 25 feet away.
What is a warrior stand's favorite? Blake's gonna
holding. I think holding his phone to his ear just to hear us when
Blake
he could just
is going
be sitting
to
right
hate
here.
this answer. I don't really eat chips. I don't. I actually have a really boring diet. We already talked about the LA personal trainer market. I've definitely fallen foul of that myself, but I've taken too many of their lessons to heart. So I don't. Oh Christ! I mean, what do I don't know. Something with a
Ori's toes. That's pretty good.
I thought he was asking me an actual question, bro.
That's unfortunately good.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you got real got.
Even after like months of mental anguish and just training my like fortitude playing Dorinthia, I was just not ready for that one. I was just.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I am in an absolute shambles.
We call that a rout. Yeah.
I think Blake just turned me into a walking windsock with that one. Okay.
Oh my gosh. All right, so we've got, I just took a look at the hand here. There is an Ice Eternal in John Zapata's hand as it stands right now. So this Tecloplasma Pistol is coming in. It's going to represent the 2 damage. John Zapata has plenty of life to play with and take it. So we want to strip cards here from the dash. We want to present the Ice Eternal on our next turn, or on the dash's next turn, once we've taken some cards out of the hand, if possible, using big red attacks or other taxing effects, because we have the Insidious Chills and the Energy Potion to do the damage right now.
Yeah.
We got to clear the arsenal first, so it is going to be an Aether Ice Vein.
Fused. Time to strip.
Time to strip, and we're going to strip on our own turn.
Get them away from me, Blake. Move those chips from my purview, Squire. I didn't want to see them.
Move these chips from my purview, Squire. I'm getting that on a shirt. I'm getting that on a shirt. And I'm putting Blake's face on it.
My goodness.
Okay, so we've got 2 Insidious Chill triggers, and then we've got a red Aether Ice Vein. There is a Frosting that I believe it was fused with, which will push an additional 2 damage, and there is an Ice Eternal that is going into the arsenal right here. We have an Energy Potion still set up. We're going to have 1 Insidious Chill trigger for that Ice Eternal, and a Metacarpus Nose that could potentially bump up that turn. Yeah, so this could be the window. John Zapata playing an incredibly disciplined game, throwing those red attacks. I think, as you said, thinning the deck. I think that's really interesting and a very good point. And this is still damage coming in and of itself.
Yes.
There's a Sigil of Solace, which can complicate the math a bit, but if you're Icelander here, you're not even necessarily hoping to get them to complete 0.
I want your cards.
I want your cards, and I want to get you down low enough that the chip starts to matter.
No Tunic up for Jake, so no easy way of pitching to try and remove a large amount of Frostbites here.
Yeah. And you're going to be left with either you could go for the red, you could go for the Sigil of Solace and get it out of your hand, but you're not going to be left with much. And then, like we said, the Remembrance came back right when the Ice Eternal did, but it's going to be potentially too little too late to get these Frost Hexes out, they pitched they were probably counter pitching a little bit of themselves, but it really came down to when Jake was able to find the Warhorn and find the remembrances. He had to pitch them away in those first couple turns.
It's a long road. I mean, getting the Warhorn back is going to take some time. You do not. It's not a spark of genius for your Warhorn.
Thank
So.
God in heaven, but
Yeah.
oh man, this is fascinating. I always get to settle into these matchups with
Sometimes Flesh and Blood is a rollicking adventure. Sometimes it's like observing a petri dish, isn't it?
you have, looking, but then once the petri just starts to friggin' bubble and boil, like once we get into the nitty gritty of it, I am on the edge of my seat. If John Zapata is able to find this avenue here, because here comes another 2 Arcane.
All right.
This is going to be an Ice Eternal on his next turn. It's going to represent a lot of damage as long as we draw the blues.
Playing Remembrance here. Reaching for his horn.
Yeah, let's get that. And he's going to shuffle anything else back into the deck. Do we want any other blue actions? Let's see. It looks like he potentially wants to get more value out of it. But, I mean, this is the time. This is the window. You're going to have 1 card in hand, and that card is going to yeet out of there once that Insidious Chill triggers. So this is going to be an enormous amount of damage. It depends also on what... And I think that 1 card is still the Sigil. I don't think he's resolved the Sigil yet. Unless I missed it. Excitedly talking about what can happen.
This is in response to the Waning Moon, right? So this definitely puts Jake within like a manageable life total for John here. Having the fuse effect come up now, this is big. This is a big deal for sure.
That is the thing about these Flesh and Blood games. Excuse me. There's when you get into the weeds of it. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Sorry. That's an Arsenal card, right?
Yeah, that's an Arsenal card.
So Jake obviously just has a Sigil in his hand. So when it comes back around to his turn, what's he doing about the Frostbites? Sweet Fanny Adams.
Sweet Fanny, I mean, and critically, that Tunic counter that we've been calling the get out of jail free card, that we've been calling the bailout, John has I think it's mostly been about when the pitch stack comes up, but the Tunic counter is not there, and Jake Torres either not keeping it open to himself or was forced to use it earlier.
So what's in this hand?
Yeah.
How many reds are in this hand? We're going to count them out together.
Just a little farther forward, John. Come on, bud. Just a little more.
John keeping us on the edge of our seats by being right at the back of his own.
Marcus Brown rooting for anyone running Warhorn. All right.
Okay. Yeah, well.
True colors there. Okay, wait on. No.
Come on, show me your gun. My brother in Christ, present the cardboard post-haste.
Oh my goodness! All right, so this is. So we here at home know that we're pretty sure one of those is that's the Sigil and Solace because he hasn't resolved it or else it wouldn't be in the hand. So he's threatening kind of a blue, theoretically, but at the end of the day, this might just be enough.
What if that card's an Oasis Respite?
You can pay for it, but that's not gonna.
It'll cover up some of the arcane that comes at you initially from the.
Yeah, but you'd have to respond.
Up the pot. Here we go.
This is it. I think that's an Ice Eternal. He's just passing priority. This is the Ice Eternal. We're going to pitch. We're going to fuse. This is going to be executed.
Floating?
Well, because I think 3 floating. What did you say?
Yeah, 3 in the pitch zone as well.
I thought I heard something on the wind.
He had it. He had an Epot.
Yeah, and the Tunic, absolutely. No free ads, excuse me.
So we're talking X equals 6 here, and a discard unless you pay 2 trigger on top. This is it.
And this is going to represent 12 damage off the Frostbites as well as 6 damage from the Arcane.
X is 6. And guess what? You're getting that where you're going to play. You're going to play the Sigil out, may as well, but then you have absolutely nothing left. You go to 17, take 6, and then take 12.
And what's fascinating here is you are allowed to represent the fuse, and then you're able to pay for the Metacarpus. It's part of the cost, and then there is the trigger right after that. So that blue that was just paid for, 1 can go into the Metacarpus, and then 2 can go into the Waning Moon right afterwards. This is so cool.
I think Jake,
I love these combos.
Perhaps he might be advised to retract that index finger and instead extend the fist here.
Yeah, we're going to see. So they might be asking about that fuse question.
Yeah, so obviously Metacarpus Node technically triggers every time you play you play an arcane damage effect, right? You just opt not to, activate it there.
Jake's, he's settling back, putting the hands in the pockets. We know that's a Sigil of Solace, brother. We got an Insidious Chill trigger first, so before any of this happens, one of my cards is saying, give me one of yours. Let's see. That looks like... Okay, so there was a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal as well. So we're going up another 6 life on this turn. Unless... It's hard to... It's hard to exactly discern which was the arsenal and which was in the hand here. But the Insidious Chill trigger is going to go off first. Looks like... it looks like the Sigil of Sauce, rather than be discarded, is going to just be played from hand. So now we've got the 6 Frostbites resolving. We've got a substitute coming in.
Holy crap, what is going on? This game is still going?
Mitch, your voice changed. And that is the fist bump as again, what? You came in just for the end, brother.
Oh, good. I killed Dash.
You did
You're
it.
Welcome,
You
everybody.
did it. Yeah,
You are
so
welcome. I did it for you. I am great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, incredible work there, Mitch Uber Leslie. Thank you for joining me on this game.
Break it down for me. What happened?
I will break it down for you. So, look at that, 3rd and 4th, just passed on over to Jake. So, at the end of this game here, we saw initially it looked as though Jake was going to be able, or for a large part of this game, Jake was sitting at a comfortable, literally 40, then 43, then 45 at one point. But over the course of the game, John Zapata set up a beautiful Ice Eternal turn for the end of the game, pitching them early enough, he was able to resolve 3 Frost Hexes over the course of the first number of turns, and set himself up incredibly well to strip the cards with a red Aether Ice Vein out of the arsenal, getting too many cards out of Jake Torres' hand to handle an Ice Eternal X equals 4, X equals 6, coming in for just an enormous amount of arcane damage, of frostbites afterwards, 12 additional. I mean, it was masterful. And on the deck with that Tree Frog Dash, that just looks so threatening and so imposing with just the amount of control that it's able to put together over those first number of turns of the game.
Well, that's what you get when you bring a boring deck.
Well, that is what you get when you bring a deck looking to win on a different axis to the AGE Open.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't always get there. But you know what? Well played. Jake coming out from Arizona, I believe, doing their whole state proud.
Absolutely.
AGE event here tonight. Very exciting. I think we now have a rematch yet again. I believe Craig and John played earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, regardless, we have the Scourge of Pasadena and dang near the Scourge of AGE returning.
Yeah.
Finals, do we not?
I mean, John is currently undefeated on the day.
John is undefeated on the day. The Swiss King has made it to the finals. But
I think Craig has only lost to John. So this is his time for redemption. Craig is someone who usually synthesizes the knowledge he gained from an earlier loss and can come back with a better game plan. That one was definitely an interesting matchup. Did we do that one together?
I think that was us.
That was us.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, it was like we thought it was going to be a bit of a slug, and then they kind of just
raced to
smashed
20
each
and then
other.
kind of got from there. And you talk about synthesizing after a loss. I talked to Craig after the game because I was curious about the ice reacts on some of those turns that John was able to do all of those attack actions so wide. And I just asked him, hey, do you think on any of those turns you could have ice reacted? And the look he gave me was just, I forgot about ice react.
Didn't think about that.
So Craig, I mean, sometimes you don't think about that axis of defense against a hero that you're mostly thinking about arcane damage. He's kind of like the Wounded Bulls and everything. It's like, yeah, I get it. You do the big attacks, but what I'm really worried about are these arcane damaging effects. And the look that Craig gave me, I'll be interested to see if he throws an ice react on this game.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's often only one that really matters. Finding that one window to ice react and change the Icelanders' turn from what they expected it to be, maybe even keep them off an arsenal. So if that happens, I'm gonna be doing a little bit of this. Yeah, baby.
Heard it here first.
I gave the man some advice.
So if Craig does better, it's Sam's fault. And
hey, wait.
He's just building up the Scourge to win perhaps a second medal, and then next month he'll come with 2 medals on instead of just 1. And at a certain point, he's just going to have some neck and back issues. So we might want to get this man a brace if we need to.
Absolutely. So I think momentarily we are going to be jumping down into that matchup. Cheers to the big man himself. He's rushing out. Uber Leslie will be signing off for him at the end of the night. But we've got an exciting finals coming up for you again. As we've seen a number of times throughout the season, we've got Oldhim and we've got Icelander.
Got Icelander.
But you haven't seen it like this, folks.
Yeah, you've never seen it like this.
'Cause at the end of the day, I know.
Except earlier on stream.
No. Here's this answers a completely different question now, or this poses a different question.
Well, lay it on me.
Will the Scourge of Pasadena ride again into the sunset as the victor? The public must know.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's was supposed
So you
to
can
be
close the stream
a
now. Keep
rhetorical
watching. I might be
question, but I suppose if he does win, you heard it from Colin first.
Rhetorical. I'm not sure I know what that word means, but I'll look it up during the break. But
Great.
we'll be back in a few minutes with our final game at the AGE Open.
Don't go anywhere.
is not ready.
Are you ready now?
This
We're
is the
back.
finals!
AGE finals.
It's the
Let's go.
finals!
Craig Pollock, the scourge of Pasadena, yet again in the finals. What the hell, man? Let someone else have a chance. He says, no, I'm going to beat John Zapata. John Zapata says, no, sir, I beat you already.
Right.
So let's see what happens.
I'm working on a perfect tournament. I'm 8/9 of the way there. There's no way to reduce that fraction.
8/9? Yeah, no one knows how to do that math. Let's just move on from there.
Dude, trying to go 9/9.
That's one whole tournament of winnings.
We're not going to know what his chess piece is this whole time because the sun is out on it right now.
I'm going to guess it's a tunic
Oh.
as he puts
There we go.
one up on it. So here it is. Exactly, French. What the hell, Craig? Craig just unstoppable force. When he comes to Pasadena, he brings some kind of mojo with him that cannot be handled. We just don't know what to do. Everyone from out of town, all over. We had people Arizona, Las Vegas, hours away in California. Nothing. None of them can handle
People
it.
came from the rainforest.
Yeah, people up from the rainforest, down from the mountains, snow covering everything, water everywhere. I don't know what's going on in California. It's wild, but Craig is here, and he's unfazed by it.
We got AB3 here, plus a crown of seeds.
Yeah, also getting the hot tip that our executive producer lives on Craig Street. I'm not sure if that's doxing him, but that might actually influence the
We should
results
just
of
say
this
his
tournament.
actual address, so there's no.
Yeah, it's 123
wondering.
Craig Street out here in Los Angeles, California.
Trent Smith is cheering against a Guardian player. Now I've seen everything.
We're gonna note the time here, Trent.
Yeah, you're done.
Make
bud.
sure Craig knows what you said here.
All
All right, Ether. I swear to God, every time I've been on stream with John 3 times, and he's just like, first turn, Ether Ice Vein.
Yeah, that'll work. Craig's gonna say, "Let me block most of this. Go to 38." Because he can only block 3 of the 5. Waning Moon. Every single card I have, I'm going to pitch for
Pitch it.
Arcane.
It's gone. That's too funny. I can't. I swear, literally every game I've seen John play has started the same way.
Just go ahead and cut where, Randy in the chat.
Hey, shout out to all the homies in the chat right now. We got Fayu, we got Trent, we got Randy.
They're like in between shots of Goldschlager. I'm going to watch a Fatigue Oldham matchup.
Well, guess what? This is not Fatigue Oldham. This is Craig Oldham.
Yes.
And he's going to do something, not just block and gain health.
I think we'll see some. Ooh. Oh, that's what we were going to do as a family. We were going to count how many. What are these called? Not Winner's Whales.
Titan's Fist?
Titan's Fist. We're going to. That's somebody's deck list, but whatever.
TF.
Titan's Fist 1 for Craig.
Although I think in this matchup, it's not going to. We are getting prepared mentally and physically for a Tree Frog Dash versus Oldham game, which,
John said, "Why? I have Frost Hexes."
to be honest, I wasn't super excited about. So I'm really happy to see a rematch here. The last one, Craig. Yeah, I'm sure Craig is also happy. The last one, Blake, Craig and John went pretty heads, just to face for like the first half of the game.
Nice.
It was like down to 20-20 very quickly, and then it got a little bit slower, but it was definitely not it wasn't a big setup thing. John didn't play any Frost Hexes out. It was very interesting, but in the end, John was able to put a lot of pressure in the mid game with a bunch of attack actions,
Right.
which we'll see if this time if he sees the opportunity to ice react any of those, as Sam mentioned to Craig between rounds. But yeah, it did end up with John just being able to push through that damage. He was very careful. I think they were like down to like 2 and 4, and he like still didn't go for it because he wanted to make absolutely sure he was going to get over.
That's what it takes.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are good. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm up here just talking to my good friend Blake.
Yes. I'm just trying to keep all the Panda Express inside of my body, It's it's one of those things where it's a long day. You've had 5 different kinds of chips. You've watched 6 different kinds of matches, and you're just trying to keep it all together to watch Craig. I like the storyline of this. Of Craig's either going to go 2 in a row, or John Zapata is going to have a perfect tournament.
Yeah.
And John is very good.
This is what dreams are made of.
And John has made top 8 after top 8 after top 8. I don't know if he's had a 9-0 tournament, but then he could say, I am getting better. Like, John Zapata has gotten better every single day he walks into this place. And I think this would be like, yeah, I just literally clowned on the one in February, and now it's a new meta for me, and it's going to be even better for me because all the heroes that are coming out are going to just fold the Icelander again. And we'll be in a Zapata winner. It's a cold snap. We're going to freeze that card in Arsenal unless we're going to look at 4 cards.
Sink below is not going to help him here. Channel Lake, is it 2 defense reactions?
Oof. Or I just heard over the microphone that Craig beat Anthony, and it wasn't close. Which I don't know if Anthony will appreciate that someone made me say that into a microphone.
Look, Craig and Anthony have fought it out multiple times on stream. You could go back and look at the past recordings. Usually a good game, but like you said, Craig is skilled. He knows these matchups. He's familiar. He is just a diehard Guardian player and has been on Oldhim for a long time.
6 for 6 of Command and Conquer damage is interesting. We need a big power turn from John to make that worth it. We're just going to start off with the winner's bite.
Yeah.
Get a card out of my opponent's hand, and he says, I will just discard a defense reaction. I don't care at all, my brother.
Wounded Bull coming in for 8. Classic. Using that defense reaction yet again. That's 2 of 3, though, so.
Here's the third one.
Wow. 3 for
Said I
3
heard
sink
you over there.
belows. Somebody shuffle this man's
checked
deck.
him before finals.
Like, let me just organize all your cards real quickly. So that's 3 of his defense reactions. I don't know if he runs the staunches in this matchup. He might. I'm trying to remember.
Fist.
Titan's Fist, that's 2.
Sheesh.
We're doing it. We're marking it.
Piece by piece,
Mark
brick
it
by
too,
brick.
dude. Yeah, similar starting off point for us here. John leaking a bit of damage to squeak out some tempo. The tempo being really important for him to be able to gain the kind of momentum to do the playing both sides of the field. You know what I'm saying? Get the little on your turn, little on my turn. That takes a little bit of setup to do. Trent's saying Staunch is a good blue, but I heard he doesn't play Guardian anymore, so who knows?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
When we have Azalea questions, we'll talk to you.
Titan's Fist.
Oh,
you've got
perfect
sink belows. I've
block.
got sink belows.
Dude, John Zapata putting a sink below as Icelander in his arsenal, learning nothing from the World Championship.
They call him Johnny Two Sinks because he's got 2 sinks. Well, there's 3, but it sounds better.
Del Taco making his preferred champion known.
Yeah, a lot of support for John here.
But rooting against Craig never worked for anybody. So
That's true.
scarf for
As
scarf.
much as you try.
We got a scarf for scarf tally too.
There's only going to be 3 of those. I'm not tallying those.
4 with Go Again. A classic card. Now in 2 sets.
Beautiful.
3. Harry Potter 1, or what is it? History Pack 1.
It's Harry Potter 1, yes. The Harry Potter 1 set. If only. All right. Is that a sink below we had there? Or a
I think you
Crown of
block
Seeds?
this every time. There's no free damage against John Zapata. Just block it. Oh, crown.
Yep, there you go. Blocking the
Joel's
floor.
on the Zapata train too.
Scourging the Scourge. I mean, there's only so much people can take. When you win every single event that, you
Wait.
attend.
Instant speed? No, it's not. It's literally happening after.
No, it's on his turn. This is a regular
It's like,
action.
what?
I think that's a red, so that's coming
Yeah.
in for 5. Cannot be fully blocked. Crown of Seeds already used.
Maybe
So-
he's baiting the Crown of Speed or Crown of Seeds.
They already used the Crown of Seeds on. Well, with the
Yeah.
Scar, yeah. I mean, that's just good value.
Ooh, he said, I can
He
do
said,
that all by myself.
He said, yes, I do know what you're trying to do.
I think that's going to be a storyline here of there's 3 Oasis. Does he use them perfectly? 1 Oasis used perfectly. Boom. The second red Aether Ice Vein started off the game. So 2 of the 3 red Aether Ice Veins, which would be the kill turn, are gone. So it's going to be hard to do a kill turn unless he goes and does some Frost Hexing. This is an easy block. Yep. Block 2 there. Block 1, take 2, because I don't have any blues left. Leak some damage, but...
Is
Don't
John
do-
Zapata from Long Beach? I didn't know that. Hell yeah.
I mean, he drives everywhere, so...
I'm a Long Beach native. I'll give him those props for that.
What's the best part of being a Long Beach native?
I went to the same high school as Snoop Dogg,
Oh,
and I used to be very proud that Sublime was from my hometown.
nice.
It's a nice place. It's a great place to be.
It's sublime.
I don't live there anymore,
Oh,
but because I grew up there, it's different, right? Okay.
Yeah, you
Anyways,
scar
Is
for
this
a scar.
another scar for a
That's-
scar?
That's a tally mark on the
we
scar
should have
for a scar,
tallied this
yeah.
up. This looks like the same turn just repeated itself. Have we? Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
the gas
God.
leak is real. We
That's
are
why I
just
feel
experiencing
nauseous.
a time loop. But no, Scar for a Scar, just a good card. Coming in for 4, go again, and boom, there's a Findale's Fighting
But he's
Spirit.
off Arsenal.
He's off Arsenal, but, John did this last time. He just pushed a lot of pressure. He's equaling out these life totals, which when you're on Icelander usually means that your opponent is losing
Correctamundo.
because they're going to kill you on your turn.
I think this will be a move to Arsenal because there's no point in Titans fisting.
Nope.
So there you go. Are you sure? Oh, he doesn't have an Arsenal. So
He wants
maybe,
that.
maybe this would be the time.
No, he wants that Arsenal so he can always Crown of Seeds. I think that's a big important thing. He's got his E-Pot in hand. We talked about this earlier. Craig values that very high in this matchup.
He's patient.
It's a great way. It's basically his insurance plan. It can pop frostbites when you need it to. It can just be used to prevent damage. And I'm not sure if he uses it this way, but I think it can also enable him to push through.
It can be used to freeze the camera. Which
No,
he's
I think,
currently doing.
I think John is just not moving. It didn't freeze.
That's crazy. If he's, are you serious?
No, I think it froze. Sometimes I've sat so still that people
Yeah.
think I'm frozen.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I'm not one of those people who
I'm literally wired from.
flips their cards a lot. Sometimes I'll sit just perfectly still. But
Craig took damage.
okay, let's try popping out into the caster's booth for a second. Ooh, and that one's gone. All right,
Well,
we are waiting for these cameras to come.
these
in.
cameras are tired of fatigue matches too, probably.
It's been a long day for all of us, so I'm just gonna guess that Craig probably blocks up a little bit here, maybe activates Crown of Seeds, and then we'll see what happens next.
This is John Zapata's hands. Greg is taking damage
Ooh,
at the top right.
the life totals are still working, so it looks like Craig took a bit of damage there, probably blocked up a bit.
Play with us at home. What do you think just happened?
What do you think? Well, the Fighting Spirit, what was he? He was at 30?
For
He was at 34. Okay, so he took 6. So did he just Crown of Seeds? And then,
he's probably endless wintering or something. John Zapata's not blocking because it'll give him frostbite. John Zapata will go down by 3, is what I'm going to guess.
Well, it's only it really only matters the not blocking if he's fused it.
True. Hopefully this is fun to watch at home.
We are sorting it out.
It's very cold in here too, so maybe the cameras are just built for above 45 degrees.
It's been about 41, 42 degrees all day here down in Los Angeles, California, which is a little unheard of for us, but we're hanging in there.
Feels like I'm getting oak and olded right now.
Well, that's just how time goes, you know.
It's just the orange chicken.
You didn't get the walnut shrimp?
No, I don't deserve it.
Walnut shrimp is for winners, as we like to say around here.
It snowed in Glendale.
Whoo! That is unlikely.
Drive through Glendale on the way back.
It is.
It's the first time it snowed in Glendale in 35 years, probably. The life totals could be frozen too now.
All right, I think we're going to pause the match real quick just to make sure we get it on camera for y'all.
If you're driving home and listening to us like the radio, you're getting the same amount of visual the people that are watching us like it's a video.
Hey Blake, I heard a great joke. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
What is a Warrior Stan's favorite kind of chip?
I don't know. What could it be?
Is it Takis?
Oh,
What is it?
Dory's toes.
You're welcome, everyone.
welcome.
You get that one for free with the AGE.
The stream doesn't turn back on in 15 minutes. We are legally allowed to leave.
That is true. You will not be.
If you're standing in line
Penalized.
to watch the stream, stay in line.
We will let you in.
Craig Pollock finally lost another point of damage, so they are still playing behind us.
Blake, what was your favorite part of the day?
My favorite part of the day was streaming with all of the homies. It's always interesting starting off because I think we gotta like pretend like, hey, here's what's gonna happen today, and it's like we're always just leaning on maybe Craig Pollock will win, and like it hasn't backfired on us. I'm waiting for the day where we're like, I bet Craig Pollock will top 8. And then it just doesn't even get close. And then, like, we'll look stupid. But Craig Pollock just makes us seem so smart. Oh, Del Taco is hitting people in the bread basket in the chat right now.
It's funny because there was that brief moment where the player profiles.
Okay, we'll see you guys.
All right, we are coming back.
I'm coming home. I'm coming home. We can't see it currently.
All right, we are back.
Oh, we've been on stream.
Everyone, thank you for bearing with us.
Second energy potion into play. Surprise.
Look at that, yeah. All right, so we got 2 energy potions for Craig. Looks like John sneaked out a Insidious Chill and his own E-Pot. So things are definitely heating up in the icy
While we were
arms
setting
race.
up, our players were setting up.
That was a very bad joke. Was that even a pun? It's not even
I
a
was
pun.
Just letting our audience know what happened.
You said it like it should be funny, though.
Dude, that's the skill. That's what I bring. We're back, baby.
There we go. What's he got? Oh, he's got the Warhorn.
There's a Warhorn in his deck?
I feel like he just materialized this card from somewhere. I have not seen this
81st card.
all day. Yeah.
These are not 2 decks that I deck checked earlier. I must have put a pox on the other ones because Dennis went out in top 8 and Anthony went out in top 4.
Well, that Warhorn could be very interesting.
The horn went toot toot toot. What's interesting is we're waiting for the Frost Hex to be played there. So maybe Zapata's like, well, the first time I do a Frost Hex, it's going to be literally pay 3 to do nothing.
Yep. Pay 3 to get rid of Imperial Warhorn. Although I heard on the previous match that John was able to respond to the Warhorn by playing Channel Lake Frigid and then destroying Channel Lake Frigid and keeping out the Frost Hex. So he did just navigate this card in the last game to some success. So he has options. It is just another thing along with those epots that make his life a little bit harder. We'll see if he now switches to a pitch stack my way to victory sort of thing, which could be great for him. And now if there was a time, Craig, this would be the time to ice react. But I don't know if he's got the ice card in hand.
This will be in line strike for 7. That's only a block for 6. And he's taking a damage. And he's taken half of a...
That's a pretty good turn, although when someone plays Winter's Bite and then you just hard to find out to gain a life from it, you're like, sure, I will do that.
Energy
Ooh,
potion number 3, it's
he
coming
is
down.
just got bottle service
He's got
here
the full
tonight.
snowman.
He's got a snowman's bounty of energy potion to consume at his leisure, and says, "Okay, John, what do you got?"
I actually have 30. Oh, are you crazy? You put us on stream. We had our hands in our laps like that. What the heck? 3 pots floating. That's
3 pots
that's
floating.
interesting.
Here we go.
Oh, 2 projectors. Nice. Okay, let's get serious here.
I've been serious this whole
Not
time.
that we haven't been serious this whole time.
I'm going to say it right now. Craig is in trouble.
He's got 24 health
that true?
left. I don't know. 3 energy potions and a Warhorn is kind of like, give me all of your red attacks. I'll give you all of my blocks that aren't blue.
Yeah.
And then after we do that shindig for a couple rounds, how much health will I have?
Yeah.
Hopefully the answer to that is over 12. And Craig's hoping that's over 12. But if he leaks 1 damage every single time, I don't really like saying the word leak. If 1 damage gets in...
Titan's Fist.
Titan's Fist. Titan's Fist is not strong enough, though.
Yep.
I think that is interesting. Of last month, Craig had a frostbite on all these. This month is 1 incremental not happening. What are we talking about? Not your opponent not having 1 more resource per turn. Is that what was beating people, or is Craig just better than that? Now we're figuring out. This is the time. Is Titan's Fist good enough, or was Winter's Well helping Craig get over the top?
It definitely did help, but from what I've seen from Craig today, he's made Titan's Fist work.
Right.
And for the most part, I mean, obviously it's a downgrade, but it doesn't seem to be detriment. Obviously, he's in the finals. He's done very well today. It does look like he's getting ready to beer bong these epots through the Warhorn, though.
Yeah. Hell
That's the
yeah,
first thing
dude.
came to mind. Just dump them all in.
That weekend at church. Back when I was 22.
Obviously.
What's crazy is John was like, oh, you have a Titan's Fist? Somehow I immediately have a Sink Below ready to go. Rock of AGEs? Let's go.
Here we go.
Whose turn is that right now?
I think it's John's turn. Craig just swung his Titan's Fist for the
that's
3rd
true.
time. At least 3rd that we've seen. We may have missed one on in the break we took there, but we're going to say it's 3. Yeah, John probably trying to set back up, get his Arsenal game going again. which seems like he'll be able to do it. Pitching this angry professor down.
That's going to be important later for all the
Very
people paying
important
attention.
later. That is how.
Wounded Bull's only for 7, though.
Yep, because John's just doing that well.
What's crazy, it doesn't feel like Icelander's ahead by 10 life very often in this matchup, unless I just haven't been paying attention to other games. It feels like normally Oldham would be ahead in life.
I think so. But if he drew all his items kind of at once and was unable to pitch them because he wanted to play them, he might have had to take that damage to set up what he considers an important board state for himself.
He's Crown of Seeds on his own turn. Titan's Fist number 4. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I don't know. It's interesting is John Zapata going to do the same strategy of keep the Channel Lake Frigid in Arsenal? Because now it's like we see a Channel Lake Frigid be pitched. If Craig knows that John knows to do the thing at the exact time, he could just, I'm going to Warhorn now. Because there's no way John Zapata could have the second Channel Lake Frigid in his arsenal right away. But does he have it?
The Warhorn is an action, though. So
yeah, so it has to happen on...
He needs to do it on his turn, and he needs to have an action point, which at that point he did not. So John does have a little bit of time to try to dance around this, or he's just given up all hope for this first Frost Hex and is going to focus on the next one.
When Craig somehow... I don't think he plays Remembrance, right? Because you would Remembrance the Warhorn back in, and you're just like... You're done, bud.
that would be rough. I'm not sure if he does. I don't think I've seen it, but
all right, here comes the pitch. We're
day.
gonna
So
Warhorn.
Here we go. Warhorn is
Does
happening.
John Zapata have it again? He's like, let me read this, even though I know exactly what it says from last game. This is all theaters. Wait, you can't Channel Lake Frigid to stop Warhorn destroying Frost Hex. It's for his own. You're right. We're talking about his Insidious Chill.
Oh, Insidious
Chill.
Right. Yes.
We were talking about an Insidious Chill.
I didn't watch the last game.
Part of the combo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trent. Yep, you're still explaining, but we're agreeing with you already. For sure. Unless Craig Pollock has Crown of Dominion, and then he can do whatever he wants. He says, I'll choose. He said, break your energy potion. That's pretty good, though. Break a frost. Oh, he said, I have another one already. Oh. Damn, Del Taco is savage today. That's a winky face, but we're sitting in bed eating Sonics and watching this. Don't think there's an apostrophe S on Sonic, but
All right.
Okay, Craig's back. He's Insidious Chill.
Here we go. Pitch in the heart. Heart doesn't
The
help him.
second Insidious Chill means, guess what, Craig? You only have 22 health. It's
Time
about
to
to be
die.
0.
It's gonna get frosty.
Brr.
Are there some toros in the atmosphere?
Oh. Dude.
It's cold in here.
Brr. There was an interesting comment earlier. It was like a cold ass meta for a cold ass store. I was like, damn, you guys should have brought your jacket today.
I should have brought my soft pants.
Heat rises though, so I was chilling the whole day.
Rises to the top.
Yeah, cold snap coming in. What's that Arsenal card? You got to pay one for
Cold
that.
snap. Do you want to pay?
No, because it's my turn right now, so whatever. Going to Waning Moon you, full 3 damage. I'll do my blue choke slam to choke out that Arcane. How do you still have cards? What is happening, John?
He's got 4 cards left.
Jeez.
He drew a card. That's
I'm
how.
going to take 4.
Cold
take
snap.
my arsenal that doesn't exist anymore. I'll have 3 cards on my turn now.
Here we
Drawing
go.
4. Arsenal's there for... And now here's... Is this the yellow or the red?
Oh.
Because it's about to hurt. Get rid of
Yeah.
4 pitch worth of pitch or 2 cards, please.
All right. He's going to Crown of Seeds.
Yep, Crowning Seeds.
Keep
That's what I was
those
saying.
floating. You can pay for 1 Insidious Chill.
He showed you the Frost-X, so that will be in Arsenal. That is the 3rd Frost-X. So we can
Only going to get 2 out there.
Yeah, if you're a math guy, you can start counting up of how many potions. There's no potions in play, so X equals on Ice Eternal is not going to be 6 like it was last time.
Yep.
But John just did this against a deck that was healing and getting more life. That's the same thing twice, Blake. Craig is not healing. There's no sigil. He doesn't have any healing cards, right?
No. He does not.
Sorry,
But he's going to have to get through these 3 E-Pots to get that Ice Eternal combo to really affect Craig.
So what's kind of interesting about Craig's strategy, he is a good player, so you should be paying attention to what he's doing. He is playing Oldhim into a meta where people have said Oldhim is not good. He's hard matchup is Icelander, but he prioritizes getting 3 energy potions out. I kind of think what that does is saying, I have 28 health, but I'm under health because you have all these things that care about health things. Scar for Scar is not going to go again. You're not going to get a bonus damage. There's a 3rd one. Like, my Findle's
Fendle's
Rock
Fighting
will give you
Spirit,
the health back.
Heart of Findle.
Yeah. There's the 2nd Frost-X. This will now do 2 damage to you every time you have a Frostbite at the end of the turn. Which does not feel great because now you got to pitch a blue to not take residual.
Yep. Or just have some floating. But he had 2 cards, so no problem. He's going to Arsenal and go to the end of his turn. He didn't have any resources. Or did he? Oh, no. He wanted to...
Play this
Yep.
instead.
He's just going to E-Strike for 7 and then Arsenal a card, because that's a good play. Crown of Seeds, yet again.
Just put a horizontal line on that tally, so that's 5. Let's go! He's blocking 5 damage.
So he started at 45 health. Well, that's dumb. We can't say that. Because then every card in your deck becomes 3 health. That's not how it works.
That's not how point goblins do it.
Let's get a point goblin in here real quick.
Yeah.
Rah, 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 rah. Points. Okay, thank
Is
you.
that a remembrance or I'm crazy?
In whose hand?
That's
Oh, it is a remembrance. Yeah, Craig
He's
does have it.
bringing the Warhorn back.
He's going to bring
And
it back.
he's going to hope it gets on top. I would go ahead and bin the card just so I know where it's getting DQ'd and ruining this whole experience for everyone.
I would just bend the card. No, Blake, that's not how you do
No,
it.
you're not allowed to do that.
You just shuffle your deck really well and hope that you're going to draw through it fast enough, which with Crown of Seeds you can do.
That. I think it's going to come down to, do I get the Warhorn in the next 3 hands after I Remembrance? Then I'm going to be cracked, and we're going to get rid of this Frost-X. This is gross.
Yep. This is presenting a bit of a challenging situation for Craig. 3 Insidious Chill on the play, 2 Frost-X's on his side of the field.
And I think back when we were in June and all these cards were getting revealed and we were like, this hero is going to be so oppressive with the combo, people were like, don't really worry about it. If you give Icelander time to set up, this is what's going to happen to you. And it was worse earlier before Warhorn existed. Like, before Warhorn, it would just be like, and I'm going to go ahead and Ice Eternal right now for 26 damage. Now,
I mean, that's only if you're lucky enough to see a Warhorn. Craig might be lucky enough to see it twice, which is going to be nuts.
there's a lot
the
of blue
Waning Moon
cards
coming in.
on John Zapata's side.
Yes, there is. Waning Moon on top of all of this.
Imagine if there were ice amulets. How were people beating John Zapata before this week?
I I'm gonna guess they probably weren't. The ice.
We just
Some.
we cannot get through a single tournament without some crazy noise. We're gonna just pretend that never happened. John Zapata, if you're looking to beat him directly, he says he really stinks at playing against Story.
Oh,
So
really?
just
Okay.
play Dory.
Well, he's lucky that you and Ryan are both on the production team.
Right. Yeah. Or he's just saying that to get everyone to switch to an easier match.
Yeah,
you
it's one of those Tarek Patel 5D
know? Yeah.
chess movements.
Oh
yeah.
my God, the remembrance comes down.
Here we go. Remembrance coming down. Warhorn.
Which will break the frostbite, so it does save him 2 health, basically.
Yep.
It's kind of sick. He says, I'll choose Warhorn and nothing else. Up to 3. I'm not going to dilute my deck.
Wow.
I just want the Warhorn. Kind of sick.
Yeah.
I was like literally about to ask myself or you, probably you, what the
No,
other
thanks for including me.
what the other 2 cards you would do off the remembrance was. He was like,
He's like, I don't care.
dude, do you run 59 cards or 60, man?
I only need the one, and I'm going to see it when I see it.
And Zapata's like, I put it on top for you. See
It'd be so funny if he flipped it over.
It's there. It's there. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Shh, Blake, they can hear you. It's not good.
Dude, there's 700 people in this store playing chess. There's no way they can hear us.
He's got the Heart of Findel back, so that's pretty sweet for him.
When the air is colder, doesn't sound transfer quicker?
I believe it doesn't transfer as far.
Oh, okay. Then we
I
can
don't
pop
know.
off.
There's some math behind that. I'm not going to get into it. Here we go. Heart of Findel.
Oh, hard to find in the opening hand.
CNC, gain a health. Good job, Craig.
I bet you there's like the last sink below in there, and he just owned him. Just boomed
I
him.
know you got that sink below.
Wait, Gorganian Tome and Craig Paul, or what is it? Oldham would be cracked. Dude, do not go to Panda Express if you have to do 2 rounds. Tired.
Dude.
Ice Bolt.
Coming in. Frostbite entering the chat.
Terrace Hunter says perfect block. How about this?
Check out this tasty riff
3
called
more.
Oh,
Oh,
Waning
you have
Moon.
another blue. Warhorn did not make it in the opening hand.
Yeah, he's like, but I'm going to pitch all my cards away so that I can get there.
If he says, let me crack Storm Striders and do a spell that gives you frostbites. No, he's just taking 3. Don't worry about it. Craig has now taken the lead.
There you go. He takes 1. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's why they call him the Scourge.
And if John Zapata flips over a Scar for Scar, I will stop playing Flesh of... I was literally like...
He still might.
Cheers! Just get rid of one of your cards. You can't have all 4. Where's the Warhorn, Craig?
We know you got that Warhorn, Craig.
Titan's
Titan's
Fist.
Fist coming in.
Number 6. It's 24 damage. That must be blocked. We got a... Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Sorry, you two. I'm having all kinds of problems here. We got multiple... What are the Ice Eternals? So I was very scared. I was like, he's got game. He's got game.
I was like, where'd that audience come
Sorry,
from?
YouTube. Now we're going to have to pay an editor.
They don't care, man.
Oh, they
YouTube doesn't care.
Hell yeah, YouTube.
I say shit
What are
all
we
the
gonna
time.
do for Zapata here? You block? You don't block. Go to 16. What's the worst that could happen?
Does he have Ice Eternal in hand?
I honestly, I don't think Zapata blocks for the rest of the game. I have 5 turns worth of health. If all you're gonna do is Titans Fist me, I can kill you before that. It's over.
I mean, with 3 Insidious Chill, if he does do an Ice Eternal play, it will make Craig's life very difficult.
I think there's a layer of this, because we mentioned earlier whenever he was playing Craig, he held until he had game, no matter what Craig did.
Yep.
So maybe he's like, no, I'm going to do that, but on a larger scale here. I'm going to wait until I have absolutely perfect damage from literally 24 out.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of sick.
I mean, with the Insidious Chills out like that, he doesn't get to choose when they pop off. He does get to choose when he fuses, so he can pick that moment, but when it happens, he's going to strip most of Craig's hand, if not the whole thing. So it will be a important moment for tempo. He's going to want to snatch as much as he can. I don't think he's going to be able to do the kind of damage he wants to do on that turn just because of those E-pots. But if he can strip his hands, force him to pop those E-pots, then his life gets that much easier. But he's got to get there first. Ooh, it's interesting. He's got 2 Ice Eternals, a Polar Blast, and an E-pot in hand right now. So that is
Gross.
it's pretty gross. It could be really good.
One thing I'm starting to realize is I will never win a major tournament ever again in this game. If this is what it takes to get to the top of this.
I mean, I believe in you, Blake.
Ozuri better have like a fire cloak that just says unaffected by frostbite.
She needs like 2 sword arms, like, the T1000, T2000 or whatever, and just like slice people up. It costs nothing to swing because they're her arms.
Oh, Fist Hero win.
Here we go. John taking the damage. That nasty 4 Titan's Fist damage. But now, what's he going to do? He's going to say, Ice Eternal.
I'm going to play my game with just the final. Oh my goodness. Let's just pay attention to what's happening here.
Right.
X equals 3.
X equals 3.
Take 6 pitch worth of my opponent's stuff or 3 cards of discard. The person who can figure out this puzzle is sitting across from it. So, take 5 minutes.
3 on the stack. Craig probably has enough blues to do this. Looks like
Three frostbites will he fuse it, obviously. So we got 3 arcane originally. 3 frostbites will get multiplied by 2. So this is a 9 damage of arcane total. That'll put him into the 12 range, which is not great.
yes, and he's got still has Ice Eternal in the deck. He could set up a follow-up Ice Eternal coming in later. But
Right.
can he bait Craig into popping these E-pots?
If that card is Ice Eternal, it's game next turn.
I mean, he still has these E-pots. I think
Right.
he can pop an E-pot to get rid of the Frostbite. He can pop them to prevent arcane damage. Craig also still has Tunic.
So smart.
He is prepared for this, but I think it doesn't make it any easier when you're facing it. I think it's always a oh no situation.
Oh no.
So I think we're still deciding on blocking the arcane damage. I think
Craig's
he's
touching
gonna
his pin.
taking that arcane damage.
Just the 1? You use 3 Insidious Chills to do 1 damage to Craig? What is this force field?
He did 3 damage, right?
Oh, I thought it went 19 to 18. Well, we're paying attention. So.
I think he was at
There's-
21.
There's still 6 damage on board based on what he's going to do with these 3 frostbites. He would have to pay 6 to block all of that based on how the card works. Originally, when we thought that card came out, we are like, oh, you just pitch a blue and it gets to both. No. Frostex is doing 6 individual attacks. Not attacks, pings, if you wish. There's 3 of them.
And you take.
Unless I'm just saying wrong stuff, but
Oh,
But
he
he's taking
activated Tunic. He pitched activate Tunic to break the Frostbite.
oh, that's the
So-
smart way, Craig.
Yep. That's another great trick to get around Icelanders, Frostbites, and Frostex.
It's not even in my repertoire. Why am I playing? I just have to blood rush and hope, you know?
I mean, we're just a little bit lucky over here at Odyssey Games. There's not a lot of Icelander players, so
It's like -2 Oldham
we
players.
got more Dromeyes to worry about, so things are weird in a different direction.
Greg says, I'm going to go ahead and thumbs up.
Says,
giving the
good
game-
job, John.
Giving the turn back to John.
Can you do that again? John says maybe.
I have 2 more of them, actually. And then I'm going to remembrance all the Ice Eternals back in again.
Does he have the Warhorn yet?
What's oh? This is our last turn of Insidious Chills. So
Well,
this,
of all three, he's still got the
Yeah.
one left. So this is gonna hurt.
this is we got a kill turn coming up, kind of. I love how he's presenting this. There's 4 instances of chill coming at you.
Yeah. This is going to be really interesting. I feel like John's just trying to strip the hand so that on Craig's turn he's going to be able to push even more damage and get.
He's pitching 2 blues for all 3 instances of Insidious Chill, and now he's worried about the Aether Ice Fiend Red. John had an Aether Ice Fiend Red immediately, then on turn 3, but this is the one that's going to be the good one.
This one right here, this is the good one. It's the best one in the deck.
Happen when he's set up.
Ooh, is he going to take? No. Is he taking 5? I think he's taking 5.
Don't do it, Craig.
Wow. Oh, wow, Craig. Did he take 5? Is that what just happened?
No,
No
I
way.
think they would go to 12.
They-
He's checking. He's checking.
Let me dig this grave just a little bit. Check it out.
But we're drawing a Warhorn next turn, right? That's the plan.
Yeah, there it's right there on top. I can feel it. I can feel it there.
It's been at least 3 turns since Warhorn came around. What's interesting is he almost probably hopes that he's getting blues, so he can. Okay. We went from 17 to 13, so we did the thought process of pitch 1 to block Arcane and then 2 to get rid of the rest. That old thing when it's Aether Ice Vein. Then there's 2 more from the Waning Moon. And now we're under 12, which is the classic number for wizard kills. 1 Insidious Chill trigger left, 2 Frost X's. What can Craig do?
Well, he can hope in one hand and do something else in the other. No, I don't know. Craig's not out of this yet. Not sure what John's got in his arsenal. He is going to activate Tunic. Here we go. It is an Ice
Eternal. Goodbye.
Here we go. So this is going to be a bit interesting. He's pitching 9 for this.
Quick, grab the energy potions. I'm not going to say that, Justin. I just did some, like, Aesop's Fable with flesh and blood cards written in top of it.
Aesop's Faendal.
Oh, God. How
We
is
out
there
here.
5 frostbites already? Okay, he said, I really want this to be over, so I'll use my hands.
Oh, he had a Tunic, so X was 5. So he pitches 10 to do 5 on the Ice Eternal,
Okay.
making 5 Frostbite, and also doing 5 Arcane damage. This is going to be.
Where did
A
Craig put
lot.
all his energy potions? Oh, he has them in his
He's
hands.
thinking about cracking them right now. I don't think he's going to be able to get around the Frostbites, but he can at least have the resources to try to ignore them, even though this is going to try to do. We're looking at 10, 15 damage.
Dude, it did feel like he was frozen for a second, but Craig just said, if I don't move at all, maybe this will miss me. Which that's how it works in fighting games when you play it on the videos. So that'd be just crazy. I guess that's how Reinhardt works. Never mind. It's my hero that does that. Sometimes it could just miss you.
Oh, and he also did the Metacarpus.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, that's why.
Six arcane and then 5 frostbites to multiply. So this is 16, and he has 11 health and 1 card and 7 floating. He could use one of these floating to do Crown of Seeds, which is why he's kept this Arsenal card. So that could break the Frostbite, but the Arcane will still go through, and then John Zapata will still have a Storm Strider's turn, which will get the final damage that he needs from like 6 or 7. Except he's out of red spells, so we're just waiting for the Emeritus Blues to come around.
Which he's got 2 right there in the pitch deck. Doesn't seem like he's got a lot of cards in his deck. Might be playing with some fire here. So did he pay for the Metacarpus nodes, or is he just showing that it's on the stack?
He's threatening.
Because how can he? Can you do the Metacarpus after fusing? Yes, you can. Okay, so I think he is threatening. Okay, so that's 6 plus 10, so we've got 16 damage possibility coming in here. Definitely the Crown of Seeds seems like a good way of dealing with this, but he still has 9 damage he's going to have to deal with. I'm pretty sure John has got this game in the bag. He even has Crown of Providence still up there.
Craig is touching things.
L says, why doesn't he crown? I don't know. We're waiting for Craig to decide. He's the Scourge. He does this at his own
health
pace.
is going down. John Zapata, however, is using a young Ice Center card, so he will be DQ'd.
We just wait till the very last minute to let him know that that's not okay.
Needs to crown to get rid of Frost. Everybody in chat has already played this matchup. Ooh, Evan's hand. I don't like seeing that.
I think they might be discussing.
It was so aggressive. Oh, slamming down fingers.
Pointing fingers at cards. What's going on?
Dude, he's got the pin in hands. That makes me feel like Craig's going to be able to survive. But he'll be at like 3 is what I'm going to guess.
Craig is a survivor.
Here's 6 floating. Boom. Crown of Seeds. That's going to break the frostbites. So now I have to deal with 6 Arcane. One of it's going to be blocked by the Crown of Seeds. I'm hoping this is a blue. He's going to flip it over. It's going to be Warhorn, and he's going to be like, dang it. He goes to 3. I'm cracked. I nailed it.
I'm
and
cracked.
He puts a card in his arsenal and goes, well, I hope I have another 3 energy potions in my hand.
Somebody nerf Blake. He is cracked. Well, luckily. Wait, whose turn was that? Was John's turn, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Craig was like, I'll move to Arsenal. And then he ice
Oh, yeah,
eternaled
that's
him.
right. Yeah. So now we're back to Craig's turn. John had nothing
But they
left.
both just passed and drew up. So he's off Arsenal, which everyone loves to say it like that. He's just waiting for the first blue Emeritus. He will immediately use his shoes on because there's no other targets for it anymore.
Yep.
And
I mean, he's got 2 in his stack, so if he can hang on for a little bit,
he only has 16 health. 16 health is... John Zapata has played this as patiently as Craig, the vice versa way of like...
the vice versa
Yeah,
way with
like,
John Zapata.
I can be...
Titan's Fist.
Like, Titan's Fist, go to 12? Sure. You don't have Storm Striders. I do.
Yep, takes the 4, goes to 12.
Craig's like, oh,
Back
he
up.
actually gain health off that Titan's Fist. The Healing Whale.
Is he going to pummel?
Pummel's a good way to lose because you need the card in your arsenal to...
For Crown of Seeds,
Crown
yeah.
of Seeds.
No need to get greedy here. It's not to win the game.
Craig is literally frozen. He's
Ooh, but
pummeling
he is
anyway.
gonna pummel.
Oh, he has an extra card?
Oh, no,
no,
he's
he's
gonna-
crowning his seeds to... I'm trying to get a Warhorn quicker. Maybe, but he can't Warhorn after, so... It would just be like, let me get this red in my hand real quick. Pommel is there.
He's like, I'm going to do it anyways.
Cool. Which is interesting because he goes from... You have 4 turns to now... Now you only have 1 turn, John, before maybe I can do that all over again.
Oh, my God.
Craig, what's interesting about this is he already remembrance, so it's not like he's been playing this forever, but he has a pummel out of nowhere. I'm going to guess that one's yellow.
He has the Warhorn now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, I think that's a yellow. Coming
Which is
for 4.
Which maybe I would have... Why didn't he use his Storm Striders to kill him if it's a yellow? Because I think John's doing the whole.
He had a card. He kept a card though. It could have been a blue or something.
Right, because it's that card right there and that one.
No, I mean Craig had a card
Oh.
left over. He wasn't without cards.
Because this would be 4 + 2, and he can block 4, so I guess he survives with 1. But
Yeah.
maybe I would lose immediately if I did that. Okay.
He's
counting? Who's
He's
counting?
playing it patiently. He doesn't want to overshoot his shot here and find himself coming up short, giving Craig enough room to come back because Craig could win the game from 8. Like
Right.
he gets out of Glacial Footsteps when John has no cards. If he gets a pummel on something spicy, this will be good night for John. And honestly, if Craig wins on the pummel, I'm gonna be yelling in a
Yeah.
couple.
It's the mayonnaise.
It spreads.
It's just like you thought it would be.
It's as good. It's better than you. Oh,
Oasis. I'm actually healing on this turn. I think that has to be one of the most back-breaking things of like I'm inching my opponent to death, and now they just inch the other way. And what am I supposed to do?
Both these players very good, very methodical. Titans Fizz coming in again 4-4.
But Pummel
Does
could
he have
win
a
the
pummel?
game.
He has.
Check the
got 6 of
graveyard,
them.
John.
Check the graveyard.
Dude, John Zapata, I just realized his initials are Jay-Z.
Oh damn, son!
Dude.
Don't say son.
The throne.
Polar Blast, threatening dominate. Ooh,
Is it just 2, Craig?
no,
no,
it's
it's
3. It's 3, and he might have something good in hand. I didn't see what his hand looks like.
Okay, we said glacial once, guys. We didn't know.
I'm just saying it's possible that would win the game if it was the right
He
time.
would auto lose. He would get shot with a blue spell. A frosting for 1. There's some light jazz music that's probably ruining at least one of our players' focus. Because I know it just took me out of wherever I was. This is literally 3 elevator musics combined into one. So, oh my goodness. I don't know if we
Don't
can
read that
one
out
out.
loud. Banned from the chat.
Yeah. If
All
I was
right.
Craig, I would have tried to like accidentally discard one of these frost hexes when John wasn't looking, and just pretend like, oops.
All right. Thinking about this Titan's Fist. Does he want to
And why
allow it?
Why does John have so many cards in hand? He played one of the 2 cards that when you play from Arsenal, you draw a card. This was meant for a limited thing, but what it's doing in CC is getting you. I can play 5 cards. Oh wait, it's actually 6 cards when you're playing 4.5, Craig. And if he didn't have Crown of Seeds, you just lose. This is why Oldham's maybe the hard out for Zapata Icelander, because 6 versus 4 cards normally is just a wash, but against Craig, it's a little bit more fair, especially when he's going to draw 3 China Lake Fridges at the end of the game. There's the frosting.
Just the frosting coming in for 1. Just a little tap tap roo. Probably followed up with the waning moon. Craig just being like, I don't want to block this, but he's got to.
John is such a cool dude. Shout outs to him.
Well, shout outs to Jamaica James in the chat.
John is such a bad dude. Gave me a loss today on stream. Seems like the chat is divided. That's just a card that's going to waste a card for Craig because he didn't want to go to 3 for no reason.
Yep.
But he's going to waste 2 pitch there. Can John punish that? This is a Titan's Fist.
He's got 3 cards
Unless he plays Glacial Footsteps.
and fuses it for the win and then dies. We know it's not the
Everyone
right play.
downstairs is laughing. And nobody's...
I can't see their faces laughing.
Yeah.
Their hands don't look like they're laughing.
Channel Lake Frigid.
Pitching Channel Lake Frigid. Okay. Do you want to respond, John Zapata, or should we say Jay-Z?
This is what Craig needs to do. Because, no, we don't care about, like, oh, it's going to stop him from going again. We care about stopping and making his Storm Striders more expensive, his Kill Thing more expensive, and also his Waning Moon more expensive. It's going to hit him 3 different ways. This was some of the most frustrating things when you're like playing Iceland or even in a blitz format of like all of my stuff just got one more resource expensive.
Mm-hmm.
One more resource expensive times 3 is just a blue I'm not going to have.
All the players
There's
having a good
Emeritus.
time. Here we go. Angry Professor coming out to play.
But
4/4.
I'm being diligent in keeping my arsenal cards so I can Crown of Seeds. Blocking 1 of the Angry Professor, hoping to get the blue.
Does he have the blue? And did John pay attention to what cards he shuffled there? Does he have a red? Does he go for the win? Probably not. What else does he have in his hand?
Because right now, if he wanted to Waning Moon, it would come in for 2, but it would cost 3 resources. And then he would just be like, I
No,
hope.
coming for 3.
Oh, God, we're still on Craig's turn.
On Craig's turn. He's
Oh
still
my
trying to resolve this
gosh.
channeling fridge.
I literally just went 2 turns ahead. That's time in the round. Like, come on. Somebody say it.
Hurry up, man. Slow play. Be cool, man. Waning Moon coming in for 3.
It happens at instant speed, so I think
Craig showing the other channel, like Frigid.
John Zapata hasn't laughed before today because he's like, this is my tournament. Don't make me crack a smile. I want 9 wins and 9 wins only. What else can he do? Does he have the neck? Does he have the other Emeritus? Because he can't react at instant speed anymore, right? Or does he still hold priority? Has the channel like Frigid responded yet? Because I think he's going, do I have enough to Storm Striders and play the other Emeritus Scolding in my hand? He does have it, so if he had it, he would already do it. So I don't think he has it. I think he's trying to just chill for a bit.
I mean, if
Yep. It resolves.
yeah, if he did have it, it would. I think Craig still had 1 floating, so he could have blocked 1,
Oof.
leaking 3. But I
That
don't.
is literally the best card for Craig to draw. He's going to be able to block 4 because he has a Heart of Final in his hand. He's
Did he
cracked.
draw an Oasis Respite? What did he draw?
He drew the Heart of Final, so when he
Oh.
matches it, he'll go up to 5.
Oh, gotcha.
Not having Metacarpus hurts here.
Yes, it definitely does.
This is crazy. I thought this game would literally be over 2 turns ago. Craig is healed from 3 to 4.
He's about to go to 5.
And if he makes it to 5 before he goes down, like, we're going to ask another question for Mars, like, who do you want to beat this round? Like, everyone's just going to say Craig, so we're going to have to eliminate that question from the questionnaire. He's probably getting heart more often now, too, because it's so small in its deck. Or his deck's big, I don't know.
He's got big deck energy either way.
What's crazy is, guess what, John? Your stuff's going to cost way more every time because you have a channel like Frigid up. So if you were planning on doing a kill turn now, too bad. Whenever I draw these channel like Frigid, I'm assuming Craig has probably 20 cards in deck, so he's not going to draw a channel like Frigid for 4 turns.
Yep.
But he's going to try and keep this channel like Frigid up.
He doesn't have a lot of ice cards either, so I don't think it's likely that he'll keep them out for more than 1 turn. But honestly, the 1 turn is pretty disruptive, so.
It's Craig's turn. Here comes Titan's Fist.
Did John just pass his turn?
I think so. It wasn't really obvious for us at home or us watching. What is?
Oh, okay. So he had 2 cards, the arsenal card, and then
Which
drew
is
up.
too cold to do anything. The Channel Lake is too frigid. We see a Polar Blast. We see a Channel Lake in John's hands. Those could be used to fuse cards. I don't think there's any fused cards that can do damage anymore. Those are long gone. Unless he has a yellow Aether Ice Vein, there could be 1 more of those. I don't want to jinx Craig, but I think it's kind of like, what else could John do? Even with the Storm Striders, like all he has to do is make sure he's on rotation with when the Emeritus Scoldings come in.
Yep. He did pitch 2 together, which would cleanly close out a game if he can get there.
John is blocking 3 of the 4 from Titan's Fist. One finger will get through.
1 finger of damage from Titan's Fist. He still does have his crown up there, which is really interesting. He is holding on to that.
Which I don't play these heroes much, wherever. There's an interesting thing of John can go at instant, but Craig can't. So why are we getting rid of this Channel Lake Frigid? Maybe he can't keep it up anymore, but like, just put your Channel Lake Frigid. Make Craig pay extra for all your blocking and all your crown, and
I mean,
attrition that way. It would, yeah.
I think at this point,
It's a 4 damage thing because Terra Sunder is a 3.
Craig has a lot of blues. Ooh,
What?
just coming in there.
He's like, I saved Scar for a Scar, you idiot.
I think, I think for John, playing the Channel Lake Frigid would be kind of a pretty passive thing to do.
Right.
Craig's gonna have a lot of blues. He's gonna be able to pitch through that and probably do
Energy
a lot of
potion,
damage.
waning moon.
Okay. John trying to just set up a little mini combo to end this game. Maybe he's got a Ice Eternal in Arsenal.
He would not Tunic. That would be, he would not Crown of Seeds. That would be too much. We see the pummel and the Titan's Fist. Titan's Fist pummel. That's he's gonna show the pummel too.
I think he had 2 in hand. Craig's got a lot of pummels in there.
I'm nervous. I feel like
Craig.
something's about to happen. Live on AGE.
Ooh, browse. Okay, no
Ooh.
But
7 with go.
7 with goes again.
Here's these 2 cards that you can see that are both blue. Thunderquake was a mistake.
Nothing but blues. The printing of the card, you mean, I assume?
Yeah, somebody was like, I regret that.
John does have a Sink Below in hand and the Angry Professor.
So John has Emeritus. He can use... Craig can block 3 plus 3. So an Emeritus plus an Emeritus plus a Waning Moon is 4 plus 4 plus 3, which is 11. Craig can block 6. 11 minus 6 is 5.
He's got a Tunic counter, too.
Survive with 1 with Tunic.
Ooh, baby.
It's always this close between these people.
Man.
Tree Frog Dash was like, this could have been me, man. This could have been me blocking Titan's Fist for 2 hours.
I could have blocked 9 swings of the Titan's Fist.
What's cool is somebody's about to win $400,
Yeah.
which is about $20 an hour for this match.
Yeah, definitely lower than my day rate. Not this job,
Oh.
but in my real job. But it's not a bad day's work, and out here having a good time. Here we go. Crown coming in to block.
There's been a Crown of Providence.
That's what I just said like 2 seconds ago.
Dude.
He's still got Crown to
I
block.
was like,
with.
he hasn't coordinated peak in a while. Come on,
Let's see if he cycles this Arsenal card. He does have the Sink Below as well. Very curious. I don't know. I don't know what else he's got in his hand.
7 minus 6 would take him to 3. He has he can fix his hands 2 ways if he chooses to do so. He says no.
He says, no, I don't need to.
Which I think Craig right now,
Has to.
do you Titan's Fist or do you say, nope, that would probably be a good way to lose. I'll put a card in Arsenal and pass. This is the game of chicken. If you do commit a blue to Titan's Fist, you are threatening lethal, but you also just got blown up by 3 plus 4, which we know John has.
That equals 7.
Which 7 minus 3 would be 4. He would survive with 1. Maybe
Go to 1.
Craig should do it.
Do it, Craig.
Doesn't feel like he should, but Craig should do it.
No, he's going to think about it. He's going to think about it. He's got to be worried about the angry professors he saw him pitch earlier. I just assume Craig paid attention to that because he's good at this game. What else has he got? Is that a brother's in arm? Is that in his hand?
I hope not. I don't think it is.
Are you sure?
It's a polar. So that's... He's getting the nervous legs.
He's got the Jimmy legs. Oh, my God.
Craig's touching his cards a little harder.
They're having some kind of conversation. I can only assume Craig is deep in the mind games. He is probing John's thoughts with some light banter and his disarming, calm personality.
Dude. Craig's just saying, John, what do you have in hand?
Please tell me. Tell me what's in
I'm
there.
gonna use my once per game action to make you tell me what's in hand.
Come on. Come on. Just tell me. Give me a little peek. Not that kind of peek.
What is Energy Potion doing for Zapata right now, if you're Craig? Yeah, jeez.
They're just like, what if we make everyone just sit here and watch?
Yeah.
And they're
And
just
people
sitting
will
there
try
being
to
like,
make it thrilling.
What do you
and
guys...
We'll all laugh.
What are you doing at the end of this? You want to go grab some food? What's even open now? I don't know. They're just on their phones taking pictures of each other.
Dude. Speaking
It's
of, oh my goodness.
whose turn? It's still Craig's turn, but is it his? I think it's his priority to figure out.
Yeah, I've already tried to make this interesting for 4 minutes. I don't think we'll do it a fifth.
Let's
go. He's doing it.
Is he doing? No. Yeah, he put the graveyard down. John has checked his 3 cards yet again.
Honestly, though, if we're paying attention,
$400.
this is a $200 decision.
It's true.
I haven't had a $2 decision in $200 decision. So.
Yeah, I don't make a lot of $200 decisions. Well, I guess I do. It's usually spending it, though, not gaining it randomly.
4 boxes of Arcane Rising or 2?
Hello. I'm just going to treat myself and get the case.
I deserve a Techlo Core and a
And a Foundry Heart
Yeah.
and a CNC. Maybe I'll get an eye.
oh look, I got a rapid shot. Not the death whistle.
That's pretty good. It's an Azalea specialization.
I wish someone would knock a death whistle right now. He's cracked. He's cracked.
He's cracked. He's cracked. He's cracked. He's cracked.
I do think. Do we do the math right? Craig would be fine if he swing a Titan's Fist.
If he swings a Titan Fist, he has 3, 4 floating. So he could block 3 and then 1
Of 7.
of 7. Yeah, he could be fine, but it is a risk. It's absolutely a risk.
How
Storm
much?
Striders are still on play.
Oh, it is a Brothers in Arms. How much would it cost? How much would it take? We don't want to do the thread. This is hypothetical. How much money would it take for me to give you where you just stand up and say,
All right, so
Oh,
Craig
okay.
has finally passed priority. I think this is the safe move. John is thinking about cracking this E-pot. He's going to down this energy potion.
which is interesting because I was on a John Zapata. No, it was a different Icelander. It was Anthony Pham. Zane gave him extra opportunities to beat him. I feel like Craig is giving John extra stuff to beat him with. I did not know it was Ice Eternal.
I had a
I
feeling
would've
it
lost.
was. I had a feeling it was.
Wow. What an idiot, Blake.
Apparently, we are 72 minutes in this game. Fascinating. It's only felt like a handful of minutes to us here watching, except that
So-
last turn. That one was long.
If one of these cards is red, Craig loses. But because both of them are blue, he's going to be able to Titan's Fist to break the Frostbite, which is more important. But he's got to survive the Arcane first.
Yep. So Arcane's coming in for 4. He can pitch 3. Although he probably wants to activate his tunic here.
This didn't use Storm Striders, so I think what we hinted at earlier, John Zapata is going to take his time to figure out the exact death.
He's already planned Craig's death in multiple ways, in multiple realities.
Shouldn't it be 3 Frostbites? I think L missed the energy potion. Yep, we all got there at the same time.
Pot, baby.
72 minutes, that's what it's going to take to beat Craig, is untimed rounds. What's crazy is I only lost by 20 to Craig when I played him. So.
That is crazy, man.
Yeah.
You're almost there.
He was playing defensive Starvo that day. I was like,
Oh God, his defensive Starvo deck. I give him props for that. It was at least unique and interesting. All right, blocking 3.
I'm just going to let this simmer because I don't know. Taking 2.
Okay, pitching 3, taking 2, leaves 1 so that he can.
Waning Moon.
Ooh.
This is the good version of it, so it's going to be 3.
He pitches to activate Tunic to get rid of the Frostbites.
Bye-bye to that 8 damage.
So he does have 1 floating. I think Craig's going to 1.
He's going to hope he gets
Yep, goes to 1.
Vindal's Rock.
He might. It's in there. Yeah, that is definitely the 3rd Ice Eternal. So that
Emeritus is just game because he can only block 3 Arcane.
Yeah.
So does he have it? Boom, game over.
Does he have
Zapata
it?
has 1.
Does he have it?
He has it in hands.
Oh, he's got it in hand. It is their Angry Professor for the win.
Unless
Ooh.
Craig says Oasis number 3, you thought wrong.
A legend is born. Oh, he's going for the pummel win. I love it, Craig. The chutzpah
If
on
he
this
puts
man.
Pummel down before Emeritus hits the town, he wins. That'd be crazy if it was like that.
No, it doesn't.
No, I put this down first. Sorry, bud.
There's a dexterity element now into Flesh and Blood. That'll be coming out in 2025 when they run out of ideas. Whoever slams the card. Yeah, whoever slams down the card faster
There it
wins
is.
the
There
game.
it is.
And
There it
Angry
is.
Professor.
Oasis.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh.
Oh, big pop off.
Wow.
People want Craig to not win.
Yeah, they were just like, we're tired of you and your nice manners and your calm demeanor, and you're just beating us all the time.
What is Evan pointing out like he's the smartest person right
Evan's
now?
like, you could have won this way. No. They're just having a great time over there. There's a nice little crowd around the final table today, and we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
What's crazy is he never
EGE.
drew the war horn. Where was it?
He drew it again.
Oh.
And he pitched it for Oasis Respite.
I
Pay attention, Blake.
Yeah.
Come on. What has it been? 12 hours?
Yeah, seriously. It felt like that was a 20-minute match. Just
It was only 72 minutes. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
John. What's crazy? John Zapata, 9-0.
9-0
I've never done
on
that
the day.
before in my life. I've lost a game at you could
I
go
lose.
4-0 at
I've
Armories,
gone
but
0-9
yeah.
probably over multiple
Dude,
weeks.
They were like, you should stay in the calling and keep taking losses for your
Just
ELO.
go. Yeah, it can only go up from there.
You're actually wrong. It can keep going down.
That's true.
My ELO is disgusting.
But by smaller and smaller increments.
What's crazy is nobody popped off in the chat. Well, there's 3 people popped off in the chat. Let's see who else. Randy. Okay.
L could have played that game in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, come on down
Dude.
to
Who's
Odyssey
L?
Games. AGE is open for everyone. Check out our schedule. March 25th is our next event out here in Pasadena. April, May, June, July, TBA, but they're coming. They're not going to not happen. And look at this. Check this out here. It's what everyone's playing for, along with the money and the points. It's AGE Open Champion February 2023. So unfortunately, Craig will not be wearing 2 medals next month. But will John wear his? We can only hope. Craig set a bit of a standard now. All right, so we're going to have a quick chat with John Zapata, our new AGE champ, second one in the books, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, sounds good, Coach. See you soon.
See you soon, bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AGE Open. We are here with the winner of the whole damn thing. I got John Zapata. I got the Swiss King in the house. I got the champ in the house. What's up, man? Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, man. I finally broke the curse.
Let's
No,
go.
the
I
6-0
know.
curse over here.
100%. These last couple tournaments, John Zapata just rolls through Swiss, absolutely taking people out left and right, and then can't just quite get over the hump in the top 8. But that all ended tonight.
Yeah,
It's
the
over.
first one I lost top 8. Next one lost top 4.
Yeah.
So I was expecting to lose the finals.
Well, what happened this time?
Oh, I
Won
don't
the
know.
whole
I can't believe it.
Dang, baby. All right. So
I need to rewatch that match though. I think I missed a few lethals there, but everyone was telling me behind me.
it was
but-
pretty funny. As soon as the game ended, there was a moment of congratulation, and then 6 hands just descended on the table, pointing at Storm Striders and all the different frost.
Yeah, I was just.
And you were like,
I was
"Bro,
just so tired in the end.
bro, get away from me.
I think I took 5 minutes to think about the last one, see if the math was right, and I thought it was, but I think I missequenced it. But
It's
oh,
all
well.
right. It's all right.
Still got there.
Oh yeah, you got there, 100%. We got. I realize I can't put this on you yet because it'll go over the cord, and then you'll have to just take it off. But we do got this beautiful winner of the February. Oh, look at that! Open. Yeah,
Gold
here.
medal.
Take the headset off for a second. I'm gonna. Here we go, baby. Come on, champion. Let's go. All right, let's just get a couple first. Just your initial thoughts of the tournament, of that last game, kind of your just immediate reaction to winning the whole thing.
Yeah, just Oldham versus Icelanders, just especially the way he was playing it, is just so many things to calculate and everything. But yeah, so I was just so tired as well.
Yeah,
It's like 9 rounds of Swiss and
your game, right?
6 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds.
Yeah. And the game right before that, we had that on stream as well against Jake on Dash there. I mean, that's a similarly tricky matchup to navigate. Similar like amounts of calculations you have to be doing the whole friggin' time. So how have you in the past? Do you have any kind of strategies for how you like to navigate complicated games back to back to back, or is it just like pull up the pants, do up the belt, and just get in there?
Oh yeah, I used to play like always like Rune Blades and aggro, so like I used to have a lot of time between rounds.
Sure.
But now I'm playing Icelander like back to back to back. Yeah. But yeah, the Dash deck was just I knew what he was doing. Because obviously I knew his deck list.
Yeah.
Other than that, and since I knew his deck list, I knew what to sideboard and how to just create a strategy. It's like if I played him round 1, he probably would have gotten me.
Yeah, because
so I would have sideboarded
for
like
for sure
like a pounder dash.
100%. That's one of the good things about meeting someone later in a tournament when you've had a moment to check out the top tables and see what people are doing. And the thing about the Dash versus the Oldhim, they don't get to play at instant speed in the same way as Oldhim does with that Crown of Seeds. So we saw in a couple of those last turns there that Craig was able to navigate those Ice Eternal turns by just having 3 energy counters on the Tunic and using it to break through all those frostbites.
Yeah, he broke like 3 energy potions there and was still able to break it. I need to look back at that match and see.
I mean, I
could have done something different for him not to break those frostbites.
Yeah, no, I mean, but hey, we got there in the end. Do you think moving forward, we got outsiders on the horizon? You said you've been a Rune Blade player, you've been an aggro player, and now you're on this, powerful Icelander deck. Looking ahead at this aggressively maybe slanting set approaching, do you see yourself moving back into your gotta go fast ways, or do you think you're going to stick with the Icy Lady?
No, I think I like the ice. I like playing on both turns now.
Right?
Now that you've done it, it's so hard to.
It's so
back.
fun, you get to block, you got all that value. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any kind of stories from today? Any moment? I know it's probably all the games running together.
Yeah. No, everything was just great. I avoided Dromai, I think, today.
Yeah.
That's probably my tough
There were a
matchup,
number of Dromais out there. You skated
I dodged
around
them all, and I dodged all the aggro dash. I think it's also hard for Icelander. So.
For sure. Well, is there anybody out there you want to thank at home? Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
No, I mean everyone that I play with and all the armories here in California, like Collector Legion, Finch and Sparrow, and Alking Slayer. I mean those guys are all killers.
Yeah, we had a match at Collector Legion.
Yeah, Collector Legion.
It was like 9-30, and then it was 9-12.
Yeah, Icelander mirror.
Yeah. I mounted a little comeback, and then I was dead after that. But it was a good game before that.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, you're pretty good as well with Icelander. Yeah.
From the horse's mouth himself. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, congratulations.
The medal, I have to walk with it next time.
There you go. Yeah, Craig was walking around all day with it, just proudly emblazoned upon his chest. So now, next time you guys meet in the thing, just the two things back to back will be pretty cool to see. Yeah. All right, man. Well, congrats again.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out of here. Go enjoy your winnings.
It's pretty late, though.
Yeah, no, it's like 10 p.m.
That's a long day.
It's a long day of flesh and blood, but you tanked it out. You're the champion. You deserve it, bro. We're all stoked for you. All you out-of-towners, not this time. Not this time. We got a hometown hero still. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Come on. So we'll see you next time, all those out there. But thanks again, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, bro.
Thanks, everyone.
For all of you at home, we are going to be signing off here from the AGE Open. We got the champ. Give him a little sign off. Just say good night.
Good night, everyone.
That's good night from the champ. We're going to see you all back March 25th for the next AGE Open. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We won't have record-breaking inclement weather next time, I promise. So thank you all so much. We'll see you soon. Signing off from the AGE Open.